Chapter 21 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 21 Carmel Awakes. One woe doth tread upon another's heel, so fast they follow. Hamlet. Later, I asked myself many questions, and wandered into mazes of speculation which only puzzled me and led nowhere. I remembered the bottles, I remembered the ring. I went back, in fancy, to the hour of my own entrance into the club house, and recalling each circumstance, endeavoured to fit the facts of Arthur's story with those of my own experience. Was he in the building when I first stepped into it? It was just possible. I had been led to prevaricate as to the moment I entered the lower gateway, and he may have done the same as to the hour he left by the upper hall window. Whatever his denials on this or any subject, I was convinced that he knew, as well as I, that Carmel had been in the building with her sister, and was involved more or less personally in the crime committed there. Might it not be simply as his accessory after the fact? If only I could believe this, if my knowledge of him and of her would allow me to hug this forlorn hope, and behold, in the shock to her brain, and in her look and attitude on leaving the club house, only a sister's horror at a wilful brother's crime. But one fact stood in the way of this, a fact which nothing but some predetermined, underhanded purpose on her part could explain. She had gone in disguise to the Whispering Pines, and she had returned home in the same suspicious fashion. The wearing of her brother's hat and coat over her own womanly garments was no freak. There had been purpose in it, a purpose which demanded secrecy. That Adelaide should have accompanied her under these circumstances was a mystery. But then the whole affair was a mystery, totally out of keeping in all its details with the characters of these women, save and what a fearful exception I here make the awful end, which, alas, bespoke the fiery rush and impulse to destroy which marked Carmel's unbridled rages. Of a less emotional attack she would be as incapable as any other good woman. Poison she would never use. Its presence there was due to another's forethought, another's determination. But the poison had not killed. Both glasses had been emptied, but those glasses! What explanation had the police now for those two emptied glasses? They had hitherto supposed me to be the second person who had joined Adelaide in this totally uncharacteristic drinking. To whom did they now attribute this act? To Arthur, the brother whose love for liquor in every form she had always decried, and had publicly rebuked only a few hours before? Knowing nothing of Carmel having been on the scene, they must ascribe this act either to him or to me, and when they came to dwell upon this point more particularly, when they came to study the exact character of the relations which had always subsisted between Adelaide and her brother, they must see the improbability of her drinking with him under any circumstances. Then their thoughts would recur to me, and I should find myself again a suspect. The monstrous suggestion that Arthur had brought the liquor there himself, had poured it out and forced her to drink it, poison and all, out of revenge for her action at the dinner table a short time before, did not occur to me then, but if it had, there were the 3 glasses. He would not bring 3, nor would Adelaide, nor, as I saw it, would Carmel. Chaos! However one looked at it, chaos! Only one fact was clear, that Carmel knew the whole story, and might communicate the same, if ever her brain cleared and she could be brought to reveal the mysteries of that hour. Did I desire such a consummation? Only God, who penetrates more deeply than ourselves into the hidden regions of the human heart, could tell. I only know that the fear and expectation of such an outcome made my anguish for the next 2 weeks. Would she live? Would she die? The question was on every tongue. The crisis of her disease was approaching, and the next 24 hours would decide her fate, and in consequence my own, if not her brother Arthur's. As I contemplated the suspense of these 24 hours, I revolted madly for the first time against the restrictions of my prison. I wanted air, movement, the rush into danger which my horse or my automobile might afford. Anything which would drag my thoughts from that sick room and the anticipated stir of that lovely form into conscious life and suffering. Her eyes, I could see her eyes wakening upon the world again after her long wandering in the unknown and unimaginable intricacies of ungoverned thought and delirious suggestion. Eyes of violet colour and infinite expression, eyes which would make a man's joy if they smiled on him in innocence, but which, as I well knew, had burned more than once, in her short but strenuous life, with fiery passions, and might, at the instant of waking, betray this same unholy gleam under the curious gaze of the unsympathetic ones set in watch over her. What would her first word be? Whither would her first thought fly? To Adelaide or to me? To Arthur or to her own frightened and appalled self? I maddened as I dwelt upon the possibilities of this moment. I envied Arthur. I envied the attendants. I envied even the servants in the house. They would all know sooner than I. Carmel! Carmel! Sending for Clifton, I begged him to keep himself in communication with the house or with the authorities. He promised to do what he could; then, perceiving the state I was in, he related all he knew of present conditions. No one was allowed in the sick room but the nurse and the doctor. Even Arthur was denied admission, and was wearing himself out in his room as I was wearing myself out here, in restless inactivity. He expected her to sink, and never to recover consciousness, and was loud in his expressions of rebellion against the men who dared to keep him from her bedside when her life was trembling in the balance. But the nurse had hopes, and so had the doctor. As for Carmel's looks, they were greatly changed, but beautiful still in spite of the cruel scar left by her fall against the burning bars of her sister's grate. No delirium disturbed the rigid immobility in which she now lay. I could await her awakening with quiet confidence in the justice of God. Thus Clifton, in his ignorance. The day was a bleak one, dispiriting in itself even to those who could go about the streets and lose themselves in their tasks and round of duties. To me, it was a dead blank, marked by such interruptions as necessarily took place under the prison routine. The evening hours which followed them were no better. The hands on my watch crawled. When the door finally opened, it came as a shock. I seemed to be prepared for anything but the termination of my suspense. I knew that it was Clifton who entered, but I could not meet his eye. I dug my nails into my palms, and waited for his first word. When it came I felt my spirits go down, down. I had thought them at their lowest ebb before. He hesitated, and I started up. "Tell me," I cried, "Carmel is dead." "Not dead," said he, "but silly. Her testimony is no more to be relied upon than that of any other wandering mind." Chapter 21 Chapter 22 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 22 Break in the Glass. This inundation of mistempered humor rests by you only to be qualified. King John. It was some time before I learned the particulars of this awakening. It had occurred at sunset. A level beam of light had shot across the bed, and the nurse had moved to close the blind, when a low exclamation from the doctor drew her back, to mark the first faint fluttering of the snowy lids over the long-closed eyes. Afterwards she remembered what a picture her youthful patient made, with the hue of renewed life creeping into her cheeks, in faint reflection of the nest of roseate colour in which she lay. Carmel's hair was dark, so were her exquisitely pencilled eyebrows and the long lashes which curled upward from her cheek. In her surroundings of pink, warm pink such as lives in the heart of the sea-shell, their duskiness took on an added beauty, and nothing, not even the long dark scar running from eye to chin, could rob the face of its individuality and suggestion of charm. She was lovely, but it was the loveliness of line and tint, just as a child is lovely. Soul and mind were still asleep, but momentarily rousing, as all thought, to conscious being, and, if to conscious being, then to conscious suffering as well. It was a solemn moment. If the man who loved her had been present, or even her brother, who, sullen as he was, must have felt the tie of close relationship rise superior even to his fears at an instant so critical, it would have been more solemn yet. But with the exception of the doctor and possibly the nurse, only those interested in her as a witness in the most perplexing case on the police annals were grouped in silent watchfulness about the room, waiting for the word or look which might cut the Gordian knot which none of them, as yet, had been able to untangle. It came suddenly, as all great changes came. One moment her lids were down, her face calm, her whole figure quiet in its statue-like repose; the next, her big violet eyes had flashed open upon the world, and lips and limbs were moving feebly, but certainly, in their suddenly recovered freedom. It was then, and not at a later moment when consciousness had fully regained its seat, that her face, to those who stood nearest, wore the aspect of an angel's. What she saw, or what vision remained to her from the mysterious world of which she had so long been a part, no one ever knew, nor could she perhaps have told. But the rapture which informed her features and elevated her whole expression but poorly prepared them for the change which followed her first glance around on nurse and doctor. The beam which lay across the bed had been no brighter than her eye during that first tremulous instant of renewed life. But the clouds fell speedily, and very human feelings peered from between those lids as she murmured, half petulantly, "Why do you look at me so? Oh, I remember, I remember." And a flush, of which they little thought her weakened heart capable, spread over her features, hiding the scar and shaming her white lips. "What's the matter?" she complained again, as she tried to raise her hands, possibly to hide her face. "I cannot move as I used to do, and I feel— "You have been ill," came soothingly from the doctor. "You have been in bed many days. Now you are better and will soon be well. This is your nurse." He said nothing of the others, who were so placed behind screens as to be invisible to her. She continued to gaze, first at one, then at the other, confidently at the doctor, doubtfully at the nurse. As she did so, the flush faded and gave way to an anxious, troubled expression. Not just the expression anticipated by those who believed that, with returning consciousness, would come returning memory of the mysterious scene which had taken place between herself and sister, or between her sister and her brother, prior to Adelaide's departure for the Whispering Pines. Had they shared my knowledge? Had they even so much as dreamed that their patient had been the companion of one or both of the others in this tragic escapade, how much greater would have been their wonder at the character of this awakening. "You have the same kind look for me as always," were her next words, as her glance finally settled on the doctor. But hers— "Bring me the mirror," she cried. "Let me see with my own eyes what I have now to expect from every one who looks at me. I want to know before Lila comes in. Why isn't she here? Is she with— She was breaking down, but caught herself back with surprising courage, and almost smiled, I was told. Then, in the shrill tones which will not be denied, she demanded again, "The mirror!" Nurse Unwin brought it. Her patient evidently remembered the fall she had had in her sister's room, and possibly the smart to her cheek when it touched the hot iron. "I see only my forehead," she complained as the nurse held the mirror before her. "Move it a little. Lower, lower," she commanded. Then suddenly, "Oh!" She was still for a long time, during which the nurse carried off the glass. I don't like it," she acknowledged quaintly to the doctor, as he leaned over her with compassionate words. "I shall have to get acquainted with myself all over again. And so I have been ill. I shouldn't have thought a little burn like that would make me ill. How Adelaide must have worried." "Adelaide is not well herself. It distressed her to have been out when you fell. Don't you remember that she went out that night?" "Did she? She was right. Adelaide must have every pleasure. She had earned her good times. I must be the one to stay at home now, and look after things and learn to be useful. I don't expect anything different. Call Adelaide, and let me tell her how satisfied I am." "But she's ill. She cannot come. Wait till to-morrow, dear child. Rest is what you need now. Take these few drops and go to sleep again, and you'll not know yourself to-morrow." "I don't know myself now," she repeated, glancing with slowly dilating eyes at the medicine glass he proffered. "I can't take it," she protested. "I forget now why, but I can't take anything more from a glass. I've promised not to, I think. Take it away. It makes me feel queer. Where is Adelaide?" Her memory was defective. She could not seem to take in what the doctor told her. But he tried her again. Once more he spoke of illness as the cause of Adelaide's absence. Her attention wandered while he spoke of it. "How it did hurt!" she cried. "But I didn't think much about it. I thought only of—" Next moment her voice rose in a shriek, thin but impetuous, and imbued with a note of excited feeling which made every person there start. "There should be two!" she cried. "Two! Why is there only one?" This sounded like raving. The doctor's face took on a look of concern, and the nurse stirred uneasily. "One is not enough. That is why Adelaide is not satisfied. why she does not come and love and comfort me, as I expected her to. Tell her it is not too late yet, not too late yet, not too late. The doctor's hand was on her forehead. This not too late, whatever she meant by it, was indescribably painful to the listeners, oppressed as they were by the knowledge that Adelaide lay in her grave, and that all fancies, all hopes, all meditated actions between these two were now, so far as this world goes, for ever at an end. "Rest," came in Dr. Carpenter's most soothing tones. "Rest, my little Carmel. Forget everything and rest." He thought he knew the significance of her revolt from the glass he had offered her. She remembered the scene at the Cumberland dinner table on that fatal night, and shrank from anything that reminded her of it. Ordering the medicine put in a cup, he offered it to her again, and she drank it without question. As she quieted under its influence, the disappointed listeners, now tiptoeing carefully from the room, heard her murmur in final appeal: "Cannot Adelaide spare 1 minute from her company downstairs to wish me health and kiss me good night?" Was it weakness or a settled inability to remember anything but that which filled her own mind? It proved to be a settled inability to take in any new ideas, or even to remember much beyond the completion of that dinner. As the days passed, and news of her condition came to me from time to time, I found that she had not only forgotten what had passed between herself and the rest of the family previous to her departure for the club house, but all that had afterwards occurred at the Whispering Pines, even to her own presence there and the ride home. She could not even retain in her mind for any appreciable length of time the idea of Adelaide's death. Even after Dr. Carpenter, with infinite precautions, revealed to her the truth, not that Adelaide had been murdered, but that Adelaide had passed away during the period of her own illness, Carmel gave but one cry of grief, then immediately burst forth in her old complaint that Adelaide neglected her. She had lost her happiness and hope, and Adelaide would not spare her an hour. This expression, when I heard of it, convinced me, as I believe it did some others, that her act of self-denial in not humouring my whim and flying from home and duty that night had made a stronger impression on her mind than all that came after. She never asked for Arthur. This may have grieved him, but according to my faithful friend and attorney, it appeared to have the contrary effect, and to bring him positive relief. When it was borne in on him, as it was soon to be borne in on all, that her mind was not what it was, and that the beautiful Carmel had lost something besides her physical perfection in the awful calamity which had made shipwreck of the whole family, he grew noticeably more cheerful and less suspicious in his manner. Was it because the impending inquiry must go on without her, and proceedings which had halted till now be pushed with all possible speed to a finish? So those who watched him interpreted his changed mood, with a result not favourable to him. With this new shock of Carmel's inability to explain her own part in this tragedy, and thus release my testimony and make me a man again in my own eyes, I lost the sustaining power which had previously held me up. I became apathetic, no longer counting the hours, and thankful when they passed. Arthur had not been arrested, but he understood, or allowed others to see that he understood, the reason for the surveillance under which he was now strictly kept, and though he showed less patience than myself under the shameful suspicion which this betokened, he did not break out into open conflict with the authorities, nor did he protest his innocence or take any other stand than the one he had assumed from the first. All this gave me much food for thought, but I declined to think. I had made up my mind from the moment I realised Carmel's condition that there was nothing for me to do till after the inquest. The public investigation which this would involve would show the trend of popular opinion, and thus enlighten me as to my duty. Meanwhile, I would keep to the old lines and do the best I could for myself without revealing the fact of Carmel's near interest in a matter she was in no better condition to discuss now than when in a state of complete unconsciousness. Of that inquest, which was held in due course, I shall not say much. Only one new fact was elicited by its means, and that of interest solely as making clear how there came to be evidences of poison in Adelaide's stomach without the quantity being great enough for more than a temporary disturbance. Maggie, the second girl, had something to say about this when the phial which had held the poison was handed about for inspection. She had handled that phial many times on the shelf where it was kept. Once she had dropped it, and the cork coming out, some of the contents had escaped. Frightened at the mishap, she had filled the phial up with water and put it, thus diluted, back on the shelf. No one had noticed the difference, and she had forgotten all about the matter until now. From her description, there must have been very little of the dangerous drug left in the phial, and the conclusions of Dr. Perry's autopsy received a confirmation which ended, after a mass of testimony tending rather to confuse than enlighten the jury, in the non-committal verdict: Death by strangulation at the hands of some person unknown. I had expected this. The evidence, pointing as it did in two opposing directions, presented a problem which a coroner's jury would hardly be expected to solve. What followed showed that not only they, but the police authorities as well, acknowledged the dilemma. I was allowed one sweet half-hour of freedom. Then I was detained to await the action of the grand jury, and so was Arthur. When I was informed of this latter fact, I made a solemn vow to myself. It was this: if it falls to my lot to be indicted for this murderous offence, I will continue to keep my own counsel, as I have already done, in face of lesser provocation and at less dangerous risk. But if I escape and a true bill should be found against Arthur, then will I follow my better instinct and reveal what I have hitherto kept concealed, even if the torment of the betrayal drive me to self-destruction afterwards. For I no longer cherish the smallest doubt that to Carmel's sudden rage, and to that alone, the death of Adelaide was due. My reason for this change from troubled to absolute conviction can be easily explained. It dated from the inquest, and will best appear in the relation of an interview I held with my attorney, Charles Clifton, very soon after my second incarceration. We had discussed the situation till there seemed to be nothing left to discuss. I understood him, and he thought he understood me. He believed Arthur guilty, and credited me with the same convictions. Thus only could he explain my inconceivable reticence on certain points he was very well assured I could make clear if I would. That he was not the only man who had drawn these same conclusions from my attitude, both before and during the inquest, troubled me greatly, and deeply disturbed my conscience, but I could indulge in no protests, or rather would indulge in no protests, as yet. There was an unsolved doubt connected with some facts which had come out at the inquest, or perhaps I should call it a circumstance not as yet fully explained, which disturbed me more than did my conscience, and upon this circumstance I must have light before I let my counsel leave me. I introduced the topic thus: "You remember the detached sentences taken down by the nurse during the period of Carmel's unconsciousness. They were regarded as senseless ravings, and such they doubtless were, but there was one of them which attracted my attention, and of which I should like an explanation. I wish I had that woman's little book here. I should like to read for myself those wandering utterances." "You can," was the unexpected and welcome reply. "I took them all down in shorthand as they fell from Dr. Perry's lips. I have not had time since to transcribe them, but I can read some of them to you, if you will give me an idea as to which ones you want." "Read the first, what she said on the day of the funeral. I do not think the rest matter very much." Clifton took out a paper from his pocket, and after only a short delay, read out these words: "December the 5th. Her sister's name, uttered many times and with greatly varied expression, now in reproach, now in terror, now in what seemed to me in tones of wild pleading and even despair. This continued at intervals all through the day. At 3 p.m., just as people were gathering for the funeral, the quick, glad cry, 'I smell flowers, sweet, sweet flowers.' Alas, she did. At 3:40 p.m., as the services neared their close, a violent change took place in her appearance, and she uttered in shrill tones those astonishing words which horrified all below and made us feel that she had a clairvoyant knowledge of the closing of the casket then taking place. 'Break it open! Break it open and see if her heart is there!' 'Pause there,' I cried. 'That is what I mean.' It was not the only time she uttered that cry. If you will glance further down, you will come across a second exclamation of the like character. Yes, here it is. It was while the ubiquitous Sweetwater was mousing about the room. Read the very words you heard. I have a reason, Clifton. Humour me for this once." "Certainly, no trouble." She cried this time, "Break it open! Break the glass and look in! Her heart should be there! Her heart! Her heart! Horrible! But you insisted, Ranelagh." "I thought I heard that word glass," I muttered, more to myself than to him. Then, with a choking fear of giving away my thought, but unable to resist the opportunity of settling my own fears, I asked, "Was there glass in the casket lid?" "No, there never is." "But she may have thought there was," I suggested hastily. "I'm much obliged to you, Clifton. I had to hear those sentences again. Morbidness, no doubt; the experience of the last 3 weeks would affect a stronger minded man than myself." Then, before he could reply, "What do you think the nurse meant by a violent change in her patient?" "Why, she roused up, I suppose, moved or made some wild or feverish gesture." "That is what I would like to know. I may seem foolish in unnecessarily extracting about trifles, but I would give a great deal to learn precisely where she looked, and what she did at the moment she uttered those wild words. Is the detective Sweetwater still in town?" "I believe so. Came up for the inquest, but goes back to night." "See him, Clifton. Ask him to relate this scene. He was present, you know. Get him to talk about it. You can, and without rousing his suspicion, keen as they all say he is. And when he talks, listen and remember what he says. But don't ask questions. Do this for me, Clifton. Some day I may be able to explain my request, but not now." "I'm at your service," he replied. but he looked hurt at being thus set to work in the dark, and I dared say nothing to ease the situation. I did not dare even to prolong the conversation on this subject or on any other subject. In consequence he departed speedily, and I spent the afternoon wondering whether he would return before the day ended or leave me to the endurance of a night of suspense. I was spared this final distress. He came in again towards evening, and this was what he told me. I have seen Sweetwater, and was more fortunate in my interview than I expected. He talked freely, and in the course of the conversation described the very occurrence in which you are so interested. Carmel had been lying quietly previous to this outbreak, but suddenly started into feverish life and, raising herself up in her bed, pointed straight before her and uttered the words we have so often repeated. That's all there was to it, and I don't see, for my part, what you have gained by a repetition of the same, or why you lay so much stress upon her gesture. What she said was the thing, though even that is immaterial from a legal point of view, which is the only view of any importance to you or to me at this juncture. "You're a true friend to me," I answered, "and never more so than in this instance. Forgive me that I cannot show my appreciation of your goodness or thank you properly for your performance of an uncongenial task. I am sunk deep in trouble. I am not myself and cannot be till I know what action will be taken by the grand jury." If he replied, I have no remembrance of it. Neither do I recall his leave taking. But I was presently aware that I was alone and could think out my hideous thought undisturbed. Carmel had pointed straight before her, shouting out, "Break in the glass." I knew her room. I had been taken in there once by Adelaide, as a sequence to a long conversation about Carmel, shortly after her first return from school. Adelaide wished to show me the cabinet in the wall, the cabinet at which Carmel undoubtedly pointed if her bed stood as it had stood then. It was not quite full at that time. It did not contain Adelaide's heart among the other broken toys which Carmel had destroyed with her own hand or foot in her moments of frenzied passion: the canary that would not pick from her hand, the hat she had hated, the bowl which held only bread and milk when she wanted meat or cake. Adelaide had kept them all, locked them behind glass in full view of the child's eyes night and day, that the shame of those past destructive moments might guard her from their repetition and help her to understand her temper and herself. I had always thought it cruel of Adelaide, one of the evidences of the flint-like streak which ran through her otherwise generous and upright nature. But its awful prophecy was what affected me most now, for destruction had fallen on something more tender than aught that cabinet held: Adelaide's heart. And Carmel acknowledged it, acknowledged that it should be there, with what else she had trampled upon and crushed in her white heat of rage. I could not doubt her guilt after this. Whatever peace her forgetfulness had brought, whatever innocent longing after Adelaide, the wild cry of those first few hours, ere yet the impressions of her awful experience had succumbed to disease, revealed her secret and showed the workings of her conscience. It had not been understood; it had passed as an awesome episode. But for me, since hearing of it, she stood ever more convicted out of her own mouth, that lovely mouth which angels might kiss in her hours of joyous serenity, but from whose caress friends would fly when the passion reigned in her heart and she must break, crush, kill, or go mad. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 23. At 10 instead of 12. Forget the world around you. Meantime, friendship shall keep strict vigils for you, anxious, active, only be manageable when that friendship points you the road to full accomplishment. Coleridge. I don't care a rush what you do to me. If you are so besotted by your prejudices that you refuse to see the nose before your face, if you don't believe your own officer who swore he saw Ranelagh's hands upon my sister's throat, then this world is all a jumble, and it makes very little difference to me whether I'm alive or dead. When these words of Arthur Cumberland were repeated to me, I echoed them in my inmost soul. I, too, cared very little whether I lived or died. The grand jury reeled off its cases and finally took up ours. To the last I hoped, sincerely I think, that I should be the man to suffer indictment. But I hoped in vain. A true bill was brought against Arthur, and his trial was set for the 18th of January. The first use I made of my liberty was to visit Adelaide's grave. In that sacred place I could best review my past and gather strength for the future. The future! Was it under my control? Did Arthur's fate hang upon my word? I believed so. But had I strength to speak that word? I had expected to. I had seen my duty clearly enough before the sitting of the grand jury. But now that Arthur was indicted, now that it was an accepted fact that he would have to stand trial instead of myself, I was conscious of such a recoil from my contemplated action that I lost all confidence in myself and my stoical adherence to what I considered the claims of justice. Standing in the cemetery grounds with my eyes upon the snow-covered mound beneath which lay the doubly injured Adelaide, I had it out with myself for good and all. I trusted Arthur, I distrusted Carmel. But she had claims to consideration which he lacked. She was a woman. Her fall would mean infinitely more to her than any disgrace to him. Even he had seemed to recognize this. Miserable and half-hearted as his life had been, he had shown himself man enough not to implicate his young sister in the crime laid to his charge. What then was I that I should presume to disregard his lead in the difficult maze in which we were both lost? Yet, because of the self-restraint he manifested, he had my sympathy, and when I left the cemetery and took my mournful way back into town, it was with the secret resolution to stand his friend if I saw the case really going against him. Till then, I would consider the helpless girl, tongue-tied by her condition, and injured enough already by my misplaced love and its direful consequences. The only change I now allowed myself was an occasional midnight stroll up Euston Street. This was as near as I dared approach Carmel's windows. I feared some watchful police spy. Perhaps I feared my own hardly to be restrained longings. Mr. Fulton's house and extensive grounds lay between this street and the dismal walls beyond the huge sycamore which lifted itself like a beacon above the Cumberland estate. But I allowed myself the doubtful pleasure of traversing this course, and this course only, and if I obtained one glimpse through bush and tree of the spot whither all my thoughts ran continuously, I went home satisfied. This was before Carmel left with her nurse for Lakewood. After that event, I turned my head no more in taking my midnight stroll. I was not told the day or hour of her departure. Happily perhaps for us both, for I could never have kept away from the station. I should have risked everything for one glimpse of her face, if only to satisfy my own judgment as to whether she would ever recognize me again, or remember what had occurred on that doleful night when the light of her intellect set in the darkness of sin and trouble. The police had the same idea, I think, for I heard later that she was deliberately driven past the Whispering Pines, though the other road was more direct and less free, if anything, from possible spectators. They thought, no doubt, that a sight of the place might reawaken whatever memories remained of the last desperate scene preceding her brother and sister's departure for this out-of-the-way spot. They little knew how cruel was the test, or what a storm of realization might have overwhelmed her mind as her eye fell on those accursed walls, peering from their bower of snow-laden pines. But I did, and I never rested till I learned how she had borne herself in her slow drive by the two guarded gateways, merrily, it seems, and with no sign of the remembrances I feared. The test, if it were meant for such, availed them nothing; no more, indeed, than an encounter with her on the road or at the station would have availed me. For the veil she begged for had shrouded her features completely, and it was only from her manner that those who accompanied her perceived her light-heartedness and delight in this change. One sentence, and one only, reached my ears of all that she said before she disappeared from town. If Adelaide were only going too! But I suppose I shall meet her and Mr. Ranelagh somewhere before my return. She must be very happy, but not so peaceful as I am. She will see that when we meet. I can hardly wait for the day. Words which set me thinking, but which I was bound to acknowledge could be only the idle wanderings of a diseased mind from which all impressions had fled save those of innocence and futile hope. One incident more before I enter upon the serious business of the trial. I had no purpose in what I did. I merely followed the impulse of the moment, as I had so often done before in my selfish and thoughtless life, when I started one night for my walk at 10 o'clock instead of 12. I went the old way, and the old longing recurring at the one charmed spot on the road, I cast a quick look at the towering sycamore and the desolated house beneath, which, short as it was, roused feelings which kept my head lowered for the remainder of my walk north, and to the very moment when on my return the same chimneys and overhanging roofs came again into view through the wintry branches. Then habit lifted my head, and I paused to look again, when the low sound of a human voice, suppressed into a moan or sob, caused me to glance about for the woman or child who had uttered this note of sorrow. No one was in sight, but as I started to move on, I heard my name uttered in choked tones from behind the hedge separating the Fulton grounds from the city sidewalk. I halted instantly. A lamp from the opposite side of the street threw a broad illumination across the walk where I stood, but the gate posts behind threw a shadow. Had the voice issued from this isolated point of darkness? I went back to see. A pitiful figure was crouching there, a frail, agitated little being, whom I had no sooner recognized than my manner instantly assumed an air of friendly interest, called out by her timid and appealing attitude. "Ella Fulton!" I exclaimed. "You wish to speak to me?" "Hush!" she prayed, with a frightened gesture towards the house. "No one knows I am here. Mamma thinks me in bed, and papa, who is out, may come home any minute. Oh, Mr. Ranelagh, I am in such misery, and no one but you can give me any help. I have watched you go by night after night, and I have wanted to call out and beg you to come in and see me, or let me go and meet you somewhere. And I have not dared, it was too late. To-night you have come earlier, I have slipped out and—oh, Elwood, you won't think badly of me. It's all about Arthur, and I shall die if someone does not help me and tell me how I can reach him with a message." As she spoke the last words, she caught at the gate-post, which was too broad and ponderous to offer her any hold. Gravely I held out my arm, which she took. We were old friends, and felt no necessity of standing on any sort of ceremony. "You don't wish to bother," was her sensitive cry. "You had rather not stop, rather not listen to my troubles." Had I shown my feelings so plainly as that? I felt mortified. She was a girl of puny physique and nervous manner, the last sort of person you would expect Arthur Cumberland to admire or even to have patience with, and the very last sort who could be expected to endure his rough ways, or find anything congenial to herself in his dissipated and purposeless life. But the freaks of youthful passion are endless, and it was evident that they loved each other sincerely. Her tremulous condition and meek complaint went to my heart, notwithstanding my growing dread of any conversation between us on this all-absorbing but generally peace-destroying topic. Reassuringly pressing her hand, I was startled to find a small piece of paper clutched convulsively within it. "For Arthur," she explained under her breath. "I thought you might find some way of getting it to him. Father and mother are so prejudiced. They have never liked him, and now they believe the very worst. They would lock me up if they knew I was speaking to you about him. Mother is very stern, and says that all this nonsense between Arthur and myself must stop. That we must never, no matter whether he is cleared or Silence. Then a little gasp, after which she added with an emphasis which bespoke the death of every hope, "She is very decided about it, Elwood." I hardly blamed the mother. I I love Arthur. I don't think him guilty, and I would gladly stand by him if they would let me. I want him to know this. I want him to get such comfort as he can out of my belief and my desire to serve him. I want to sacrifice myself. But I can't," she moaned. "You don't know how mother frightens me. When she looks at me, the words falter on my tongue and I feel as if it would be easier to die than to acknowledge what is in my heart." I could believe her. Mrs. Fulton was a notable woman whom many men shrank from encountering needlessly. It was not her tongue, though that could be bitter enough, but a certain way she had of infusing her displeasure into attitude, tone, and manner, which insensibly sapped your self-confidence and forced you to accept her bad opinion of you as your rightful due. This, whether your judgment coincided with hers or not. "Yet your mother is your very best friend," I ventured gently, with a realization of my responsibility which did not add much to my self-possession. She seemed startled. "Not in this, not in this," she objected, with a renewal of her anxious glances, this time up and down the street. "I must get a word to Arthur. I must." I saw that she had some deeper reason than appeared for desiring communication with him. I was debating how best to meet the situation and set her right as to my ability to serve her without breaking down her spirit too seriously, when I felt her feverish hand pressing her little note into my unwilling palm. "Don't read it," she whispered, innocent of all offence, and only anxious to secure my good offices. "It's for Arthur. I've used the thinnest paper, so that you can secrete it in something he will be sure to get. Don't disappoint me. I was sorry for you, too, and glad when they let you out. Both of you are old playmates of mine, but Arthur—" I had to tell her. I had to dash her small hopes to the ground. "Forgive me, Ella," I said, "but I cannot carry him this message or even get it to him secretly. I am watched myself, I know it, though I have never really detected the man doing it." "Oh!" she ejaculated, terror-stricken at once. Is there anyone here, behind the trees, or in the street, or on the other side of the hedgerow?" I hastened to reassure her. "No, no. If I've been followed, it was not so near as that. I cannot do what you ask for several reasons. Arthur will credit you with the best of impulses without your incurring any such risk." "Yes, yes, but that's not enough. What shall I do? What shall I do?" I strove to help her. "There's a man," said I, "who sees him constantly and may be induced to assure Arthur of your belief and continued interest in him. That man is his lawyer, Mr. Moffat. Any one will tell you how to reach him." "No, no," she disclaimed, hurriedly, breathlessly. "My last hope was in you. You wouldn't think the worse of me for what I've done, or let mother know. I couldn't tell a stranger even if you went right to Arthur with it. I'm not made that way. I couldn't stand the shame." Drawing back a step, she wrung her small hands together, exclaiming, "What an unhappy girl I am!" Then, stepping up to my side, she whispered in my ear, "There's something I could say which might—" I stopped her. Right or wrong, I stopped her. I hadn't the courage just then to face the possibilities of what lay at the end of this simple sentence. She possessed evidence, or thought she did, which might help to clear Arthur. Evidence of what? Evidence which would implicate Carmel? The very thought unnerved me. I had rather not be the recipient of this confidence if it is at all important or at all in the line of testimony. Remember the man I mentioned. He will be glad to hear anything helpful to his client." Her distress mounted to passion. It's something that will destroy my mother's confidence in me. I disobeyed her. I did what she would never have let me do if she had known. I used to meet Arthur in the driveway back by the barns. I had a key made to the little side door so that I could do it. I used to meet him late. I would get up out of bed when mother was asleep and dress myself and sit at the window until I heard him come up the street. Then I would steal down and catch him on his way to the stables. I had a good reason for this, Elwood. He knew I would be there, and it brought him home early and not quite so full of liquor. If he was very bad he would come up the other way and I would sit waiting and crying till 3 o'clock struck, then creep into my bed and try to sleep. Nights and nights I have done this. Nothing else in life seemed so important, for it did hold him back a little, but not so much as if he had loved me more. He loved me some, but he couldn't have loved me very much, or he would have sent me some word, or seen me, if but for a minute, since Adelaide's death. And he hasn't! And that makes it harder for me to acknowledge the watch I kept on him, and how I know he never went through our grounds for the second time that night. He went once, about 9, but not later. I am certain of this, for I was looking out for him till 3 in the morning. If he came back and then returned afterwards to town, it was through his own street, and that takes so long he would never have been able to get to the place they said he did at the time they have agreed upon. Oh, I have studied every word of the case, to see if what I had to tell would help him any. Father cannot bear to see me with a newspaper in my hand, and mother comes and takes them out of my room, but I have managed to read every word since they accused him of being at the club house that night, and I know that he needs some one to come out boldly in his cause, and I want to be that some one, and I will be, too, whatever happens to me, if I must," she faintly added. I was dumb, but not from lack of interest, God knows, or from unsympathetic feeling for this brave-hearted girl. The significance of the situation was what held me speechless. Here was help for Arthur without my braving all the horrors of Carmel's downfall by any impulse act of my own. For a moment, hope in one burning and renewing flame soared high in my breast. I was willing to accept my release in this way. I was willing to shift the load from my own back to the delicate shoulders of this shrinking but ardent girl. The reason returned, if consideration halted, and I asked myself, but is the help she offered of any practical worth? Would her timid declarations, trembling as she was between her awe and her parents and her desire to serve the man she loved, weigh in the balance against the evidence accumulated by the district attorney? It seemed doubtful. She would not be believed, and I should have to back up her statement with my own hitherto suppressed testimony. It was a hard case, any way I looked at it. A woman to be sacrificed whichever course I took. Contemplating the tremulous, half fainting figure drooping in the shadows before me, such native chivalry as remained to me urged me to spare this little friend of mine, so ungifted by nature, so innocent in intention, so sensitive and so shrinking in temperament and habit. Then Carmel's image rose before me, glorious, impassioned, driven by the fierce onrush of some mighty inherent force into violent deeds undreamt of by most women, but when thus undriven, gentle in manner, elevated in thought, refined as only a few rare characters are refined, and my heart stood still again with doubt, and I could not say, "It is your duty to save him at all hazards. Brave your father, brave your mother, brave public opinion, and possibly the wrecking of your whole future, but tell the truth and rid your days of doubt, your nights of remorse." I could not say this. So many things might happen to save Arthur, to save Carmel, and to save the little woman before me. I would trust that future, temporize a bit and give such advice as would relieve us both from immediate fear without compromising Arthur's undoubted rights to justice. Meanwhile, Ella Fulton had become distracted by new fears. The sound of sleigh bells could be heard on the hill. It might be her father. Should she try to reach the house, or hide her small body, like a trapped animal's, on the dark side of the hedge? I was conscious of her thoughts, shared her uncertainties, notwithstanding the struggle then going on in my own mind. But I remained quiet and so did she, and the sleigh ultimately flew past us up the road. The sigh which broke from her lips as this terror subsided brought my disordered thoughts to a focus. I must not keep her longer. Something must be said at once. As soon as she looked my way again, I spoke. "Ella, this is no easy problem you have offered me. You are right in thinking that this testimony of yours might be of benefit to Arthur, and that you ought to give it in case of extremity. But I cannot advise you to obtrude it yet. I understand what it would cost you, and the sacrifice you would make is too great for the doubtful good which might follow. Neither must you trust me to act for you in this matter. My own position is too unstable for me to be of assistance to anyone. I can sympathize with you, possibly as no one else can, but I cannot reach Arthur, either by word or by message. Your father is the man to appeal to in case interference becomes necessary and you must speak. You have not quite the same fear of him that you have of your mother. Take him into your confidence, not now but later when things press and you must have a friend. He is a just man. You may shock his fatherly susceptibilities, you may even lose some of his regard, but he will do the right thing by you and Arthur. Have confidence that this is so, and rest, little friend, in the hope and help it gives you. Will you?" "I will try. I could only tell father on my knees, but I will do it if I must." She faltered out, unconsciously repeating her former phrase. "Now I must go. You have been good, only I asked too much." And then, with no other farewell, she left me and disappeared up the walk. I lingered till I heard the faint click of her key in the door she had secretly made her own. Then I moved on. As I did so, I heard a rustle somewhere about me on street or lawn. I never knew whence it came, but I felt assured that neither her fears nor mine had been quite unfounded, that a listener had been posted somewhere near us, and that a part, if not all we had said, had been overheard. I was furious for an instant; then the soothing thought came, that possibly Providence had ordained that the Gordian knot should be cut in just this way. But the event bore no ostensible fruit. The week ended, and the case of the people against Arthur Cumberland was moved for trial. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 24. All this stood. It's fit this royal session do proceed, and that, without delay, their arguments be now produced and heard. King Henry VIII. There was difficulty, as you will conceive, in selecting an unprejudiced jury. But this once having been accomplished, the case went quickly and smoothly on, under the able guidance of the prosecuting attorney. I shall spare you the opening details, also much of the preliminary testimony. Enough that at the close of the sixth day the outlook was a serious one for Arthur Cumberland. The prosecution appeared to be making good its claims. The quiet and unexpectedly dignified way in which, at the beginning, the defendant had faced the whole antagonistic court-room with the simple plea of "not guilty," was being slowly but surely forgotten in the accumulated proofs of his discontented life under his sister's dominating influence, his desire for independence and a free use of the money held in trust for him by his sister under their father's will, the quarrels which such a situation would naturally evoke between characters cast in such different moulds and actuated by such opposing tastes and principles, and the final culmination of the same at the dinner-table when Adelaide forced him, as it were, to subscribe to her prohibition of all further use of liquor in their house. Following this evidence of motive came the still more damaging one of opportunity. He was shown to have been in the club-house at or near the time of Adelaide's death. The matter of the bottles was gone into and the event in Cuthbert Road. Then I was called to the stand, and my testimony asked for. I had prepared myself for the ordeal, and faced it unflinchingly. That I might keep intact the one point necessary to Carmel's safety, I met my inquisitors, now as before, with the utmost candour in all other respects. Indeed, in one particular I was even more exact in my details than at any previous examination. Anxious to explain my agitated and hesitating advance through the club-house prior to my discovery of the crime which had been committed there, I acknowledged that I had hitherto concealed that in my first entrance into the building I had come upon a man's derby hat and coat hanging in the lower hall, and when questioned more minutely on the subject, allowed it to appear that it was owing to the disappearance of these articles during my stay upstairs that I had been led into saying that some one had driven away from the Whispering Pines before the coming of the police. This, as you will see, was in open contradiction to my former statements that I had seen an unknown party, thus attired, driving away through the upper gateway just as I entered the lower. But it was a contradiction which, while noted by Mr. Moffat, failed to injure me with the jury, and much less with the spectators. The impression had become so firmly fixed in the public mind, and in that of certain officials as well, that my early hesitations and misstatements were owing to a brotherly anxiety to distract attention from Arthur, whose clothing they believed me to have recognized in these articles I have mentioned, that I rather gained than lost by what, under other circumstances, would have seriously damaged my testimony; that I should prevaricate even to my own detriment at a preliminary examination only to tell the truth openly and like a man when in court and under the sanctity of an oath was, in the popular estimation, something to my credit; and Mr. Moffat, whose chief recommendation as counsel lay in his quick appreciation of the exigencies of the moment, did not press me too sharply on this point when he came to his cross-examination. But in other respects he drove me hard. An effort was made by him, first of all, to discredit me as a witness. My lack of appreciation for Adelaide and my secret but absorbing love for Carmel were inexorably brought out; also the easy, happy-go-lucky tenor of my life, and my dogged persistence in any course I thought consistent with my happiness. My character was well known in this town of my birth, and it would have been folly for me to attempt to gloss it over. I had not even the desire to do so. If my sins exacted penance, I would pay it here and now and to the full. Only Carmel should not suffer. I refused to admit that she had given any evidences of returning my reckless passion. My tongue would not speak the necessary words, and it was not made to. It was not her character but mine which Mr. Moffat was endeavouring to assail. But though I was thus shown for what I was, in a manner most public and undesirable, neither the rulings of the court nor the attitude of the jury betrayed any loss of confidence in me as a credible witness, and seeing this, the wily lawyer shifted his ground and confined himself to an endeavour to shake me on certain definite and important points. How were the pillows heaped upon the couch? What ones at top, what ones at bottom? Which did I remove first, and why did I remove any of them? What had I expected to find? These questions answered, the still more to be dreaded ones followed of just how my betrothed looked at the moment I uncovered her face. Were the marks very plain upon her throat? How plain, and what did I mean by saying that I felt forced to lay my thumbs upon them? Was that a natural thing to do? Where was the candle at that moment? How many feet away? A candle does not give much light at that distance. Was I sure that I saw those marks immediately, that they were dark enough and visible enough to draw my eyes from her face which would naturally attract my gaze first? It was horrible, devilish, but I won through, only to meet the still more disturbing question as to whether I saw any other evidences of strangulation besides the marks. I could only mention the appearance of the eyes, and when Mr. Moffat found that he could not shake me on this point, he branched off into a less harrowing topic and cross-examined me in regard to the ring. I had said that it was on her hand when I bade good-bye to her in her own house, and that it was not there when I came upon her dead. Had the fact made me curious to examine her hand? No. Then I could not tell whether the finger on which she wore it gave any evidence of this ring having been pulled off with violence? No. I could not swear that in my opinion it was? I could not. The small flask of cordial and the 3 glasses, one clean and the others showing signs of having been used, were next taken up, but with no result from the defence. I had told all I knew about these in my direct examination, also about such matters as the bottles found on the kitchen table, the leaving of my keys at the Cumberland house, and the fact, well known, that the 2 bottles of wine left in the wine vault and tabulated by the steward as so left in the list found in my apartments, were of an exclusive brand unlikely to be found anywhere else in town. I could add nothing more, and having spoken the exact truth concerning them from the very first, I ran no chance of contradicting myself even under the close fire of the opposing counsel. But there was a matter I dreaded to see him approach, and which I was equally sure, with an insight unshared, I believe, by any one else in the whole court room, was equally dreaded by the prisoner. This was the presence in the club house chimney of the half burned letter I had long ago been compelled, in my own defence, to acknowledge having written to the victim's young sister, Carmel Cumberland. As I saw District Attorney Fox about to enter upon this topic, I gathered myself together to meet the onslaught, for in this matter I could not be strictly truthful, since the least slip on my part might awaken the whole world to the fact that it could only have come there through the agency of Carmel herself. What Mr. Moffat thought of it, what he hoped to prove in the prisoner's behalf by raking this subject over, it was left for me to discover later. The prisoner was an innocent man in his eyes, I was not, and while the time had not come for him to make this openly apparent, he was not able showing even now that the case contained a factor which weakened the prosecution, a factor totally dissociated with the openly accepted theory that the crime was simply the result of personal cupidity and drunken spite. And in this he was right. It did weakened it to the point of collapse, if the counsel for the defence had fully acted up to his opportunity. But something withheld him. Just at the moment when I feared the truth must come out, he hesitated and veered gradually away from this subject. In his nervous pacings to and fro before the witness stand, his eye had rested for a moment on Arthur's, and with this result. The situation was saved, but at a great loss to the defendant. I began to cherish softened feelings towards Arthur Cumberland from this moment. Was it then or later that he began in his turn to cherish new and less hostile feelings toward myself? He had hated me and vowed my death if I escaped the fate he could now dimly see opening out before himself. Yet I could see that he was glad to see me slip from my tormentor's hands with my story unimpeached, and that he drew his breath more deeply and with more evidence of freedom, now that my testimony had been thoroughly sifted, and nothing had come to light implicating Carmel. I even thought I caught a kindly gleam in his eye as it met mine at this critical juncture, and by its light I understood my man and what he hoped from me. He wished me at any risk to himself to unite with him in saving Carmel's good name. That I should accede to this, that I should respect his generous wishes and let him go to unmerited destruction for even so imperative an obligation as we both lay under, was a question for the morrow. I could not decide upon it to-day, not while the smallest hope remained that he would yet escape conviction by other means than the one which would wreck the life we were both intent on saving. Several short examinations followed mine, all telling in their nature, all calculated to fix in the minds of the jury the following facts. Pray pardon the repetition. It is necessary to present the case to you just as it stood at this period of my greatest struggle. 1. That Arthur, swayed by cupidity and moved to rage by the scene at the dinner table, had, by some unknown means of a more or less violent character, prevailed upon Adelaide to accompany him to the Whispering Pines in the small cutter to which, in the absence of every servant about the place, he himself had harnessed the grey mare. 2. That in preparation for this visit to a spot remote from observation and closed against all visitors, they, still for some unknown reason, had carried between them a candlestick and candle, a flask of cordial, 3 glasses, and a small bottle marked poison, also some papers, letters or scraps of correspondence, among them the compromising line I had written to Carmel. 3. that while in this building, at an hour not yet settled, a second altercation had arisen between them, or some attempt been made by the brother which had alarmed Adelaide and sent her flying to the telephone, in great agitation, with an appeal to the police for help. This telephone was in a front room, and the jury was led to judge that she had gained access to it while her companion ransacked the wine vault and brought the 6 bottles of spirit up from the cellar. 4. That her outcry had alarmed the prisoner in his turn, causing him to leave most of the bottles below and hasten up to the room, where he completed the deed with which he had previously threatened her. 5. That poison having failed, he resorted to strangulation, after which, or before, came the robbery of her ring, the piling up of the cushions over the body in a vain endeavour to hide the dead, or to prolong the search for the victim. Then the departure, the locking of the front door behind the perpetrator, the flight of the grey horse and cutter through the blinding storm, the blowing off of the driver's hat, the identification of the same by means of the flour mark left on its brim by the mechanic's wife, the presence of a portion of one of the 2 abstracted bottles in the stable where the horse was put up, and the appearance of Arthur with the other bottle at the door of the inn in Cuthbert Road, just as the clock was striking 11:30. This later fact might have been regarded as proving an alibi, owing to the length of road between the Cumberland house and the place just mentioned, if there had not been a short cut to town open to him by means of a door in the wall separating the Cumberland and Fulton grounds, a door which was found unlocked, and with the key in it, by Zadok Brown, the coachman, when he came home about 3 next morning. All this stood. Not an item of this testimony could be shaken. Most of it was true, some of it false, but what was false so unassailable by any ordinary means that, as I have already said, the clouds seemed settling heavily over Arthur Cumberland when, at the end of the 6th day, the proceedings closed. The night that followed was a heavy one for me. Then came the fateful morrow, and after that, the day of days destined to make a lifelong impression on all who attended this trial. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25, Part 1 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 25, Part 1. I am innocent. All is oblique. There's nothing level in our cursed natures, but direct villainy. Therefore be abhorred all feasts, societies, and throngs of men, his semblable, yea himself, Timon disdains. Timon of Athens. I was early in my seat. Feeling the momentousness of the occasion, for this day must decide my action for or against the prisoner, I searched the faces of the jury, of the several counsel, and of the judge. I was anxious to know what I had to expect from them, in case my conscience got the better of my devotion to Carmel's interests, and led me into that declaration of the real facts which was forever faltering on my tongue without having as yet received the final impetus which could only end in speech. To give him his rightful precedence, the judge showed an impenetrable countenance, but little changed from that with which he had faced us all from the start. He, like most of the men involved in these proceedings, had been a close friend of the prisoner's father, and, in his capacity of judge in this momentous trial, had had to contend with his personal predilections, possibly with concealed sympathies, if not with equally well concealed prejudices. This had lent to his aspect a sternness never observable in it before, but no man, even the captious Mr. Moffat, had seriously questioned his rulings, and whatever the cost to himself, he had, up to this time, held the scales of justice so evenly that it would have taken an audacious mind to have ventured on an interpretation of his real attitude or mental leaning in this case. From this imposing presence, nobly sustained by a well-proportioned figure and a head and face indicative of intellect and every kindly attribute, I turned to gaze upon Mr. Fox and his colleagues. One spirit seemed to animate them, confidence in their case and unqualified satisfaction at its present status. I was conscious of a certain ironic impulse to smile as I noted the eager whisper and the bustle of preparation with which they settled upon their next witness and prepared to open their batteries upon him. How easily I could call down that high look, and into what a turmoil I could throw them all by an ingenuous demand to be recalled to the stand. But the psychological moment had not yet come, and I subdued the momentary impulse and proceeded with my scrutiny of the people about me. The jury looked tired, with the exception of one especially alert little man who drank in even the most uninteresting details with avidity. But they all had good faces, and none could doubt their interest or that they were fully alive to the significance of the occasion. Mr. Moffat, leading counsel for the defendant, was a spare man of unusual height, modified a little, and only a little, by the forward droop of his shoulders. Nervous in manner, quick, short, sometimes rasping in speech, he had the changeful eye and mobile expression of a very sensitive nature, and from him, if from any one, I might hope to learn how much or how little Arthur had to fear from the day's proceedings. But Mr. Moffat's countenance was not as readable as usual. He looked preoccupied, a strange thing for him, and instead of keeping his eye on the witness, as was his habitual practice, he allowed it to wander over the sea of heads before him with a curious expectant interest which aroused my own curiosity and led me to hunt about for its cause. My first glance was unproductive. I saw only the usual public, such as had confronted us the whole week, with curious and increasing interest, but as I searched further, I discerned in an inconspicuous corner the bowed head, veiled almost beyond recognition, of Ella Fulton. It was her first appearance in court. Each day I had anticipated her presence, and each day I had failed to see my anticipations realized. But she was here now, and so were her father and her cold and dominating mother, and beholding her thus accompanied, I fancied I understood Mr. Moffat's poorly concealed excitement. But another glance at Mrs. Fulton assured me that I was mistaken in this hasty surmise. No such serious purpose, as I feared, lay back of their presence here to-day. Curiosity alone explained it, and as I realized what this meant, and how little understanding it betokened of the fierce struggle then going on in the timid breast of their distracted child, a sickening sense of my own responsibility drove Carmel's beauty and Carmel's claims temporarily from my mind, and following the direction of Ella's thoughts, if not her glances, I sought in the face of the prisoner a recognition of her presence, if not of the promise this presence brought him. His eye had just fallen on her. I was assured of this by the sudden softening of his expression, the first real softening I had ever seen in it. It was but a momentary flash, but it was unmistakable in its character, as was his speedy return to his former stolidity. Whatever his thoughts were at sight of his little sweetheart, he meant to hide them even from his counsel, most of all from his counsel, I decided after a further contemplation of them both. If Mr. Moffat still showed nervousness, it was from some other reason than anxiety about this little body hiding from sight behind the proudly held figures of father and mother. The opening testimony of the day, while not vital, was favourable to the prosecution in that it showed Arthur's conduct since the murder to have been inconsistent with perfect innocence. His belated return at noon the next day, raging against a man who had been found in an incriminating position on the scene of crime, while at the same time failing to betray his own presence there till driven to it by accumulating circumstances and the persistent inquiries of the police, the care he took to avoid drink, though constant tippling was habitual to him and formed the great cause of quarrel between himself and the murdered Adelaide, his haunting of Carmel's door and anxious listening for any words she might let fall in her delirium, the suspicion which he constantly betrayed of the nurse when for any reason he was led to conclude that she had heard something which he had not, his behaviour at the funeral, and finally his action in demanding to have the casket lid removed that he might look again in the face he had made no effort to gaze upon when opportunity offered and time and place were seemly. These facts and many more were brought forward in grim array against the prisoner, with but little opposition from his counsel and small betrayal of feeling on the part of Arthur himself. His stolid face had remained stolid even when the ring which had fallen out of his sister's casket was shown to the jury, and the connection made between its presence there and the intrusion of his hand into the same on the occasion above mentioned. This once thoughtless, pleasure-loving, and hopelessly dissipated boy had not miscalculated his nerve. It was sufficient for an ordeal which might have tried the courage and self-possession of the most hardened criminal. Then came the great event of the day, in anticipation of which the court-room had been packed, and every heart within it awakened by slow degrees to a state of great nervous expectancy. The prosecution rested and the junior counsel for the defence opened his case to the jury. If I had hoped for any startling disclosure, calculated to establish his client's alleged alibi, or otherwise to free the same from the definite charge of murder, I had reason to be greatly disappointed by this maiden effort of a young and inexperienced lawyer. If not exactly weak, there was an unexpected vagueness in his statements which seemed quite out of keeping with the emphatic declaration which he made on the prisoner's innocence. Even Arthur was sensible of the bad effect made by this preliminary address. More than once during its delivery, and notably at its conclusion, he turned to Mr. Moffat with a bitter remark, which was not without effect on that gentleman's cheek, and at once called forth a retort stinging enough to cause Arthur to sink back into his place with the first sign of restlessness I had observed in him. Moffat is sly. Moffat has something up his sleeve. I will wait till he sees fit to show it, was my thought. Then, as I caught a wild and pleading look from Ella, I added in positive assertion to myself, and so must she. Answering her unspoken appeal with an admonitory shake of the head, I carelessly let my fingers rest upon my mouth until I saw that she understood me and was prepared to follow my lead for a little while longer. My satisfaction at this was curtailed by the calling of Arthur Cumberland to the stand to witness in his own defence. I had dreaded this contingency. I saw that for some reason both his counsel and associate counsel were not without their own misgivings as to the result of their somewhat doubtful experiment. A change was observable in this degenerate son of the Cumberlands since many there had confronted him face to face. Physically he was improved. Enough time had elapsed since his sudden dropping of old habits for him to have risen above its first effects, and to have acquired that tone of personal dignity which follows a successful issue to any moral conflict. But otherwise the difference was such as to arouse doubt as to the real man lurking behind his dogged, uncommunicative manner. Even with the knowledge of his motives which I believed myself to possess, I was at a loss to understand his indifference to self and the immobility of manner he maintained under all circumstances and during every fluctuation which took place in the presentation of his case, or in the temper of the people surrounding him. I felt that beyond the one fact that he could be relied upon to protect Carmel's name and Carmel's character, even to the jeopardizing of his case, he was not to be counted on, and might yet startle many of us, and most notably of all, the little woman waiting to hear what he had to say in his own defence before she threw herself into the breach and made that devoted attempt to save him, in his own despite, which had been my terror from the first, and was my terror now. Perjury! But not in his own defence, rather in opposition to it. That is what his counsel had to fear, and I wondered if they knew it. My attention became absorbed in the puzzle. Carmel's fate, if not Ella's, and certainly my own, hung upon the issue. This I knew, and this I faced, calmly but very surely, as, the preliminary questions having been answered, Mr. Moffat proceeded. The witness's name having been demanded and given and some other preliminary formalities gone through, he was asked: "Mr. Cumberland, did you have any quarrel with your sister during the afternoon or evening of December the 2nd?" "I did." Then, as if not satisfied with this simple statement, he blurted forth: "And it wasn't the first. I hated the discipline she imposed upon me, and the disapproval she showed of my ways and the manner in which I chose to spend my money." A straightforward expression of feeling, but hardly a judicious one. Judge Edwards glanced, in some surprise, from Mr. Moffat to the daring man who could choose thus to usher in his defence, and then, forgetting his own emotions, in his instinctive desire for order, rapped sharply with his gavel in correction of the audible expression of a little feeling on the part of the expectant audience. Mr. Moffat, apparently unaffected by this result of his daring move, pursued his course with the quiet determination of one who sees his goal and is working deliberately towards it. "Do you mind particularizing? Of what did she especially disapprove in your conduct or way of spending money?" "She disapproved of my fondness for drink. She didn't like my late hours, or the condition in which I frequently came home. I did not like her expressions of displeasure, or the way she frequently cut me short when I wanted to have a good time with my friends. We never agreed. I made her suffer often and unnecessarily. I regret it now. She was a better sister to me than I could then understand." This was uttered slowly and with a quiet emphasis which reawakened that excited hum the judge had been at such pains to quell a moment before. But he did not quell it now. He seemed to have forgotten his duty in the strong interest called up by these admissions from the tongue of the most imperturbable prisoner he had had before him in years. Mr. Moffat, with an eye on District Attorney Fox, who had shown his surprise at the trend the examination was taking by a slight indication of uneasiness, grateful enough, no doubt, to the daring counsellor, went on with his examination. "Mr. Cumberland, will you tell us when you first felt this change of opinion in regard to your sister?" Mr. Fox leaped to his feet. Then he slowly reseated himself. Evidently he thought it best to let the prisoner have his full say. Possibly he may have regretted his leniency the next moment when, With a solemn lowering of his head, Arthur answered: "When I saw my home desolated in one dreadful night, with one sister dead in the house, the victim of violence, and another delirious from fright or some other analogous cause, I had ample time to think, and I used that time. That's all." Simple words, read or repeated, but in that crowded court room, with every ear strained to catch the lie which seemed the only refuge for the man so hemmed in by circumstance, these words, uttered without the least attempt at effect, fell with a force which gave new life to such as wished to see this man acquitted. His counsel, as if anxious to take advantage of this very expectation to heighten the effect of what followed, proceeded immediately to inquire: "When did you see your sister Adelaide for the last time alive?" A searching question. What would be his reply? A very quiet one. That night at the dinner table, when I left the room I turned to look at her. She was not looking at me, so I slammed the door and went upstairs. In an hour or so I had left the house to get a drink. I got the drink, but I never saw Adelaide again till I saw her in her coffin. This blunt denial of the crime for which he stood there arraigned fell on my heart with a weight which showed me how inextinguishable is the hope we cherish deep down under all surface convictions. I had been unconscious of this hope, but it was there. It seemed to die a double death at these words. For I believed him. Courage is needed for a lie. There were no signs visible in him, as yet, of his having drawn upon this last resource of the despairing. I should know it when he did. He could not hide the subtle change from me. To others, this declaration came with greater or less force, according as it was viewed in the light of a dramatic trick of Mr. Moffat's, or as the natural outburst of a man fighting for his life in his own way and with his own weapons. I could not catch the eye of Ella cowering low in her seat, so I could not judge what tender chords had been struck in her sensitive breast by these two assertions so dramatically offset against each other. The one, his antagonism to the dead; the other, his freedom from the crime in which that antagonism was supposed to have culminated. Mr. Moffat, satisfied so far, put his next question with equal directness. "Mr. Cumberland, you have mentioned seeing your sister in her coffin. When was this?" "At the close of her funeral, just before she was carried out." "Was that the first and only time you had seen her so placed?" "It was." "Had you seen the casket itself prior to this moment of which you speak?" "I had not." "Had you been near it? Had you handled it in any way?" "No, sir." "Mr. Cumberland, you have heard mention made of a ring worn by your sister in life, but missing from her finger after death?" "I have." "You remember this ring?" "I do." "Is this it?" "It is, so far as I can judge at this distance." "Hand the ring to the witness," ordered the judge. The ring was so handed. He glanced at it and said bitterly: "I recognize it. It was her engagement ring." "Was this ring on her finger that night at the dinner table?" "I cannot say positively, but I believe so. I should have noticed its absence." "Why, may I ask?" For the first time the prisoner flushed, and the look he darted at his counsel had the sting of a reproach in it. Yet he answered: "It was the token of an engagement I didn't believe in or like. I should have hailed any proof that this engagement was off." Mr. Moffat smiled enigmatically. "Mr. Cumberland, if you are not sure of having seen this ring, then, when did you see it and where?" a rustle from end to end of that crowded court-room. This was an audacious move. What was coming? What would be the answer of a man who was believed not only to have made himself a possessor of this ring, but to have taken a most strange and uncanny method of disposing of it afterward? In the breathless hush which followed this first involuntary expression of feeling, Arthur's voice rose, harsh but steady, in this reply: "I saw it when the police showed it to me, and asked me if I could identify it." "Was that the only time you have seen it up to the present moment?" Instinctively, the witness's right hand rose. It was as if he were mentally repeating his oath before he uttered coldly and with emphasis, though without any show of emotion: "It is." The universal silence gave way to a universal sigh of excitement and relief. District Attorney Fox's lips curled with an imperceptible smile of disdain, which might have impressed the jury if they had been looking his way; but they were all looking with eager and interested eyes at the prisoner, who had just uttered his second distinct and unequivocal denial. End of chapter 25, part 1. Chapter 25, Part 2 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 25, Part 2. I am innocent. Mr. Moffat noted this, and his own lip curled, but with a very different show of feeling from that which had animated his distinguished opponent. Without waiting for the present sentiment to cool, he proceeded immediately with his examination. "You swear that you have seen this ring but once since the night of your sister's death, and that was when it was shown you in the coroner's office?" "I do." "Does this mean that it was not in your possession at any time during that interim?" "It certainly does." "Mr. Cumberland, more than one witness has testified to the fact of your having been seen to place your hand in the casket of your sister before the eyes of the minister and of others attending her funeral. Is this true?" "It is." "Was not this a most unusual thing to do?" "Perhaps. I was not thinking about that. I had a duty to perform, and I performed it." "A duty? Will you explain to the jury what duty?" The witness's head rose, then sank. He, as well as every one else, seemed to be impressed by the solemnity of the moment. Though the intensity of my own interest would not allow my eyes to wander from his face, I could imagine the strained look in Ella's as she awaited his words. They came in another instant, but with less steadiness than he had shown before. I even thought I could detect a tremor in his muscles as well as in his voice. I had rebelled against my sister's wishes. I had grieved and deceived her up to the very night of her foul and unnatural death, and all through drink. Here his eye flashed, and for that fleeting moment he looked a man. I wished to take an oath I would remember. It was for this purpose I ordered the casket opened and thrust my fingers through the flowers I found there. When my fingers touched my sister's brow, I inwardly swore never to taste liquor again. I have kept that oath. Difficult as it was in my state of mind, and with all my troubles, I have kept it, and been misunderstood in doing so," he added, in lower tones, and with just a touch of bitterness. It was such an unexpected explanation, and so calculated to cause a decided and favourable reaction in the minds of those who had looked upon this especial act of his as an irrefutable proof of guilt, that it was but natural that some show of public feeling should follow. but this was checked almost immediately, and Mr. Moffat's voice was heard rising again in his strange but telling examination. "When you thrust your hand in to take this oath, did you drop anything into your sister's casket?" "I did not. My hand was empty. I held no ring and I dropped none in. I simply touched her forehead." This added to the feeling, and in another instant the excitement might have risen into hubbub, had not the emotions of one little woman found vent in a low and sobbing cry which relieved the tension and gave just the relief needed to hold in check the overstrained feelings of the crowd. I knew the voice and cast one quick glance that way, in time to see Ella sinking affrightedly out of sight under the dismayed looks of father and mother; then, anxious to note whether the prisoner had recognized her too, looked hastily back to find him standing quietly and unmoved, with his eyes on his counsel and his lips set in the stern line which was slowly changing his expression. That counsel, strangely alive to the temper and feelings of his audience, waited just long enough for the few simple and solemn words uttered by the accused man to produce their full effect; then, with a side glance at Mr. Fox, whose equanimity he had at last succeeded in disturbing, and whose cross-examination of the prisoner he had still to fear, continued his own examination by demanding why, when the ring was discovered in Adelaide's casket, and he saw what inferences would be drawn from the fact, he had not made an immediate public explanation of his conduct and the reasons he had had for putting his hand there. "I am not a moth," shot from the prisoner's lips, in his old manner. "A man who would take such an oath, in such a way, and at such a time, is not the man to talk about it until he is forced to. I would not talk about it now." He was checked at this point, but the glimpse we thus obtained of the natural man, in his indignant and sullen outburst, following so quickly upon the solemn declarations of the moment before, did more for him in the minds of those present than the suavest and most discreet answer given under the instigation of his counsel. Every face showed pleasure, and for a short space, if for no longer, all who listened were disposed to accept his assertions and accord the benefit of doubt to this wayward son of an esteemed father. To me, who had hoped nothing from Moffat's efforts, the substantial nature of the defence thus openly made manifest brought reanimation and an unexpected confidence in the future. The question as to who had dropped the ring into the casket if Arthur had not, the innocent children, the grieving servants, was latent of course in every breast, but it had not yet reached the point demanding expression. Meanwhile, the examination proceeded. "Mr. Cumberland, you have stated that you did not personally drop this ring into the place where it was ultimately found. Can you tell us of your own knowledge who did?" "I cannot. I know nothing about the ring. I was much surprised, probably more surprised than anyone else, to hear of its discovery in that place." The slip, and it was a slip for him to introduce that "more," was immediately taken advantage of by his counsel. "You say more? Why should it be more of a surprise to you than any one else to learn where this missing engagement ring of your sister's had been found?" Again that look of displeasure directed towards his questioner, and a certain additional hardness in his reply when he finally made it. I was her brother. I had a brother's antipathies and rightful suspicions. I could not see how that ring came to be where it was, when the only one interested in its restoration was in prison. This was a direct blow at myself, and of course called Mr. Fox to his feet with a motion to strike out this answer. An altercation followed between him and Mr. Moffatt, which, deeply as it involved my life and reputation, failed to impress me, as it might otherwise have done, If my whole mind had not been engaged in reconciling the difficulty about this ring with what I knew of Carmel and the probability which existed of her having been responsible for its removal from her sister's hand. But Carmel had been ill since, desperately ill and unconscious. She could have nothing to do with its disposal afterwards among the flowers at her sister's funeral. Nor had she been in a condition to delegate this act of concealment to another. Who, then, had been the intermediary in this business? The question was no longer a latent one in my mind; it was an insistent one, compelling me either to discredit Arthur's explanation, in which case anything might be believed of him, or to accept for good and all this new theory that some person of unknown identity had played an accessory's part in this crime, whose full burden I had hitherto laid upon the shoulders of the impetuous Carmel. Either hypothesis brought light. I began to breathe again the air of hope, and if observed at that moment, must have presented the odd spectacle of a man rejoicing in his own shame and accepting with positive uplift the inevitable stigma cast upon his honour by the suggestive sentence just hurled at him by an indignant witness. The point raised by the district attorney having been ruled upon and sustained by the court, Mr. Moffat made no effort to carry his inquiries any further in the direction indicated, but I could see, with all my inexperience of the law and the ways of attorneys before a jury, that the episode had produced its inevitable result, and that my position, as a man released from suspicion, had received a shock, the results of which I might yet be made to feel. A moment's pause followed, during which some of Mr. Moffat's nervousness returned. He eyed the prisoner doubtfully, found him stoical and as self-contained as at the beginning of his examination, and plunged into a topic which most people had expected him to avoid. I certainly had, and felt all the uncertainty and secret alarm which an unexpected move occasions where the issue is momentous with life or death. I was filled with terror, not for the man on trial, but for my secret. Was it shared by the defence? Was Mr. Moffat armed with a knowledge I thought confined to myself and Arthur? Had the latter betrayed the cause I had been led to believe he was ready to risk his life to defend? Had I mistaken his gratitude to myself, or had I underrated Mr. Moffat's insight or powers of persuasion? We had just been made witness to one triumph on the part of this able lawyer in a quarter deemed unassailable by the prosecution. Were we about to be made witness of another? I felt the sweat start on my forehead, and was only able to force myself into some show of self-possession by the evident lack of perfect assurance with which this same lawyer now addressed his client. The topic which had awakened in me these doubts and consequent agitation will appear from the opening question. "Mr. Cumberland, to return to the night of your sister's death. Can you tell us what overcoat you put on when leaving your house?" Arthur was astonished and certainly as disconcerted, if not as seriously alarmed as I was, by this extraordinary move. Surprise, anger, then some deeper feeling rang in his voice as he replied: "I cannot. I took down the first I saw and the first hat." The emphasis placed on the last three words may have been meant as a warning to his audacious counsel, but if so, it was not heeded. "Took down? Took down from where?" "From the rack in the hall where I hang my things, the side hall leading from the door where we usually go out." "Have you many coats? Overcoats, I mean." "More than one." "And you do not know which one you put on that cold night?" "I do not." "But you know what one you wore back?" "No." Short, sharp, and threatening was this "no." A war was on between this man and his counsel, and the wonder it occasioned was visible in every eye. Perhaps Mr. Moffat realized this. This was what he had dreaded, perhaps. At all events, he proceeded with his strange task, in apparent oblivion of everything but his own purpose. "You do not know what one you wore back?" "I do not." "You have seen the hat and coat which have been shown here and sworn to as being the ones in which you appeared on your return to the house the day following your sister's murder?" "I have." "Also the hat and coat found on a remote hook in the closet under the stairs, bearing the flower mark on its under brim?" "Yes, that too." "Yet cannot say which of these two overcoats you put on when you left your home an hour or so after finishing your dinner?" Trapped by his own lawyer, visibly and remorselessly trapped, the blood, shooting suddenly into the astonished prisoner's face, was reflected on the cheeks of the other lawyers present. Even Mr. Moffat betrayed his surprise, but it was a surprise not untinged by apprehension. Mr. Moffat must feel very sure of himself to venture thus far. I, who feared to ask myself the cause of his assurance, could only wait and search the partially visible face of little Ella for an enlightenment which was no more to be found there than in the swollen features of the outraged Arthur. The excitement which this event caused afforded the latter some few moments in which to quell his own indignation, and when he spoke, it was passionately, yet not without some effort at restraint. "I cannot. I was in no condition to notice. I was bent on going into town, and immediately upon coming downstairs I went straight to the rack and pulled on the first things that offered." It appeared to be a perfect give away. And it was, but it was rather a give away which, I feared, threatened Carmel rather than her brother. Mr. Moffat, still nervous, still avoiding the prisoner's eye, relentlessly pursued his course, unmindful, wilfully so, it appeared, of the harm he was doing himself as well as the witness. "Mr. Cumberland, were a coat and a hat all that you took from that hall?" "No. I took a key from the bunch which I saw lying on the table." "Did you recognize this key?" "I did." "What key was it?" "It belonged to Mr. Ranelagh, and was the key to the Clap House wine vault." "Where did you put it after taking it up?" "In my trousers pocket." "What did you do then?" "Went out, of course." "Without seeing anybody?" "Of course. Whom should I see?" It was angrily said, and the flush, which had begun to die away, slowly made its way back into his cheeks. "Are you willing to repeat that you saw no one?" "There was no one." A lie. All knew it, all felt it. The man was perjuring himself under his own counsel's persistent questioning on a point which that counsel had evidently been warned by him to avoid. I was assured of this by the way Moffat failed to meet Arthur's eye as he pressed on hastily and in a way to forestall all opposition. "There are two ways of leaving your house for the city. Which way did you take?" "The shortest. I went through my neighbour's grounds on Huested Street." "Immediately?" "As soon as I could. I don't know what you mean by immediately." "Didn't you stop at the stable?" A pause, during which more than one person present sat breathless. These questions were what might be expected from Mr. Fox in cross examination. They seemed totally unsuited to a direct examination at the hands of his own counsel. What did such an innovation mean? "Yes, I stopped at the stable." "What to do?" "To look at the horses." "Why?" "One of them had gone lame. I wanted to see his condition." Was it the grey mare? Had the defence changed places with the prosecution? It looked like it, and Arthur looked as if he considered Mr. Moffat guilty of the unheard of, inexplainable act of cross-examining his own witness. The situation was too tempting for Mr. Fox to resist calling additional attention to it. With an assumption of extreme consideration, he leaned forward and muttered under his breath to his nearest colleague, but still loud enough for those about him to hear: "The prisoner must know that he is not bound to answer questions when such answers tend to incriminate him." A lightning glance shot in his direction was the eloquent advocate's sole reply. But Arthur, nettled into speaking, answered the question put him, in a loud, quick tone. "It was not the grey mare, but I went up to the grey mare before going out. I petted her and bade her to be a good girl." "Where was she, then?" "Where she belonged, in her stall." The tones had sunk, so had the previously lifted head. He no longer commanded universal sympathy or credence. The effect of his former avowals was almost gone. Yet Mr. Moffat could smile. As I noticed this, and recognized the satisfaction it evinced, my heart went on, in great trouble. This esteemed advocate, the hero of 100 cases, was not afraid to have it known that Arthur had harnessed that mare. He even wanted it known. Why? There could be but one answer to that, or so I thought, at the moment. The next I did not know what to think, for he failed to pursue this subject, and simply asked Arthur if, upon leaving, he had locked the stable door. "No, I don't remember," was the bungling and greatly confused reply. Mr. Moffat glanced at the jury, the smile still upon his lips. Did he wish to impress that body with the embarrassment of his client? "Relate what followed. I am sure the jury will be glad to hear your story from your own lips." "It's a beastly one, but if I've got to tell it, here it is. I went straight down to Cuthbert Road, and across the fields to the club house. I had not taken the key to the front door, because I knew of a window I could shake loose. I did this and went immediately down to the wine vault. I used an electric torch of my own for light. I pulled out several bottles and carried them up to the kitchen, meaning to light the gas, kindle a fire, and have a good time generally. But I soon found that I must do without light if I stayed there. The meter had been taken out, and to drink by the flash of an electric torch was anything but a pleasing prospect. Besides," here he flashed at his counsel a glance which for a moment took that gentleman aback, "I had heard certain vague sounds in the house which alarmed me, as well as roused my curiosity. Choosing the bottle I liked best, I went to investigate these sounds." Mr. Moffat started. His witness was having his revenge. Kept in ignorance of his counsel's plan of defence, he was evidently advancing testimony new to that counsel. I had not thought the lad so subtle, and quaked in secret contemplation of the consequences. So did some others, but the interest was intense. He had heard sounds, he acknowledged it. But what sounds? Observing the excitement he had caused, and gratified, perhaps, that he had succeeded in driving that faint but unwelcome smile from Mr. Moffat's lips, Arthur hastened to add: "But I did not complete my investigations. Arrived at the top of the stairs, I heard what drove me from the house at once. It was my sister's voice, Adelaide's. She was in the building, and I stood almost on a level with her, with a bottle in my pocket. It did not take me a minute to clamber through the window. I did not stop to wonder, or ask why she was there, or to whom she was speaking. I just fled and made my way as well as I could across the golf links to a little hotel on Cuthbert Road, where I had been once before. There I emptied my bottle, and was so overcome by it that I did not return home till noon the next day. It was on the way to the hill that I was told of the awful occurrence which had taken place in the club house after I had left it. That sobered me. I have been sober ever since." Mr. Moffat's smile came back. One might have said that he had been rather pleased than otherwise by the introduction of this unexpected testimony. But I doubt if any one but myself witnessed this evidence of good humour on his part. Arthur's attitude and Arthur's manner had drawn all eyes to himself. As the last words I have recorded left his lips, he had raised his hands and confronted the jury with a straightforward gaze. The sturdiness and immobility of his aspect were impressive, in spite of his plain features and the still unmistakable signs of long cherished discontent and habitual dissipation. He had struck bottom with his feet, and there he would stand, or so I thought as I levelled my own glances at him. But I had not fully sounded all of Alonzo Moffat's resources. That inscrutable lawyer and not easily to be understood man seemed determined to mar every good impression this unfortunate client managed to make. Ignoring the new facts just given, undoubtedly thinking that they would be amply sifted in the coming cross-examination, he drew the attention of the prisoner to himself by the following question: "Will you tell us again how many bottles of wine you took from the club house?" "One. No, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure of anything. I had only one when at the inn in Cuthbert Road." "You remember but one?" "I had but one. One was enough. I had trouble in carrying that." "Was the ground slippery?" "It was snowy, and it was uneven. I stumbled more than once in crossing the links." "Mr. Cumberland, is there anything you would like to say in your own defence before I close this examination?" The prisoner thus appealed to let his eye rest for a moment on the judge, then on the jury, and finally on one little white face lifted from the crowd before him as if to meet and absorb his look. Then he straightened himself, and in a quiet and perfectly natural voice uttered these words: "Nothing but this. I am innocent." End of chapter 25, part 2. Chapter 26 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 26. The Syllable of Doom. I alit on a great ship lightning split, and speeded hither on the sigh of one who gave an enemy his plank, then plunged aside to die. Prometheus Unbound. Recess followed. Clifton and I had the opportunity of exchanging a few words. He was voluble, I was reticent. I felt obliged to hide from him the true cause of the deep agitation under which I was labouring. Attached as he was to me, keenly as he must have felt my anomalous position, he was too full of Moffat's unwarrantable introduction of testimony damaging to his client to think or talk of anything else. He has laid him open to attack on every side. Fox has but to follow his lead, and the thing is done. Poor Arthur may be guilty, but he certainly should have every chance a careful lawyer could give him. You can see, he makes it very evident that he has no further use for Moffat. I wonder under whose advice he chose him for his counsel. I have never thought much of Moffat myself. He wins his cases, but— "He will win this," I muttered. Clifton started, looked at me very closely for a minute, paled a little, I fear that I was very pale myself, but did not ask the question rising to his lips. "There is method in the madness of a man like that," I pursued with a gloom I could not entirely conceal. "He has come upon some evidence which he has not even communicated to his client. At least I fear so. We must be prepared for any untoward event." Then, noticing Clifton's alarm and wishing to confine it within safe bounds, I added, "I feel that I am almost as much on trial as Arthur himself. Naturally, I am anxious at the appearance of anything I do not understand." Clifton frowned. We were quite alone. Leaning forward, he touched my arm. "Elwood," said he, "you have not been quite open with me." I smiled. If half the bitterness and sorrow in my heart went into that smile, it must have been a sad and bitter one indeed. "You have a right to reproach me," said I, "but not wholly. I did not deceive you in essentials. You may still believe me as guiltless of Adelaide's violent death as a man can be who drove her and hers into misery which death alone could end." "I will believe it," he muttered. "I must." And he dropped the subject, as he made me see, for ever. I drew a deep breath of relief. I had come very near to revealing my secret. When we returned to the court room, we found it already packed with a very subdued and breathless crowd. It differed somewhat from the one which had faced us in the morning, but Ella and her parents were there and many others of the acknowledged friends of the accused and of his family. He himself wore the heavy and dogged air which became him least. Physically refreshed, he carried himself boldly, but it was a boldness which convinced me that any talk he may have had with his lawyer had been no more productive of comfort than the one I had held with mine. As he took the witness chair and prepared to meet the cross examination of the district attorney, a solemn hush settled upon the room. Would the coming ordeal rob his brow of its present effrontery, or would he continue to bear himself with the same surly dignity, which, misunderstood as it was, produced its own effect, and at certain moments seemed to shake even the confidence of Mr. Fox, settled as he seemed to be in his belief in the integrity of his cause and the right of the prosecution? Shaken or not, his attack was stern, swift, and to the point. "Was the visit you made to the wine vault on the evening of the 2nd of December the first one you had ever paid there?" "No. I had been there once before. But I always paid for my depredations," he added proudly. "The categorical answer, Mr. Cumberland. Anything else is superfluous." Arthur's lip curled, but only for an instant, and nothing could have exceeded the impassiveness of his manner as Mr. Fox went on. "Then you knew the way?" "Perfectly." "And the lock?" "Sufficiently well to open it without difficulty." "How long do you think you were in entering the house and procuring these bottles?" "I cannot say. I have no means of knowing. I never thought of looking at my watch." "Not when you started? Not when you left Cuthbert Road?" "No, sir." "But you know when you left the club house to go back?" "Only by this. It had not yet begun to snow. I am told that the first flakes fell that night at 10 minutes to 11. I was on the golf links when this happened. You can fix the time yourself. Pardon me," he added, with decided ill grace as he met Mr. Fox's frown. "I forgot your injunction." Mr. Fox smiled an acrid smile as he asked, "Whereabouts on the golf links? They extend for some distance, you remember." "They are 600 yards across from first tee to the third hole, which is the nearest one to Cuthbert Road," Arthur particularized. No, I can't tell you just where I was at that moment. It was a good ways from the house. The snow came on very fiercely. For a little while I could not see my way." How not see your way? The snow flew into my eyes. Crossing the links? Yes, sir, crossing the links. But the storm came from the west. It should have beaten against your back. Back or front, it bothered me. I could not get on as fast as I wished. Mr. Fox cast a look at the jury. Did they remember the testimony of the landlord that Mr. Cumberland's coat was as thickly plastered with snow on the front as it had been on the back? He seemed to gather that they did, for he went on at once to say: "You are accustomed to the links? You have crossed them often?" "Yes, I play golf there all summer." "I am not alluding to the times when you play. I mean to ask whether or not you had ever before crossed them directly to Cuthbert Road." "Yes, I had." "In a storm?" "No, not in a storm." "How long did it take you that time to reach Cuthbert Road from the Whispering Pines?" Mr. Moffat bounded to his feet, but the prisoner had answered before he could speak. "Just 15 minutes." "How came you to know the time so exactly?" "Because that day I did look at my watch. I had an engagement in the lower town, and had only 20 minutes in which to keep it. I was on time." Honest at the core. This boy was growing rapidly in my favour. But this frank but unwise answer was not pleasing to his counsel, who would have advised, no doubt, a more general and less precise reply. However, it had been made, and Moffatt was not a man to cry over spilt milk. He did not even wince when the district attorney proceeded to elicit from the prisoner that he was a good walker, not afraid in the least of snowstorms, and had often walked, in the teeth of the gale, twice a distance in less than half an hour. Now, as the storm that night had been at his back, and he was in a hurry to reach his destination, it was evidently incumbent upon him to explain how he had managed to use up the intervening time of 40 minutes before entering the hotel at 11:30. "Did you stop in the midst of the storm to take a drink?" asked the district attorney. As the testimony of the landlord in Cuthbert Road had been explicit as to the fact of his having himself uncorked the bottle which the prisoner had brought into the hotel, Arthur could not plead yes. He must say no, and he did. "I drank nothing. I was too busy thinking. I was so busy thinking I wandered all over those links." "In the blinding snow?" "Yes, in the snow. What did I care for the snow? I did not understand my sister being in the club house. I did not like it. I was tempted at times to go back." "And why didn't you?" "Because I was more of a brute than a brother. Because Cuthbert Road drew me in spite of myself. Because—" He stopped with the first hint of emotion we had seen in him since the morning. "I did not know what was going on in there, or I should have gone back," he flashed out, with a defiant look at his counsel. Again sympathy was with him. Mr. Fox had won but little in his first attempt. He seemed to realize this, and shifted his attack to a point more vulnerable. "When you heard your sister's voice in the club house, how did you think she had got into the building?" "By means of the keys Ranelagh had left at the house." "When, instead of taking the whole bunch, you took the one key you wanted from the ring, did you do so with any idea she might want to make use of the rest?" "No, I never thought of it. I never thought of her at all." "You took your one key and let the rest lie?" "You've said it." "Was this before or after you put on your overcoat?" "I'm not sure. After, I think. Yes, it was after, for I remember that I had a deuce of a time unbuttoning my coat to get at my trousers pocket." "You dropped this key into your trousers pocket?" "I did." "Mr. Cumberland, let me ask you to fix your memory on the moments you spent in the hall. Did you put on your hat before you pocketed the key, or afterwards?" "My hat? How can I tell? My mind wasn't on my hat. I don't know when I put it on." You absolutely do not remember? No. Nor where you took it from? No. Whether you saw the keys first and then went for your hat, or having pocketed the key, waited? I did not wait. Did not stand by the table thinking? No, I was in too much of a hurry. So that you went straight out? Yes, as quickly as I could. The district attorney paused, to be sure of the attention of the jury. When he saw that every eye of that now thoroughly aroused body was on him, he proceeded to ask, "Does that mean immediately, or as soon as you could after you had made certain preparations, or held certain talk with some one you called, or who called to you?" "I called to nobody. I went out immediately." It was evident that he lied, evident, too, that he had little hope from his lie. Uneasiness was taking the place of confidence in this youthful, untried, undisciplined mind. Carmel had spoken to him in the hall. I guessed it then, I knew it afterward, and he thought to deceive this court and blindfold a jury whose attention had been drawn to this point by his own counsel. District Attorney Fox smiled. "How, then, did you get into the stable?" "The stable? Oh, I had no trouble in getting into the stable." "Was it unlocked?" A slow flush broke over the prisoner's whole face. He saw where he had been landed, and took a minute to pull himself together before he replied. "I had the key to that door, too. I got it out of the kitchen." "You have not spoken of going into the kitchen." "I have not spoken of coming downstairs." "You went into the kitchen?" "Yes." "When?" "When I first came down." "That is not in accordance with your direct testimony. On the contrary, you said that, on coming downstairs, you went straight to the rack for your overcoat. Stenographer, read what the prisoner said on this topic." A rustling of leaves, distinctly to be heard in the death-like silence of the room, was followed by the reading of this reply and answer. "Yet you cannot say which of these two overcoats you put on when you left your home an hour or so after finishing your dinner?" "I cannot. I was in no condition to notice. I was bent on going into town and, on coming downstairs, I went straight to the rack and pulled on the first things that offered." The prisoner stood immobile, but with a deepening line gathering on his brow until the last word fell. Then he said, "I forgot. I went for the key before I put on my overcoat. I wanted to know how the sick horse looked." "Did you drop this key into your pocket, too?" "No. I carried it into the hall." "What did you do with it there?" "I don't know. Put it on the table, I suppose." "Don't you remember? There were other keys lying on this table. Don't you remember what you did with the one in your hand while you took the clubhouse key from the midst of Mr. Ranelagh's bunch?" "I laid it on the table. I must have. There was no other place to put it." "Laid it down by itself?" "Yes." "And you took it up when you went out?" "Of course." "Carrying it straight to the stable?" "Naturally." "What did you do with it when you came out?" "I left it in the stable door." "You did? What excuse have you to give for that?" "None. I was reckless and didn't care for anything. That's all." "Yet you took several minutes, for all your hurry and your indifference, to get the stable key and look in at a horse that wasn't sick enough to keep your coachman home from a dance?" The prisoner was silent. "You have no further explanation to give on this subject?" "No. All fellows who love horses will understand." The district attorney shrugged his answer away before he went on to say, "You have listened to Zadok Brown's testimony. When he returned at 3, he found the stable door locked, and the key hanging up on its usual nail in the kitchen. How do you account for this?" "There are 2 ways." "Mention them, if you please." Zadok had been to a dance, and may not have been quite clear as to what he saw; or, finding the stable door open, may have blamed himself for the fact and sought to cover up his fault with a lie. "Have you ever caught him in a lie?" "No, but there's always a first time." "You would impeach his testimony, then?" "No. You asked me how this discrepancy could be explained, and I have tried to show you." "Mr. Cumberland, the grey mare was out that night. This has been amply proved." "If you believe Zadok, yes." "You have heard other testimony corroborative of this fact. She was seen on the club house road that night by a person amply qualified to identify her." "So I've been told." "The person driving this horse wore a hat, identified as an old one of yours, which hat was afterwards found at your house on a remote peg in a seldom used closet. If you were not this person, how can you explain the use of your horse, the use of your clothes, the locking of the stable door, which you declare yourself you have left open, and the hanging up of the key on its own nail?" It was a crucial question. How crucial no one knew but our 2 selves. If he answered at all, he must compromise Carmel. I had no fear of his doing this, but I had a great fear of what Ella might do if he let this implication stand, and made no effort to exonerate himself by denying his presence in the cutter and consequent return to the Cumberland home. The quick side glances I here observed, cast in her direction by both father and mother, showed that she had made some impulsive demonstration visible to them, if not to others, and fearful of the consequences if I did not make some effort to hold her in check, I kept my eyes in her direction, and so lost Arthur's look and the look of his counsel as he answered, with just the word I had expected, assured and dogged, "I cannot explain." It was my death warrant. I realized this even while I held Ella's eye with mine and smoothed my countenance to meet the anguish in hers, in the effort to hold her back for a few minutes longer, till I could quite satisfy myself that Arthur's case was really lost, and that I must speak or feel myself his murderer. The gloom which followed this recognition of his inability, real or fancied, to explain away the most damning feature of the case against him, taken with his own contradictions and glowing despondency, could not escape my eye, accustomed as I was to the habitual expression of most every person there. But it was not yet the impenetrable gloom presaging conviction, and directing Ella's gaze towards Mr. Moffat, who seemed but little disturbed either by Mr. Fox's satisfaction or the prisoner's open despair, I took heed of Grace, and waited for the district attorney's next move. It was a fatal one. I began to recognize this very soon, simple as was the subject he now introduced. "When you went into the kitchen, Mr. Cumberland, to get the stable door key, was the gas lit, or did you have to light it?" It was lit, I think." "Don't you know?" "It was lit, but turned low. I could see well enough." "Why, then, didn't you take both keys?" "Both keys?" "You have said you went down town by the short cut through your neighbour's yard. That cut is guarded by a door, which was locked that night. You needed the key to that door more than the one to the stable. Why didn't you take it?" I did." "You haven't said so." I took it when I took the other." "Are you sure?" "Yes, they both hung on one nail. I grabbed them both at the same time." "It does not appear so in your testimony. You mentioned a key, not keys. in all your answers to my questions?" "There were two. I didn't weigh my words. I needed both, and I took both." "Which of the two hung foremost?" "I didn't notice." "You took both?" "Yes, I took both." "And went straight out with them?" "Yes, to the stable." "And then where?" "Through the adjoining grounds down town." "You are sure you went through Mr. Fulton's grounds at this early hour in the evening?" "I am positive." "Was it not at a later hour, much later, a little before 11 instead of a little before 9?" "No, sir. I was on the golf links then." "But some one drove into the stable." "So you say." "Unharnessed the horse, drew up the cutter, locked the stable door, and entering the house, hung up the key where it belonged." No answer this time. "Mr. Cumberland, you admitted in your direct examination that you took with you out of the club house only one bottle of the especial brand you favored, although you carried up two into the kitchen." "No. I said that I only had one when I got to Cuthbert Road. I don't remember anything about the other." "But you know where the other, or rather remnants of the other, was found?" "In my own stable, taken there by my man Zadok Brown, who says he picked it out of one of our waste barrels." "This is the part of bottle referred to. Do you recognize the label still adhering to it as similar to the one to be found on the bottle you emptied in Cuthbert Road?" "It is like that one." "Had you carried that other bottle off, and had it been broken as this has been broken, would it not have presented an exactly similar appearance to this?" "Possibly." "Only possibly?" "It would have looked the same. I cannot deny it. What's the use fooling?" "Mr. Cumberland, the only two bottles known to contain this especial brand of wine were in the club house at 10 o'clock that night. How came one of them to get into the barrel outside your stable before your return the next day?" "I cannot say." "This barrel stood where?" "In the passage behind the stable." "The passage you passed through on your way to the door leading into your neighbor's grounds?" "Yes." The dreaded moment had come. This yes had no sooner left Arthur's lips than I saw Ella throw out her innocent arms, and leap impetuously to her feet, with a loud "No, no! I can tell!" She did not say what, for at the hubbub roused by this outbreak in open court, she fainted dead away and was carried out in her dismayed father's arms. This necessarily caused a break in the proceedings. Mr. Fox suspended his cross examination, and in a few minutes more the judge adjourned the court. As the prisoner rose and turned to pass out, I cast him a hurried glance to see what effect had been made upon him by this ingenuous outburst from one he had possibly just a little depreciated. A great one, evidently. His features were transformed, and he seemed almost as oblivious of the countless eyes upon him as she had been when she rose to testify for him in her self-forgetful enthusiasm. As I observed this, and the satisfaction with which Mr. Moffatt scented this new witness, a satisfaction which promised little consideration for her if she ever came upon the stand, I surrendered to fate. Inwardly committing Carmel's future to the God who made her, and who knew better than we the story of her life and what her fiery temper had cost her, I drew a piece of paper from my pocket, and while the court room was slowly emptying, hastily addressed the following lines to Mr. Moffatt, who had lingered to have a few words with his colleague. "There is a witness in this building who can testify more clearly and definitely than Miss Fulton, that Arthur Cumberland, for all we have heard in seeming contradiction to the same, might have been on the golf links at the time he swears to. That witness is myself. "Elwood Ranelagh." The time which elapsed between my passing over this note and his receiving and reading it was to me like the last few moments of a condemned criminal. How gladly would I have changed places with Arthur, and with what sensations of despair I saw flitting before me in my mind's eye the various visions of Carmel's loveliness which had charmed me out of myself. But the dice had been cast, and I was ready to meet the surprised lawyer's look when his eye rose from the words I had written and settled steadily on my face. Next minute he was writing busily, and in a second later I was reading these words: "Do you absolutely wish to be recalled as a witness and by the defence? M." My answer was brief: "I do. Not to make a confession of crime. I have no such confession to make. But I know who drove that horse. R." I had sacrificed Carmel to my sense of right. Never had I loved her as I did at that moment. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 27. Expectancy. I see your end. 'Tis my undoing. King Henry VIII. A turning point had been reached in the defence. That every one knew after the first glance at Mr. Moffat on the opening of the next morning's session. As I noted the excitement which this occasioned even in quarters where self-control is usually most marked and such emotions suppressed, I marvelled at the supple influence of one man's expectancy, and the powerful effect which can be produced on a feverish crowd by a well-ordered silence suggestive of coming actions. I, who knew the basis of this expectancy and the nature of the action with which Mr. Moffat anticipated startling the court, was the quietest person present. Since it was my hand, and none other, which must give this fresh turn to the wheel of justice, it were well for me to do it calmly and without any of the old maddening throb of heart. But the time seemed long before Arthur was released from further cross-examination, and the opportunity given Mr. Moffat to call his next witness. Something in the attitude he now took, something in the way he bent over his client and whispered a few admonitory words, and still more the emotion with which these words were received and answered by some extraordinary protest, aroused expectation to a still greater pitch, and made my course seem even more painful to myself than I had foreseen when dreaming over and weighing the possibilities of this hour. With something like terror I awaited the calling of my name, and when it was delayed, it was with emotions inexplicable to myself that I looked up and saw Mr. Moffat holding open a door to the left of the judge with that attitude of respect which a man only assumes in the presence and under the dominating influence of woman. Ella, thought I, instead of saving her by my contemplated sacrifice of Carmel, I have only added one sacrifice to another. But when the timid faltering step we could faintly hear crossing the room beyond had brought its possessor within sight, and I perceived the tall, black-robed, heavily veiled woman who reached for Mr. Moffat's sustaining arm, I did not read the startling picture of the prisoner, standing upright, with outheld and repellent hands, to realize that the impossible had happened, and that all which he, as well as I, had done and left undone, suffered and suppressed, had been in vain. Mr. Moffat, with no eye for him or for me, conducted his witness to a chair. Then, as she loosened her veil and let it drop in her lap, he cried in tones which rang from end to end of the court room, "I summon Carmel Cumberland to the stand, to witness in her brother's defence." The surprise was complete. It was a great moment for Mr. Moffat, but for me all was confusion, dread, a veil of misty darkness through which shone her face, marred by its ineffaceable scar, but calm as I had never expected to see it again in this life, and beautiful with a smile under which her deeply shaken and hardly conscious brother sank slowly back into his seat, amid a silence as profound as the hold she had immediately taken upon all hearts. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28, Part 1 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 28, Part 1. Where is my brother? Let me see the writing. My lord, it is nothing. No matter then who sees it. I will be satisfied. Let me see the writing. Richard II. What is the explanation of Carmel's reappearance in town, and of this sensational introduction of her into the court room, in a restored state of health, of which no one, as far as known, had had any intimation save the man who was responsible for her appearance? The particulars are due you. She had passed some weeks at Lakewood, under the eye of the nurse who was detailed to watch as well as tend her. During these weeks she gave no sign of improvement mentally, though she constantly gained strength otherwise, and impressed everybody with a clear light in her eye, and the absence of everything suggestive of gloom in her expression and language. There was the same complete loss of memory up to the time of the tragic occurrence which had desolated her home, the same harping at odd moments on Adelaide's happiness and her own prospect of seeing this dear sister very soon, which had marked the opening of her convalescence. But beyond and back of all this was some secret joy, unintelligible to the nurse, which helped rather than retarded the sick girl's recovery, and made Carmel appear at times as if she walked on air and breathed the very breath of paradise. An anomaly which not only roused Miss Unwin's curiosity, but led her to regard with something like apprehension any change in her patient's state of mind which would rob her of the strange and unseen delights which fed her secret soul and made her oblivious of the awful facts awaiting a restored memory. Meanwhile Carmel was allowed such liberty as her condition required, but was never left alone for a moment after a certain day when her eye suddenly took on a strange look and confused inquiry totally dissociated with anything she saw or heard. A stir had taken place in her brain, and her nurse wanted to take her back home. But this awakening, if such it could be called, was so short in its duration and was followed so immediately by a string of innocent questions about Adelaide, that Nurse Unwin concluded to remain a few days longer before risking this delicately balanced mind amid old scenes and the curious glances of her townspeople. Alas! The awakening was to take place in Lakewood and under circumstances of the most ordinary nature. Carmel had been out, and was just crossing the hall of her hotel to the elevator, when she stopped with a violent start and clutched the air, was caught by her nurse, who had hurried up at the first intimation of anything unusual in the condition of her patient. The cause of this agitation was immediately apparent. Near them sat two ladies, each with a small wine-glass in her hand. One was drinking, the other waiting and watching, but with every apparent intention of drinking when the other had ceased. A common sight enough, but it worked a revolution in Carmel's darkened mind. The light of youthful joyousness fled from her face, and the cheek, just pulsing softly with new life, blanched to the death-like hue of mortal suffering. Dropping her eyes from the women, who saw nothing and continued to sip their wine in happy ignorance of the soul tragedy going on within 10 feet of them, she looked down at her dress, then up at the walls about her, and then slowly, anxiously, and with unmistakable terror, at the woman in whose arms she felt herself supported. "Explain," she murmured. "Where am I?" "At Lakewood, in a hotel. You have been ill and are only just recovering." Her hand went up to her cheek, the one that had been burned, and still showed the deep traces of that accident. "I remember," said she. Then, with another glance at her dress, which had studiously been kept cheerful, she remarked, with deep reproach: "My sister is dead. Why am I not in black?" The nurse, realizing her responsibility (she said afterwards that it was the most serious moment of her life), subdued her own astonishment at this proof of her young patient's knowledge of a crime of which she was universally supposed to be entirely ignorant, and bestowing a reassuring smile on the agitated girl, observed softly: "You were too ill to be burdened with black. You are better now and may assume it if you will. I will help you buy your mourning. Yes, you look like a kind woman. What is your name, please, and are we here alone in this great hotel?" Now, as a matter of expediency, to save Carmel from the unendurable curiosity of the crowd, and herself from the importunities of the New York reporters, Miss Unwin had registered herself and her charge under assumed names. She was, therefore, forced to reply: "My name is Hawkins, and we are here alone. But that need not worry you. I have watched over you night and day for many weeks." "You have? Because of this slight burn?" Again Carmel's hand went up to her cheek. "Not on account of that only. You have had a serious illness quite apart from that injury. But you are better. You are almost well, well enough to go home if you will." "I cannot go home. Not just yet. I'm not strong enough. But we shouldn't be here alone without some man to look after us. Miss Hawkins, where is my brother?" At this question, uttered with emphasis, with anxiety, with indignation even, Miss Unwin felt the emotion she had so successfully subdued up to this moment betray itself in her voice as she answered, with a quiet motion towards the elevator: "Let us go up to our room. There I will answer all your questions." But Carmel, with the waywardness of her years, or perhaps with deeper reasoning powers than the other would be apt to attribute to her, broke softly away from Miss Unwin's detaining hand, and walked directly into the office, looked about for the newspaper stand. Miss Unwin, over anxious not to make a scene, followed, but did not seek to deter her until they were once again by themselves in the centre of the room. Then she ventured to speak again. "We have all the papers in our room. Come up and let me read them to you." But fate was making ready its great stroke. Just as Carmel seemed about to yield to this persuasion, some lingering doubt drew her eyes again to the stand, just at the very moment a boy stepped into view with the evening bulletin, on which had just been written these words: "The last juror obtained in the trial of Arthur Cumberland for the murder of his sister Adelaide." Carmel saw, and stood, a breathless image of horror. A couple of gentlemen came running, but the nurse waved them back, and herself caught Carmel and upheld her, in momentary dread of another mental, if not physical, collapse. But Carmel had come back into the world of consciousness to stay. Accepting her nurse's support, but giving no sign of wanting faculties or imperfect understanding of what she had seen, she spoke quite clearly and with her eyes fixed upon Miss Unwin. "So that is why I am here, away from all my friends. Was I too ill to be told? Couldn't you make me know what was happening? You or the doctors or anybody?" "You were much too ill," protested the nurse, leading her towards the elevator and so by degrees to her room. I tried to arouse you after the crisis of your illness had passed, but you seemed to have forgotten everything which took place that night, and the doctors warned me not to press you." "And Arthur, poor Arthur, has been the sufferer. Tell me the whole story. I can bear it," she pleaded. "I can bear anything but not knowing. Why should he have fallen under suspicion? He was not even there. I must go to him. Pack our clothing, Miss Huckins. I must go to him at once." They were in their own room now, and Carmel was standing quite by herself in the full light of the setting sun. With the utterance of this determination, she had turned upon her companion, and that astute and experienced woman had every opportunity for observing her face. There was a woman's resolution in it. With the sudden rending of the clouds which had obscured her intellect, strange powers had awakened in this young girl, giving her a force of expression which, in connection with her inextinguishable beauty, formed a spectacle before which this older woman, in spite of her long experience, hesitated in doubt. "You shall go," began the nurse, and stopped. Carmel was not listening. Another change of thought had come, and her features, as keenly alive now to every passing emotion as they had formerly been set in a dull placidity, mirrored doubts of her own which had a deeper source than any which had disturbed the nurse, even in these moments of serious perplexity. "How can I?" fell in unconscious betrayal from her lips. "How can I?" Then she stood silent, ghastly with lack of colour one minute and rosy red with its excess the next, until it was hard to tell in which extreme her feelings spoke most truly. What was the feeling? Nurse Unwin felt it imperative to know. Relying on the confidence shown her by this unfortunate girl, in her lonely position and unbearable distress, she approached Carmel with renewed offers of help and such expressions of sympathy as she thought might lure her into open speech. But discretion had come with fear, and Carmel, while not disdaining the other's kindness, instantly made it apparent that, whatever her burden, and however unsuited it was to her present weak condition, it was not one she felt willing to share. "I must think," she murmured, as she finally followed the nurse's lead and seated herself on a lounge. Arthur on trial for his life! Arthur on trial for his life! And Adelaide wasn't even murdered! "No?" gasped the nurse, intent on every word this long silenced witness let fall. "Had he no friend? Was there not some one to understand? Adelaide" here her head fell till her face was lost to sight "had a lover?" "Yes, Mr. Elwood Ranelagh. He was the first to be arrested for the crime." The soul in Carmel seemed to vanish at this word. The eyes, which had been so far seeing the moment before, grew blank, and the lithe young body stiff with that death in life which is almost worse to look upon than death itself. She did not speak, but presently she arose, as an automaton might arise at the touch of some invisible spring, and so stood, staring, until the nurse, frightened at the result of her words and the complete overthrow which might follow them, sprang for a newspaper and thrust it into her patient's unwilling hand. Was it too late? For a minute it seemed to be so, then the stony eyes softened and fell, the rigidity of her frame relaxed, and Carmel sank back again on the sofa and tried to read the headlines on the open sheet before her. But her eyes were unequal to the task. With a sob she dropped the paper and entreated the nurse to relate to her from her own knowledge all that had passed, sparing her nothing that would make the situation perfectly clear to one who had been asleep during the worst crisis of her life. Miss Unwin complied, but with reservations. She told of Adelaide having been found dead at the Whispering Pines by the police, whom she had evidently summoned during a moment of struggle or fear, of Ranelagh's presence there, and of the suspicions to which it gave rise, of his denial of the crime, of his strange reticence on certain points, which served to keep him incarcerated till a New York detective got to work and found so much evidence against her brother that Mr. Ranelagh was subsequently released and Arthur Cumberland indicted. But she said nothing about the marks on Adelaide's throat, or of the special reason which the police had for arresting Mr. Ranelagh. She did not dare. Strangulation was a horrible death to contemplate, and if this factor in the crime she was not deceived by Carmel's exclamation that there had been no murder was unknown as yet to her patient, as it must be from what she had said, and the absolute impossibility, as she thought, of her having known what went on in the Whispering Pines, then it had better remain unknown to her until circumstances forced it on her knowledge, or she had gotten sufficient strength to bear it. Carmel received the account well. She started when she heard of the discovery of Ranelagh in the club house on the entrance of the police, and seemed disposed to ask some questions. But though the nurse gave her an opportunity to do so, she appeared to hunt in vain for the necessary words, and the narrative proceeded without further interruption. When all was done, she sat quite still. Then carefully, and with a show of more judgment than might be expected from one of her years, she propounded certain inquiries which brought out the main causes for her brother's arraignment. When she had these fully in mind, she looked up into the nurse's face again, and repeated, quite calmly, but with immovable decision, the order of an hour before. "We must return at once. You will pack up immediately." Miss Unwin nodded, and began to open the trunks. This, however, was a ruse. She did not intend to take her patient back that night. She was afraid to risk it. The next day would be soon enough, but she would calm her by making ready, and when the proper moment came, would find some complication of trains which would interfere with their immediate departure. Meanwhile, she would communicate at the earliest moment with Mr. Fox. She had been in the habit of sending him frequent telegrams as to her patient's condition. They had been invariable so far. No difference, mind still a blank, or some code word significant of the same. But a new word was necessary now. She must look it up, and formulate her telegram before she did anything else. The code book was in her top tray. She hunted and hunted for it, without being able to lay her hands on it. She grew very nervous. She was only human; she was in a very trying position, and she realized it. Where could that book be? Suddenly she espied it, and falling on her knees before the trunk, with her back still to Carmel, studied out the words she wanted. She was leaning over the tray to write these words in her note book, when, no one ever knew how it happened, the lid of the heavy trunk fell forward, and its iron edge struck her on the nape of the neck with a keen blow which laid her senseless. When Carmel reached her side, she found herself the strong one and her stalwart nurse the patient. When help had been summoned, the accident explained, and everything done for the unconscious woman which medical skill could suggest, Carmel, finding a moment to herself, stole to the trunk, and lifting up the lid, looked in. She had been watchful of her nurse from the first, and was suspicious of the actions which had led to this untoward accident. Seeing the two little books, she took them out. The note book lay open, and on the page thus disclosed she beheld written, "Ab lox fidestum truhum." Ridiculous nonsense, until she consulted the code. Then these detached and meaningless words took on a significance which she could not afford to ignore. Ab, a change. Lox, makes remarkable statements. Fidestum, shall we return? Trubum, not tractable. End of chapter 28, part 1. Chapter 28, Part 2 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 28, Part 2. Where is my brother? Carmel endeavored to find out for whom this telegram was intended. There was nothing to inform her. A moment of indecision was followed by quick action. She had noticed that she had been invariably addressed as Miss Campbell by everyone who had come into the room. Whether this was a proof of the care with which she had been guarded from the curiosity of strangers, or whether it was a part of a system of deception springing from quite different causes, she felt that in the present emergency it was a fact to be thankful for and to be utilized. Regaining her room, which was on the other side of their common sitting-room, she collected a few necessary articles, and placed them in a bag which she thrust under her bed. Hunting for money, she found quite an adequate amount in her own purse, which was attached to her person. Satisfied thus far, she chose her most inconspicuous hat and coat, and putting them on, went out by her own door into the corridor. The time, it was the dinner hour, favored her attempt. She found her way to the office unobserved, and going frankly up to the clerk, informed him that she had some telegrams to send, and that she would be out for some little time. Would he see that Miss Huckins was not neglected in her absence? The clerk, startled at these evidences of sense and self-reliance in one he had been accustomed to see under the special protection of the very woman she was now confiding to his care, surveyed her eloquent features beaming with quiet resolve, and for a moment seemed at a loss how to take this change and control the strange situation. Perhaps she only followed the impulses natural to her sex. She never knew; she only remembers that she smiled, and that his hesitation vanished at that smile. "I will see to it," said he. Then, as she turned to go, he ventured to add, "It is quite dark now. If you would like one of the boys to go with you—" But he received no encouragement, and allowed his suggestion to remain unfinished. She looked grateful for this, and was pulling down her veil when she perceived 2 or 3 men on the other side of the room watching her in evident wonder. Stepping back to the desk, she addressed the clerk again, this time with a marked distinctness. "I have been very ill, I know, and not always quite myself. But the shock of this accident to my nurse has cleared my brain and made me capable again for attending to my own affairs. You can trust me. I can do my errands all right. But perhaps I had better have one of the boys go with me." The clerk, greatly relieved, rang his bell, and the gentlemen at the other end of the room sauntered elsewhere to exchange their impressions of an incident which was remarkable enough in itself, without the accentuation put upon it by the extreme beauty of the girl and of the conspicuous blemish to that beauty, her unfortunate scar. With what additional wonder would they have regarded the occurrence, had they known that the object of their interest was not an unknown Miss Campbell, but the much pitied, much talked of Carmel Cumberland, sister of the man then on trial for his life in a New York town. With her first step into the street, Carmel's freshly freed mind began its work. She knew she was in a place called Lakewood, but she knew little of its location, save that it was somewhere in New Jersey. Another strange thing. She did not recognize the streets. They were new to her. She did not remember ever having been in them before. "Where is the railroad station?" she inquired of the boy who was trotting along at her side. "Over there," he answered, vaguely. "Take me to it." He obeyed, and they threaded several streets whose lighted shops pleased her, notwithstanding her cares; such a joy it was to be alive to things once more, and capable of remembrance, even though remembrance brought visions at which she shuddered, and turned away, appalled. The sight of the station, from which a train was just leaving, frightened her for a moment, with its bustle and many lights, but she rallied under the stress of her purpose, and entering, found the telegraph office, from which she sent this message, directed to her physician at home, Dr. Carpenter: "Look for me on early train. All is clear to me now, and I must return. Preserve silence till we meet." This she signed with a pet name known only to themselves, and dating back to her childish days. Then she bought a ticket, and studied the time table. When quite satisfied, she returned to the hotel. She was met in the doorway by the physician who was attending the so called Miss Huckins. He paused when he saw her, and asked a few questions which she was penetrating enough to perceive were more for the purpose of testing her own condition than to express interest in his patient. She answered quietly, and was met by a surprise and curiosity which evinced that he was greatly drawn towards her case. This alarmed her. She did not wish to be the object of any one's notice. On the contrary, she desired to obliterate herself, to be counted out so far as all these people were concerned. But above all, she was anxious not to rouse suspicion. So she stopped, and talked as naturally as she could about Miss Huckins' accident and what the prospects were for the night. These were favourable, or so the doctor declared, but the injured woman's condition called for great care, and he would send over a capable nurse at once. Meanwhile, the maid who was with her would do very well. She herself need have no worry. He would advise against worry, and suggested that she should have a good and nourishing dinner sent to her room, after which she should immediately retire and get what sleep she could by means of an anodyne he would send her. Carmel exerted herself. "You are very good," said she. "I need no anodyne. I am tired, and when I once get to bed shall certainly sleep. I shall give orders not to be disturbed. Isn't that right?" "Quite right. I will myself tell the nurse." He was going, but turned back to look at her again. "Shall I accompany you to the door of your room?" he asked. She shook her head with a smile. This delay was a torment to her, but it must be endured. "I am quite capable of finding my room. I hope Miss Huckins will be as well in a week from now as I am at this moment. But, doctor," she had been struck by a strange possibility, "I should like to settle one little matter before we part. The money I have may not be quite safe in my hands. My memory might leave me again, and then Miss Huckins might suffer. If you will take charge of some of it on her account, I shall feel relieved." "It would be a wise precaution," he admitted, "but you could just as well leave it at the desk." "So I can," she smiled. Then, as his eye remained fixed on her, "You are wondering if I have friends. We both have, and I have just come from telegraphing one of them. You can leave us with an easy mind. All that I dread is that Miss Huckins will worry about me if her consciousness should return during the night." "It will not return so soon. Next week we may look for it. Then you can be by to reassure her if she asks for you." Carmel's eyes fell. "I would not be a cause of distress to her for the world. She has been very good to me." Bowing, she turned in the direction of the office. The doctor, lifting his hat, took his departure. The interview might have lasted 5 minutes; she felt as though it had lasted an hour. She followed the doctor's advice and left half the money she had in charge of the clerk. Then she went upstairs. She was not seen to come down again, but when the 8:45 train started out of the station that night, it had for a passenger a young, heavily veiled girl, who went straight to her section. A balcony running by her window had favoured her escape. It led to a hall window at the head of a side staircase. She met no one on the staircase, and once out of the door at its foot, her difficulties were over, and her escape effected. She was missed the next morning, and an account of her erratic flight reached the papers, and was published far and wide. But the name of Miss Caroline Campbell conveyed nothing to the public, and the great trial went on without a soul suspecting the significance of this midnight flitting of an unknown and partially demented girl. At the house of Dr. Carpenter she met Mr. Moffat. What she told him heartened him greatly for the struggle he saw before him. Indeed, it altered the whole tone of the defence. Perceiving from her story, and from what the doctor could tell him of their meeting at the station, that her return to town was as yet a secret to every one but themselves, he begged that the secret should continue to be kept, in order that the coup d'etat which he meditated might lose none of its force by anticipation. Carmel, whose mind was full of her coming ordeal, was willing enough to hide her head until it came, while Dr. Carpenter, alarmed at all this excitement, would have insisted on it in any event. Carmel wished her brother informed of her return, but the wily lawyer persuaded her to excuse him from taking Arthur into his confidence until the last moment. He knew that he would receive only opposition from this young and stubborn client, that Carmel's presence and Carmel's determination would have to be sprung upon Arthur even more than upon the prosecution, that the prisoner at the bar would struggle to the very last against Carmel's appearance in court, and make an infinite lot of trouble if he did not actually endanger his own cause. One of the stipulations which he had made in securing Mr. Moffat for his counsel was that Carmel's name was to be kept as much as possible out of the proceedings, and to this Mr. Moffat had subscribed, notwithstanding his conviction that the crime laid to the defendant's charge was a result of Ranelagh's passion for Carmel, and consequently distinctly the work of Ranelagh's own hand. He had thought that he could win his case by the powers of oratory and a somewhat free use of innuendo, but his view changed under the fresh enlightenment which he received in his conversation with Carmel. He saw unfolding before him a defence of unparalleled interest. True, it involved his interesting witness in a way that would be unpleasant to the brother, but he was not the man to sacrifice a client to any sentimental scruple, certainly not this client, whose worth he was just beginning to realize. Professional pride, as well as an inherent love for justice, led him to this conclusion. Nothing in God's world appealed to him, or ever had appealed to him, like a prisoner in the dock facing a fate from which only legal address, added to an orator's eloquence, could save him. His sympathies went out to a man so placed, even when he was a brute, and his guilt far from doubtful. How much more, then, must he feel the claims of this surly but chivalrous-hearted boy, son of a good father and pious mother, who had been made the butt of circumstances, and of whose innocence he was hourly becoming more and more convinced. Could he have probed the whole matter, examined and re-examined this new witness until every detail was his, and the whole story of that night stood bare before him, he might have hesitated a little longer, and asked himself some very serious questions. But Carmel was not strong enough for much talk. Dr. Carpenter would not allow it, and the continued clearness of her mind was too invaluable to his case for this far-seeing advocate to take any risk. She had told him enough to assure him that circumstances and not guilt had put Arthur where he was, and had added to his assurance details of an unexpected nature, so unexpected, indeed, that the lawyer was led away by the prospect they offered of confounding the prosecution by a line of defence to which no clue had been given by anything that had appeared. He planned then and there a dramatic climax which should take the breath away from his opponent and change the whole feeling of the court towards the prisoner. It was a glorious prospect, and if the girl remained well, The bare possibility of her not doing so drove him prematurely from her presence, and so it happened that, for the second time, the subject of Adelaide's death was discussed in her hearing without any mention being made of the strangulation as its immediate cause. Would her action have been different had she known that this was a conceded fact? Mr. Moffat did not repeat this visit. He was not willing to risk his secret by being seen so often at the doctor's house, but telephonic communication was kept up between him and her present guardian, and he was able to bear himself quietly and with confidence until the time drew near for the introduction of her testimony. Then he grew nervous, fearing that Nurse Unwin would come to herself and telegraph Carmel's escape and so prepare the prosecution for his great stroke. But nothing of the kind happened, and when the great day came, he had only to consider how he should prepare Arthur for the surprise awaiting him, and finally decided not to prepare him at all, but simply to state at the proper moment, and in the face of the whole court room, that his sister had recovered and would soon take her place upon the stand. The restraint of the place would thus act as a guard between them, and Carmel's immediate entrance put an end to the reproaches of whose bitterness he could well judge from his former experiences of them. With all these anxieties, and his deeply planned coup d'etat awaiting the moment of action, Ella's simple outburst and even Ranelagh's unexpected and somewhat startling suggestion lost much of their significance. All his mind and heart were on his next move. It was to be mate with the Queen, and must threaten checkmate. Yet he did not forget the two pawns, silent in their places, but guarding certain squares which the Queen, for all her royal prerogatives, might not be able to reach. End of Chapter 28, Part 2. Chapter 29, Part 1 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Book 4. What the Pines Whispered. Chapter 29. I Remembered the Room. Mercury. If thou mightst dwell among the gods the while, lapped in voluptuous joy. Prometheus. I would not quit this blank ravine, these unrepentant pains. Prometheus Unbound. Great moments, whether of pain, surprise, or terror, awaken in the startled breast very different emotion from those we are led to anticipate from the agitation caused by lesser experiences. As Carmel disclosed her features to the court, my one absorbing thought was, would she look at me? Could I hope for a glance of her eye? Did I wish it? My question was answered before Mr. Moffat had regained his place and turned to address the court. As her gaze passed from her brother's face, it travelled slowly and with growing hesitation over the countenances of those near her, on and on, past the judge, past the jury, until they reached the spot where I sat. There they seemed to falter, and the beating of my heart became so loud that I instinctively shrank away from my neighbour. By doing so, I drew her eye, which fell full upon mine for one overwhelming minute. Then she shrank and looked away, but not before the colour had risen in a flood to her cheek. The hope which had sprung to life under her first beautiful aspect vanished in despair at sight of this flush. For it was not one of joy or surprise, or even of unconscious sympathy. It was the banner of a deep, unendurable shame. Versed in her every expression, I could not mistake the language of her dismayed soul, at this, the most crucial instant of her life. She had hoped to find me absent, she was overwhelmed to find me there. Could she, with a look, have transported me 1,000 miles from this scene of personal humiliation and unknown, unimaginable outcome, she would have bestowed that look and ignored the consequences. Nor was I behind her in the reckless passion of the moment. Could I, by means of a wish, have been transported those 1,000 miles, I should even now have been far from a spot where, in the face of a curious crowd, busy in associating us together, I must submit to the terror of hearing her speak and betray herself to these watchful lawyers and to the just and impartial mind of the presiding judge. But the days of magic had passed. I could not escape the spot, I could not escape her eye. The ordeal to which she was thus committed, I must share. As she advanced step by step upon her uncertain road, it would be my unhappy fate to advance with her, in terror of the same pitfalls, with our faces set towards the same precipice, slipping, fainting, experiencing agonies together. She knew my secret, and I, alas, knew hers. So I interpreted this intolerable, overwhelming blush. Recoiling from the prospect, I buried my face in my hands, and so missed the surprising sight of this young girl, still in her teens, conquering a dismay which might well unnerve one of established years and untold experiences. In a few minutes, as I was afterward told by my friends, her features had settled into a strange placidity, undisturbed by the levelled gaze of 100 eyes. Her whole attention was concentrated on her brother, and wavered only when the duties of the occasion demanded a recognition of the various gentlemen concerned in the trial. Mr. Moffat prefaced his examination by the following words: "May it please your Honour, I wish to ask the indulgence of the court in my examination of this witness. She is just recovering from a long and dangerous illness, and while I shall endeavour to keep within the rules of examination, I shall be grateful for any consideration which may be shown by your Honour and by the counsel on the other side." Mr. Fox at once rose. He had by this time recovered from his astonishment at seeing before him, and in a fair state of health, the young girl whom he had every reason to believe to be still in a condition of partial forgetfulness at Lakewood, and under the care of a woman entirely in his confidence and under his express orders. He had also mastered his chagrin at the triumph which her presence here, and under these dramatic circumstances, had given his adversary. Moved, perhaps, by Miss Cumberland's beauty, which he saw for the first time, or, perhaps, by the spectacle of this beauty devoting its first hours of health to an attempt to save a brother, of whose precarious position before the law she had been ignorant up to this time, or more possibly yet, by a fear that it might be bad tactics to show harshness to so interesting a personality before she had uttered a word of testimony, he expressed in warmer tones than usual his deep desire to extend every possible indulgence. Mr. Moffat bowed his acknowledgments, and waited for his witness to take the oath, which she did with a simple grace which touched all hearts, even that of her constrained and unreconciled brother. Compelled by the silence and my own bounding pulses to look at her in my own despite, I caught the sweet and elevated look with which she laid her hand on the book, and asked myself if her presence here was not a self-accusation which would bring satisfaction to nobody, which would sink her and hers into an ignominy worse than the conviction of the brother whom she was supposedly there to save. Tortured by this fear, I awaited events in indescribable agitation. The cool voice of Mr. Moffat broke in upon my gloom. Carmel had reseated herself, after taking the oath, and the customary question could be heard. "Your name, if you please." "Carmel Cumberland." "Do you recognize the prisoner, Miss Cumberland?" "Yes." He is my brother." A thrill ran through the room. The lingering tone, the tender accent told. Some of the feeling she thus expressed seemed to pass into every heart which contemplated the two. From this moment on she was looked upon with less harshness; people showed a disposition to discern innocence where, perhaps, they had secretly desired until now to discover guilt. "Miss Cumberland, will you be good enough to tell us where you were, at or near the hour of 10, on the evening of your sister's death?" "I was in the club house, in the house you call the Whispering Pines." At this astounding reply, unexpected by every one present save myself and the unhappy prisoner, incredulity, seasoned with amazement, marked every countenance. Carmel Cumberland in the club house that night, she who had been found at a late hour in her own home, injured and unconscious! It was not to be believed, or it would not have been, if Arthur, with less self-control than he had hitherto maintained, had not shown by his morose air and the silent drooping of his head that he accepted this statement, wild and improbable as it seemed. Mr. Fox, whose mind without doubt had been engaged in a debate from the first as to the desirability of challenging the testimony of this young girl, whose faculties had so lately recovered from a condition of great shock and avowed forgetfulness that no word as yet had come to him of her restored health, started to arise at her words, but noting the prisoner's attitude, he hastily reseated himself, realizing perhaps that evidence of which he had never dreamed lay at the bottom of the client's manner and the counsel's complacency. If so, then his own air of mingled disbelief and compassionate forbearance might strike the jury unfavourably, while, on the contrary, if his doubts were sound, and the witness were confounding the fancies of her late delirium with the actual incidents of this fatal night, then would he gain rather than lose by allowing her to proceed until her testimony fell of its own weight or succumbed before the fire of his cross-examination. Modifying his manner, he steadied himself for either exigency, and in steadying himself he steadied his colleagues also. Mr. Moffat, who saw everything, smiled slightly as he spoke encouragingly to his witness, and propounded his next question. "Miss Cumberland, was your sister with you when you went to the club house?" "No. We went separately." "How? Will you explain?" "I drove there. I don't know how Adelaide went." "You drove there?" "Yes. I had Arthur harness up his horse for me, and I drove there." A moment of silence, then a slow awakening, on the part of the judge, jury, and prosecution, to the fact that the case was taking a turn for which they were ill prepared. To Mr. Moffat it was a moment of intense self-congratulation, and something of the gratification he felt crept into his voice as he said: "Miss Cumberland, will you describe this horse?" "It was a grey horse. It has a large black spot on its left shoulder." "To what vehicle was it attached?" "To a cutter. My brother's cutter." "Was that brother with you? Did he accompany you in the ride to the Whispering Pines?" "No. I went quite alone." Entrancement had now seized upon every mind. Even if her testimony were not true, but merely the wanderings of a mind not fully restored, the interest of it was intense. Mr. Fox, glancing at the jury, saw there would be small use in questioning at this time the mental capacity of the witness. This was a story which all wished to hear. Perhaps he wished to hear it too. Mr. Moffat rose to more than his accustomed height. The light which sometimes visited his face when feeling, or a sense of power, was strongest in him, shone from his eye, and irradiated his whole aspect as he inquired tellingly: "And how did you return? With whom, and by what means did you regain your own house?" The answer came, with simple directness. "In the same way I went. I drove back in my brother's cutter, and being all alone just as before, I put the horse away myself, and went into my empty home and up to Adelaide's room, where I lost consciousness." The excitement, which had been seething, broke out as she ceased. But the judge did not need to use his gavel, or the officers of the court exert their authority. At Mr. Moffat's lifted hand, the turmoil ceased as if by magic. "Miss Cumberland, do you often ride out alone on nights like that?" "I never did before. I would not have dared to do it then if I had not taken a certain precaution." "And what was this precaution?" "I wore an old coat of my brother's over my dress, and one of his hats on my head." It was out, the fact for the suppression of which I had suffered arrest without a word, because of which Arthur had gone even further and submitted to trial with the same constancy. Instinctively, his eyes and mine met, and at that moment there was established between us an understanding that was in strong contrast to the surrounding turmoil, which now exceeded all limits, as the highly wrought-up spectators realized that these statements, if corroborated, destroyed one of the strongest points which had been made by the prosecution. This caused a stay in the proceedings until order was partially restored, and the judge's voice could be heard in a warning that the court room would be cleared of all spectators if this break of decorum was repeated. Meanwhile, my own mind had been busy. I had watched Arthur, I had watched Mr. Moffat. The discouragement of the former, the ill-concealed elation of the latter, proved the folly of any hope on my part that Carmel would be spared a full explanation of what I would have given worlds to leave in the darkness and ignorance of the present moment. To save Arthur, unwilling as he was, she was to be allowed to consummate the sacrifice which the real generosity of her heart drove her into making. Before these doors opened again and sent forth the crowd now pulsating under a preamble of whose terrible sequel none has yet dreamed, I should have to hear those sweet lips give utterance to the revelation which would consign her to opprobrium and break not only my heart but her brother's. Was there no way to stop it? The district attorney gave no evidence of suspecting any issue of this sort, nor did the friendly and humane judge. Only the scheming Moffatt knew to what all this was tending, and Moffatt could not be trusted. The case was his, and he would gain it if he could. Tender and obliging as he was in his treatment of the witness, there was iron under the velvet of his glove. This was his reputation, and this I must now see exemplified before me without the power to stop it. The consideration with which he approached his subject did not deceive me. "Miss Cumberland, will you now give the jury the full particulars of that evening's occurrences, as witnessed by yourself? Begin your relation, if you please, with an account of the last meal you had together." Carmel hesitated. Her youth, her conscience, perhaps, shrank in manifest distress from this inquisition. "Ask me a question," she prayed. "I do not know how to begin." "Very well. Who were seated at the dinner table that night?" "My sister, my brother, Mr. Ranelagh, and myself." "Did anything uncommon happen during the meal?" "Yes. My sister ordered wine and had our glasses all filled. She never drank wine herself, but she had her glass filled also. Then she dismissed Helen, the waitress, and when the girl was gone, she rose and held up her glass and invited us to do the same. 'We will drink to my coming marriage,' said she. But when we had done this, she turned upon Arthur with bitter words about his habits, and declaring that another bottle of wine should never be opened again in the house, unclosed her fingers, and let her glass drop on the table where it broke. Arthur then let his fall, and I mine. We all three let our glasses fall and break." "And Mr. Ranelagh?" "He did not let his fall. He set it down on the cloth. He had not drank from it." Clear, perfectly clear, tallying with what we had heard from the other sources. As this fact forced itself in upon the minds of the jury, new light shone in every eye, and each and all waited eagerly for the next question. It came with a quiet, if not insinuating intonation. "Miss Cumberland, where were you looking when you let your glass fall?" My heart gave a bound. I remembered that moment well. So did she, as could be seen from the tremulous flush and the determination with which she forced herself to speak. "At Mr. Ranelagh," she answered, finally. "Not at your brother?" "No." "And at whom was Mr. Ranelagh looking?" "At me." "Not at your sister?" "No." "Was anything said?" "Not then. With the dropping of the glasses, we all drew back from the table, and walked towards a little room, where we sometimes sat before going into the library. Arthur went first, and Mr. Ranelagh and I followed, Adelaide coming last. We went this way into the little room, and what other question do you wish to ask?" she finished, with a burning blush. End of chapter 29, part 1. Chapter 29, Part 2 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 29, Part 2. I Remembered the Room. Mr. Moffat was equal to the appeal. "Did anything happen? Did Mr. Ranelagh speak to you or you to him, or did your sister Adelaide speak?" "No one spoke, but Mr. Ranelagh put a little slip of paper into my hand, a note. And as he did this, my brother looked around. I don't know whether he saw the note or not, but his eye caught mine, and I may have blushed. Next moment he was looking past me, and presently he had flung himself out of the room, and I heard him going upstairs. Adelaide had joined me by this time, and Mr. Ranelagh turned to speak to her, and I went over to the bookshelves to read my note." "And did you read it then?" "No, I was afraid. I waited till Mr. Ranelagh was gone, and then I went up to my room and read it. It was not a note to be glad of. Proud of. I'm afraid I was a little glad of it at first. I was a wicked girl." Mr. Moffat glanced at Mr. Fox, but that gentleman, passing over this artless expression of feeling as unworthy of an objection, he went steadily on. "Miss Cumberland, before you tell us about this note, will you be good enough to inform us whether any words passed between you and your sister before you went upstairs?" "Oh yes, we talked. We all three talked, but it was about indifferent matters. The servants were going to a ball, and we spoke of that. Mr. Ranelagh did not stay long. Very soon he remarked that he had a busy evening before him, and took his leave. I was not in the room with them when he did this. I was in the adjoining room, but I heard his remark and saw him go. I did not wait to talk to Adelaide." "Now about the note." "I read it as soon as I reached my room. Then I sat still for a long time." "Miss Cumberland, pardon my request, but will you tell us what was in that note?" She lifted her patient eyes and looked straight at her brother. He did not meet her gaze, but the dull flush which lit up the dead white of his cheek showed how he suffered under this ordeal. At me she never glanced. This was the only mercy shown me that dreadful morning. I grew to be thankful for it as she went on. "I do not remember the words," she said finally, as her eyes fell again to her lap. "But I remember its meaning. It was an invitation for me to leave town with him that very evening and be married at some place he mentioned. He said it would be the best way to end matters." This brought Mr. Fox to his feet. For all his self command, he had been perceptibly growing more and more nervous as the examination proceeded, and he found himself still in the dark as to his opponent's purpose and the character of the revelations he had to fear. Turning to the judge, he cried: "This testimony is irrelevant and incompetent, and I ask to have it stricken out." Mr. Moffat's voice, as he arose to answer this, was like honey poured upon gall. "It is neither irrelevant nor incompetent, and if it were, the objection comes too late. My friend should have objected to the question." "The whole course of counsel has been very unusual," began Mr. Fox. "Yes, but so is the case. I beg your Honour to believe that, in some of its features, this case is not only unusual, but almost without a precedent. That it may be lightly understood, and justice shown my client, a full knowledge of the whole family's experiences during those fatal hours is not only desirable, but absolutely essential. I beg, therefore, that my witness may be allowed to proceed and tell her story in all its details. Nothing will be introduced which will not ultimately be seen to have a direct bearing upon the attitude of my client towards the crime for which he stands here arraigned." "The motion is denied," declared the judge. Mr. Fox sat down, to the universal relief of all but the two persons most interested, Arthur and myself. Mr. Moffat, generous enough or discreet enough to take no note of his opponent's discomfiture, lifted a paper from the table and held it towards the witness. "Do you recognize these lines?" he asked, placing the remnants of my half-burned communication in her hands. She started at sight of them. Evidently she had never expected to see them again. "Yes," she answered, after a moment. "This is a portion of the note I have mentioned." "You recognize it as such?" "I do." Her eyes lingered on the scrap, and followed it as it was passed back and marked as an exhibit. Mr. Moffat recalled her to the matter in hand. "What did you do next, Miss Cumberland?" "I answered the note." "May I ask to what effect?" "I refused Mr. Ranelagh's request. I said that I could not do what he asked, and told him to wait till the next day, and he would see how I felt towards him and towards Adelaide. That was all. I could not write much. I was suffering greatly." "Suffering in mind or suffering in body?" "Suffering in mind. I was terrified, but that feeling did not last very long. Soon I grew happy, happier than I had been in weeks, happier than I had ever been in all my life before. I found that I loved Adelaide better than I did myself. This made everything easy, even the sending of the answer I have told you about to Mr. Ranelagh." "Miss Cumberland, how did you get this answer to Mr. Ranelagh?" "By means of a gentleman who was going away to the very train I had been asked to leave on. He was a guest next door, and I carried the note in to him." "Did you do this openly?" "No, I'm afraid not. I slipped out by the side door in as careful a way as I could." "Did this attempt at secrecy succeed? Were you able to go and come without meeting any one?" "No. Adelaide was at the head of the stairs when I came back, standing there, very stiff and quiet." "Did she speak to you?" "No. She just looked at me, but it wasn't a common look. I shall never forget it." "And what did you do then?" "I went to my room." "Miss Cumberland, Did you see anybody else when you came in at this time?" "Yes, our maid Helen. She was just laying down a bunch of keys on the table in the lower hall. I stopped and looked at the keys. I had recognized them as the ones I had seen in Mr. Ranelagh's hands many times. He had gone, yet there were his keys. One of them unlocked the club house. I noticed it among the others, but I didn't touch it then. Helen was still in the hall, and I ran straight upstairs, where I met my sister, as I have just told you." "Miss Cumberland, continue the story. What did you do after re entering your room?" "I don't know what I did first. I was very excited, elated one minute, deeply wretched and very frightened the next. I must have sat down, for I was shaking very much, and felt a little sick. The sight of that key had brought up pictures of the club house, and I thought and thought how quiet it was, and how far away, and how cold it was too, and how secret. I would go there for what I had to, there, and then I saw in my fancy one of its rooms, with the moon in it, and but I soon shut my eyes to that. I heard Arthur moving about his room, and this made me start up and go out into the hall again." During all this Mr. Fox had sat by, understanding his right to object to the witness's mixed statements of fact and of feeling, and quite confident that his objections would be sustained. But he had determined long since that he would not interrupt the witness in her relation. The air of patience he assumed was sufficiently indicative of his displeasure, and he confined himself to this. Mr. Moffat understood, and testified his appreciation by a slight bow. Carmel, who saw nothing, resumed her story. "Arthur's room is near, and Adelaide's far off, but I went to Adelaide's first. Her door was shut, and when I went to open it I found it locked. Calling her name, I said that I was tired and would be glad to say good night. She did not answer at once. When she did, her voice was strange, though what she said was very simple. I was to please myself; she was going to retire too. And then she tried to say good night, but she only half said it, like one who is choked with tears or some other dreadful emotion. I cannot tell you how this made me feel, but you don't care for that. You want to know what I did, what Adelaide did. I will tell you, but I cannot hurry. Every act of the evening was so crowded with purpose, all meant so much. I can see the end, but the steps leading to it are not so clear." "Take your time, Miss Cumberland. We have no wish to hurry you." "I can go on now. The next thing I did was to knock on Arthur's door. I heard him getting ready to go out, and I wanted to speak to him before he went. When he heard me, he opened the door and let me in. He began at once on his grievances, but I could not listen to them. I wanted him to harness the grey mare for me and leave it standing in the stable. I explained the request by saying that it was necessary for me to see a certain friend of mine immediately, and that no one would notice me in the cutter under the bearskins. He didn't approve, but I persuaded him. I even persuaded him to wait till Zadok was gone, so that Adelaide would know nothing about it. He looked glum, but he promised. He was going away when I heard Adelaide's steps in the adjoining room. This frightened me. The partition is very thin between those two rooms, and I was afraid she had heard me ask Arthur for the grey mare and cutter. I could hear her rattling the bottles in the medicine cabinet hanging on this very wall. I looked back at Arthur. I asked him how long Adelaide had been there. He said, 'For some time.' This sent me flying from the room. I would join her and find out if she had heard. But I was too late. As I stepped into the hall I saw her disappearing round the corner leading to her own room. This convinced me that she had heard nothing, and, light of heart once more, I went back to my own room, where I collected such little articles as I needed for the expedition before me. I had hardly done this when I heard the servants on the walk outside, then Arthur going down. The impulse to see and speak to him again was irresistible. I flew after him and caught him in the lower hall. "Arthur," I cried, look at me well, and then kiss me." And he did kiss me. I am glad when I think of it, though he did say next minute, "What is the matter with you? What are you going to do? To meet that villain?" I looked straight into his face. I waited till I saw I had his whole attention. Then I said, as slowly and emphatically as I could: "If you mean Elwood, no. I shall never meet him again, except in Adelaide's presence. He will not want to meet me. You may be at ease about that. To morrow all will be well, and Adelaide very happy." He shrugged his shoulders and reached for his coat and hat. As he was putting them on, I said: "Don't forget to harness up Jenny. Jenny is the grey mare. And leave off the bells," I urged. "I don't want Adelaide to hear me go out." He swung about at this. "You and Adelaide are not very good friends, it seems." "As good as you and she are," I answered. Then I flung my arms about him. "Don't go down street to night," I prayed. "Stay home for this one night. Stay in the house with Adelaide. Stay till I come home." He stared, and I saw his colour change. Then he flung me off, but not rudely. "Why don't you stay?" he asked. Then he laughed and added: "I'll go harness the mare." "The key is in the kitchen," I said. "I'll go get it for you. I heard Zadok bring it in." He did not answer, and I went for the key. I found two on the nail and I brought them both, but I only handed him one, the key to the stable door. "Which way are you going?" I asked, as he looked at the key, then back towards the kitchen. "The short way, of course." "Then here's the key to the Fulton grounds." As he took the key, I prayed again: "Don't do what's in your mind, Arthur. Don't drink to night." He only laughed, and I said my last word: "If you do, it will be for the last time. You'll never drink again after to morrow." He made no answer to this, and I went slowly upstairs. Everything was quiet, quiet as death in the whole house. If Adelaide had heard us, she made no sign. Going to my own room, I waited until I heard Arthur come out of the stable and go away by the door in the rear wall. Then I stole out again. I carried a small bag with me, but no coat or hat. Pausing and listening again and again, I crept downstairs and halted at the table under the rack. The keys were still there. Putting them in my bag, I searched the rack for one of my brother's warm coats. But I took none I saw. I remembered an old one which Adelaide had put away in the closet under the stairs. Getting this, I put it on, and finding a hat there, too, I took that also, and when I had pulled it over my forehead and drawn up the collar of the coat, I was quite unrecognizable. I was going out when I remembered there would be no light in the club house. I had put a box of matches in my bag while I was upstairs, but I needed a candle. Slipping back, I took a candlestick and a candle from the dining room mantel, and finding that the bag would not hold them, thrust them into the pocket of the coat I wore, and quickly left the house. Jenny was in the stable, all harnessed, and hesitating no longer, I got in among the bearskins and drove swiftly away. There was a moment's silence. Carmel had paused, and was sitting with her hand on her heart, looking past judge, past jury, upon the lonely and desolate scene in which she at this moment moved and suffered. An inexpressible fatality had entered into her tones, always rich and resonant with feeling. No one who listened could fail to share the dread by which she was moved. District Attorney Fox fumbled with his papers, and endeavoured to maintain his equanimity and show an indifference which his stern but fascinated glances at the youthful witness amply belied. He was biding his time, but biding it in decided perturbation of mind. Neither he nor any one else, unless it were Moffatt, could tell whither this tale tended. While she held the straight course which had probably been laid out for her, she failed to object, but he could not prevent the subtle influence of her voice, her manner, and her supreme beauty on the entranced jury. Nevertheless, his pencil was busy. He was still sufficiently master of himself for that. Mr. Moffat, quite aware of the effect which was being produced on every side, but equally careful to make no show of it, put in a commonplace question at this point, possibly to rouse the witness from her own abstraction, possibly to restore the judicial tone of the inquiry. "How did you leave the stable door?" "Open." "Can you tell us what time it was when you started?" "No, I did not look. Time meant nothing for me. I drove as fast as I could, straight down the hill and out towards the Whispering Pines. I had seen Adelaide in her window as I went flying by the house, but not a soul on the road, nor a sign of life near or far. The whistle of a train blew as I stopped in the thicket near the club house door. If it was the express train, you can tell—" "Never mind the 'if,'" said Mr. Moffat. "It is enough that you heard the whistle. Go on with what you did." "I tied up my horse. Then I went into the house. I had used Mr. Ranelagh's key to open the door and for some reason took it out of the lock when I got in, and put the whole bunch back into my satchel. But I did not lock the door. Then I lit my candle and then—I went upstairs." Fainter and fainter the words fell, and slower heaved the youthful breast under her heavily pressing palm. Mr. Moffat made a sign across the court room, and I saw Dr. Carpenter get up and move nearer to the witness stand. But she stood in no need of his help. In an instant her cheek flushed, the eye I watched with such intensity of wonder that apprehension unconsciously left me, rose, glowed, and fixed itself at last, not on the judge, not on the prisoner, not even on that prisoner's counsel, but on me; and as the soft light filled my soul and awoke awe where it had hitherto awakened passion, she quietly said: "There is a room upstairs in the club house where I have often been with Adelaide. It has a fireplace in it, and I had seen a box there, half filled with wood the day before. This is the room I went to, and here I built a fire. When it was quite bright, I took out something I had brought in my satchel, and thrust it into the flame. Then I got up and walked away. I did not feel very strong, and sank on my knees when I got to the couch, and buried my face in my arms. But I felt better when I came back to the fire again, and very brave till I caught a glimpse of my face in the mirror over the mantelpiece. That unnerved me, and I think I screamed. Some one screamed, and I think it was I. I know my hands went out, I saw them in the glass, then they fell straight down at my side, and I looked and looked at myself till I saw all the terror go out of my face, and when it was quite calm again, I stooped down and pulled out the little tongs I had been heating in the fire, and laid them quick, before I could be sorry again, right across my cheek, and then— Uproar in the court. If she had screamed when she said she did, so some one cried out loudly now. I think that pitiful person was myself. They say I had been standing straight up in my place for the last 2 minutes. End of chapter 29, part 2. Chapter 30, Part 1 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 30, Part 1. Choose. Let me have a dram of poison, such soon speeding gear as will disperse itself through all the veins, that the life-weary taker may fall dead. Come, bitter conduct, come, unsavoury guide! Thou desperate pilot, now at once run on the dashing rocks thy sea-sick weary bark. Romeo and Juliet. "I have not finished," were the first words we heard, when order was restored, and we were all in a condition to listen again. "I had to relate what you have just heard, that you might understand what happened next. I was not used to pain, and I could never have kept on pressing those irons to my cheek if I had not had the strength given me by my own reflection in the glass. When I thought the burn was quite deep enough, I tore the tongs away, and was lifting them to the other cheek when I saw the door behind me open, inch by inch, as though pushed by hesitating touches. Instantly I forgot my pain, almost my purpose, watching that door. I saw it slowly swing to its full width, and disclose my sister standing in the gap, with a look and in an attitude which terrified me more than the fire had done. Dropping the tongs, I turned and faced her, covering my cheek instinctively with my hand. I saw her eyes run over my elaborate dinner dress, my little hand-bag, and the candle burning in a room made warm with a fire on the hearth. This, before she spoke a single word. Then, with a deep labouring breath, she looked me in the eye again, with the simple question, "And where is he?" Carmel's head had dropped at this, but she raised it almost instantly. Mine did not rise so readily. "Do you mean Elwood?" I asked. "You know," said she. "The veil is down between us, Carmel. We will speak plainly now. I saw him give you the letter. I heard you ask Arthur to harness up the horse. I have demeaned myself to follow you, and we will have no subterfuges now. You expect him here?" "No," I cried. "I am not so bad as that, Adelaide, nor is he. Here is the note; you will see by it what he expects, and at what place I should have joined him if I had been the selfish creature you think." I had the note hidden in my breast. I took it out and held it towards her. I did not feel the burn at all, but I kept it covered. She glanced down at the words, and I felt like falling at her feet. She looked so miserable. I am told that I must keep to fact, and must not express my feelings or those of others. I will try to remember this, but it is hard for a sister, relating such a frightful scene. She glanced down at the paper and let it drop, almost immediately, from her hand. "I cannot read his words," she cried. "I do not need to. We both know which of us he loves best. You cannot say that it is I, his engaged wife." I was silent, and her face took on an awful pallor. "Carmel," said she, "do you know what this man's love has been to me? You are a child, a warm-hearted and passionate child, but you do not know a woman's heart. Certainly you do not know mine. I doubt if any one does, even he. Cares have warped my life. I do not quarrel with these cares, I only say that they have robbed me of what makes girlhood lovely. Duty is a stern taskmaster, and sternness, coming early into one's life, hardens its edges, but does not sap passion from the soul or devotion from the heart. I was ready for joy when it came, but I was no longer capable of bestowing it. I thought I was, but I soon saw my mistake. You showed it to me, you with your beauty, your freshness, your warm and untired heart. I have no charms to rival these. I have only love, such love as you cannot dream of at your age. And this is no longer desirable to him." You see that I remember every word she spoke. They burned more fiercely than the iron. That did not burn at all, just then. I was cold instead, bitterly, awfully cold. My heart seemed frozen, and the silence was dreadful. But I could not speak, I could not answer her. "You have everything," she now went on. "Why did you rob me of my one happiness? And you have robbed me. I have seen your smile when his head turned your way. It was the smile which runs before a promise. I know it. I have had that smile in my heart a long, long time, but it never reached my lips. Carmel, do you know why I am here?" I shook my head. Was it her teeth that were chattering or mine? "I am here to end it all," said she. "With my hope gone, my heart laid waste, life has no prospect for me. I believe in God, and I know that my act is sinful, but I can no more live than can a tree stricken at the root. To morrow he will not need to write notes. He can come and comfort you in our home. But never let him look at me. As we are sisters, I am almost a mother to you. Shut my face away from his eyes, or I shall rise in my casket, and the tangle of our lives will be renewed. I tell you this, I bear my sister's broken heart to you, giving you her very words, sacred as they are to me and to others who are present, and must listen to all I say, because it is right that you should understand her frenzy, and know all that passed between us in that awful hour." This was irregular, highly irregular, but District Attorney Fox sat on unmoved. Possibly he feared to prejudice the jury; possibly he recognized the danger of an interruption now, not only to the continuity of her testimony, but to the witness herself; or, what is just as likely, possibly he cherished a hope that, in giving her a free rein and allowing her to tell her story thus artlessly, she would herself supply the clue he needed to reconstruct his case on the new lines upon which it was being slowly forced by these unexpected revelations. Whatever the cause, he let these expressions of feeling pass. At a gesture from Mr. Moffat, Carmel proceeded. I tottered at this threat, and she, a mother to me from my cradle, started instinctively to catch me, but the feeling left her before she had taken 2 steps, and she stopped still. "Drop your hand," she cried. "I want to see your whole face while I ask you one last question. I could not read the note. Why did you come here?" I dropped my hand, and she stood staring. Then she uttered a cry and ran quickly towards me. "What is it?" she cried. "What has happened to you? Is it the shadow, or—" I caught her by the hand. I could speak now. "Adelaide," said I, "you are not the only one to love to the point of hurt. I love you. Let this little scar be witness." Then, as her eyes opened and she staggered, I caught her to my breast and hid my face on her shoulder. "You say that to morrow I shall be free to receive notes. He will not wish to write them to morrow. The beauty he liked is gone. If it weighed overmuch with him, then you and I are on a plane again, or I am on an inferior one. Your joy will be sweeter for this break." She started, raised my head from her shoulder, looked at me and shuddered, but no longer with hate. "Carmel," she whispered, the story I read you of Francis I. and—" "Yes," I agreed. "That made me think." Her knees bent under her. She sank at my feet, but her eyes never left my face. "And Elwood?" "He knows nothing. I did not make up my mind till to night. Adelaide, it had to be. I hadn't the strength to leave you all or to say no, if he ever asked me to my face what he asked me in that note. And then I tried to lift her, but she was kissing my feet, kissing my dress, sobbing out her life on my hands. Oh, I was happy. My future looked very simple to me. But my cheek began to burn, and instinctively I put up my hand. This brought her to her feet. "You are suffering," she cried. "You must go home at once, while I telephone to Dr. Carpenter." "We will go together," I said. "We can telephone from there." But at this, the awful look came back into her face, and seeing her forget my hurt, I forgot it too, in dread of what she would say when she found strength to speak. It was worse than anything I had imagined. She refused absolutely to go back home. "Carmel," said she, "I have done injustice to your youth. You love him, too, not like a child but a woman. The tangle is worse than I thought. Your heart is caught in it, as well as mine, and you shall have your chance. My death will give it to you." I shook my head, pointing to my cheek. She shook hers, and quietly, calmly said, "You have never looked so beautiful. Should we go back together and take up the old life, the struggle which has undermined my conscience and my whole existence would begin again. I cannot face that ordeal, Carmel. The morning light would bring me daily torture, the evening dusk a night of blasting dreams. We three cannot live in this world together. I am the least loved, and so I should be the one to die. I am determined, Carmel. Life with me has come to this." I tried to dissuade her. I urged every plea, even that of my own sacrifice. But she was no more her natural self. She had taken up the note and read it during my entreaties, and my words fell on deaf ears. "Why, these words have killed me," she cried, crumpling the note in her hand. "What will a little poison do? It can only finish what he has begun." Poison! I had remembered how I had heard her pushing about bottles in the medicine cabinet, and felt my legs grow weak and my head swim. "You will not!" I cried, watching her hand, in terror of seeing it rise to her breast. "You are crazed to night. To morrow you will feel differently." But the fixed, set look of her bleak face gave me no hope. "I shall never feel differently. If I do not end it to night, I shall do so soon. When a heart like mine goes down, it goes down forever. I could only shudder. I did not know what to do, or which way to turn. She stood between me and the door, and her presence was terrible. When I came here, she said, I brought a bottle of cordial with me and 3 glasses. I brought a little phial of poison too, once ordered for sickness. I expected to find Elwood here. If I had, I meant to drop the poison into 1 glass, and then fill them all up with the cordial. We should have drunk, each one of us, his glass, and one of us would have fallen. I did not care which, you or Elwood or myself. But he is not here, and the cast of the dice is between us two, unless you wish a certainty, Carmel, in which case I will pour out but 1 glass and drink that myself." She was in a fever now, and desperate. Death was in the room. I felt it in my lifted hair, and in her strangely drawn face. If I screamed, who would hear me? I never thought of the telephone, and I doubt if she would have let me use it then. The power she had always exerted over me was very strong in her at this moment, and not till afterwards did it cross my mind that I had never asked her how she got to the house, or whether we were as much alone in the building as I believed. "Shall I drink alone?" she repeated, and I cried out "No," at which her hand went to her breast, as I so long expected, and I saw the glitter of a little phial as she drew it forth. "Oh, Adelaide," I began, but she heeded me no more than the dead. On leaving home, she had put a long coat with pockets, and this coat was still on her, and the pockets gaping. Thrusting her other hand into one of these, she drew out a little flask, covered with wicker, and set it on a stand beside her. Then she pulled out 2 small glasses, and set them down also, and then she turned her back. I could hear the drop, drop of the liquor, and dark as the room was, it seemed to turn darker, till I put out my hands like one groping in a sudden night. But everything cleared before me when she turned round again. Features set like hers forced themselves to be seen. She advanced, a glass in either hand. As she came, the floor swayed, and the walls seemed to bow together, but they did not sway her. Step by step she drew near, and when she reached my side she smiled in my face once. Then she said, "Choose aright, dear heart. Leave the poisoned one for me." Fascinated, I stared at one glass, then at the other. Had either of her hands trembled, I should have grasped at the glass it held, but not a tremor shook those icy fingers, nor did her eyes wander to the right hand or the left. "Adelaide," I shrieked out, "toss them behind you! Let us live! Live!" But she only reiterated that awful word. Choose. And I dare not hesitate longer, lest I lose my chance to save her. Groping, I touched a glass, I never knew which one, and drawing it from her fingers, I lifted it to my mouth. Instantly her other hand rose. "I don't know which is which myself," she said, and drank. That made me drink also. The two glasses sent out a clicking sound as we set them back on the stand. Then we waited, looking at each other. "Which?" her lips seemed to say. "Which?" In another moment we knew. "Your choice was the right one," said she, and she sank back into a chair. "Don't leave me," she called out, for I was about to run shrieking out into the night. I I am happy now that it is all settled, but I do not want to die alone. Oh, how hot I am!" And leaping up, she flung off her coat, and went gasping about the room for air. Then she sank down again, it was on the lounge, and again I tried to fly for help, and again she would not let me. Suddenly she started up, and I saw a great change in her. The heavy, leaden look was gone, tenderness had come back to her eyes, and a human, anxious expression to her whole face. "I have been mad," she cried. "Carmel, Carmel, what have I done to you, my more than sister, my child, my child?" I tried to soothe her, to keep down my awful fear and soothe her. But the nearness of death had calmed her poor heart into its old love and habitual thoughtfulness. She was terrified at my position. She recalled our mother, and the oath she had taken at that mother's deathbed to protect me and to care for me and my brother. "And I have failed to do either," she cried. "Arthur I have alienated, and you I am leaving to unknown trouble and danger." She was not to be comforted. I saw her life ebbing, and could do nothing. She clung to me while she called up all her powers and made plans for me and showed me a way of escape. I was to burn the note, fling two of the glasses from the window, and leave the other and the deadly phial near her hand. This before I left the room. Then I was to call up the police and say there was something wrong at the club house, for I was not to give my name or even acknowledge I was there. "Nothing can save trouble," she said, "but that trouble must not come near you. Swear that you will heed my words, swear that you will do what I say." I swore. All that she asked I promised. I was almost dying, too, and had the light gone out, and the rafters of the house fallen in and buried us both, it would have been better. But the light burned on, and the life in her eyes faded out, and the hands grasping mine relaxed. I heard one little gasp, then a low prayer. "Tell Arthur never, never again to—" Then silence. End of chapter 30, part 1. Chapter 30, Part 2 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 30, Part 2. Choose. Sobs, cries, veiled faces, then silence in the courtroom too. It was broken by but one sound, a heart-rending sigh from the prisoner. But nobody looked at him, and thank God nobody looked at me. Every eye was on the face of this young girl, whose story bore such an impress of truth, and yet was so contradictory of all former evidence. What revelations were yet to follow? It would seem that she was speaking of her sister's death. But her sister had not died that way. Her sister had been strangled. Could this dainty creature, with beauty scarred and yet powerfully triumphant, be the victim of an hallucination as to the cause of that scar and the awesome circumstances which attended its infliction? Or harder still to believe, were these soul-compelling tones, these evidences of grief, this pathetic yielding to the rights of the law in face of the heart's natural shrinking from disclosures sacred as they were tragic, Were these the medium by which she sought to mislead justice and to conceal truth? Even I, with my memory of her looks as she faltered down the staircase on that memorable night, pale, staring, her left hand to her cheek and rocking from side to side in pain or terror, could not but ask if this heart-rending story did not involve a still more terrible sequel. I searched her face, and racked my very soul, in my effort to discern what lay beneath this angelic surface, beneath this recital which if it were true, and the whole truth, would not only call for the devotion of a lifetime, but a respect transcending love and elevating it to worship. But in her cold and quiet features I could detect nothing beyond the melancholy of grief, and the suspense from which all suffered kept me also on the rack, until at a question from Mr. Moffat she spoke again, and we heard her say: "Yes, she died that way, with her hands in mine. There was no one else by; we were quite alone." That settled it, and for a moment the revulsion of feeling threatened to throw the court into tumult. But one thing restrained them. Not the look of astonishment on her face, not the startled uplift of Arthur's head, not the quiet complacency which in an instant replaced the defeated aspect of the district attorney, but the gesture and attitude of Mr. Moffat, the man who had put her on the stand, and who now from the very force of his personality kept the storm in abeyance, and by his own composure forced back attention to his witness and to his own confidence in his case. This result reached, he turned again towards Carmel, with renewed respect in his manner and a marked softening in his aspect and voice. "Can you fix the hour of this occurrence?" he asked. "In any way you can locate the time?" "No, for I did not move at once. I felt tied to that couch. I am very young and I had never seen death before. When I did get up, I hobbled like an old woman and almost went distracted, but came to myself as I saw the note on the floor, the note I was told to burn. Lifting it, I moved towards the fireplace, but got a fright on the way and stopped in the middle of the floor and looked back. I thought I had heard my sister speak. But the fancy passed as I saw how still she lay, and I went on, after a while, and threw the note into the one small flame which was all that was left of the fire. I saw it caught by a draught from the door behind me and go flaming up the chimney. Some of my trouble seemed to go with it, but a great one yet remained. I didn't know how I could ever turn around again and see my sister lying there behind me, with her face fixed in death, for which I was, in a way, responsible. I was abjectly frightened, and knelt there a long time, praying and shuddering, before I could rise again to my feet and move about as I had to, since God had not stricken me, and I must live my life and do what my sister had bidden me. Courage, such courage as I had had, was all gone from me now, and while I knew there was something else for me to do before I left the room, I could not remember what it was, and stood hesitating, dreading to lift my eyes and yet feeling that I ought to, if only to aid my memory by a look at my sister's face. Suddenly I did look up, but it did not aid my memory, and realizing that I could never think with that lifeless figure before me, I lifted a pillow from the window seat near by and covered her face. I must have done more. I must have covered the whole lounge with pillows and cushions, for presently my mind cleared again, and I recollected that it was something about the poison. I was to put the phial in her hand, or was I to throw it from the window? Something was to be thrown from the window. It must be the phial. But I couldn't lift the window, so, having found the phial standing on the table beside the little flask, I carried it into the closet where there was a window opening inward, and I dropped it out of that, and thought I had done all. But when I came back and saw Adelaide's coat lying in a heap where she had thrown it, I recalled that she had said something about this, but what, I didn't know. So I lifted it and put it in the closet, why I cannot say. Then I set my mind on going home. But there was something to do first, something not in that room. It was a long time before it came to me. Then the sight of the empty hall recalled it. The door by which Adelaide had come in had never been closed, and as I went towards it I remembered the telephone, and that I was to call up the police. Lifting the candle, I went creeping towards the front hall. Adelaide had commanded me, or I could never have accomplished this task. I had to open a door, and when it swung to behind me and latched, I turned around and looked at it as if I never expected it to open again. I almost think I fainted, if one can faint standing, for when I knew anything, after the appalling latching of that door, I was in quite another part of the room, and the candle which I still held looked to my dazed eyes shorter than when I started with it from the place where my sister lay. I was wasting time. The thought drove me to the table. I caught up the receiver, and when Central answered, I said something about the Whispering Pines and wanting help. This is all I remember about that. Some time afterward, I don't know when, I was stumbling down the stairs on my way out. I had gone to the room again for my little bag, for the keys were in it, and I dared not leave them. But I didn't stay a minute, and I cast but one glance at the lounge. What happened afterward is like a dream to me. I found the horse found the road, and some time later I reached home. As I came within sight of the house I grew suddenly strong again. The open stable door reminded me of my duty, and giving in, I quickly unharnessed Jenny and put her away. Then I dragged the cutter into place and hung up the harness. Lastly, I locked the door and carried the key with me into the house and hung it up on its usual nail in the kitchen. I had obeyed Adelaide, and now I would go to my room. That is what she would wish, but I don't know whether I did this or not. My mind was full of Adelaide till confusion came, then darkness, and then a perfect blank. She had finished. She had done as she had been asked. She had told the story of that evening as she knew it, from the family dinner till her return home after midnight, and the mystery of Adelaide's death was as great as ever. Did she realize this? Had I wronged this lovely, tempestuous nature by suspicions which this story put to blush? I was happy to think so, madly, unreasonably happy. Whatever happened, whatever the future threatening Arthur or myself, it was rapture to be restored to right thinking as regards this captivating and youthful spirit, who had suffered and must suffer always, and all through me, who thought it a pleasant pastime to play with hearts, and awoke to find I was playing with souls, and those of the two noblest women I had ever known. The cutting in of some half-dozen questions from Mr. Moffat, which I scarcely heard, and which did not at all affect the status of the case as it now stood, served to cool down the emotional element, which had almost superseded the judicial in more minds than those of the jury, and having thus prepared his witness for an examination at other and less careful hands, he testified his satisfaction at her replies, and turned her over to the prosecution with the time-worn phrase, "Mr. District Attorney, this witness is yours." Mr. Fox at once arose. The moment was ripe for conquest. He put his most vital question first. "In all this interview with your sister, did you remark any discoloration on her throat?" The witness's lips opened. Surprise spoke from her every feature. "Discoloration?" she repeated. "I do not know what you mean." "Any marks darker than the rest of her skin on her throat or neck?" "No. Adelaide had a spotless skin. It looked like marble as she lay there. No, I saw no marks." "Miss Cumberland, have you heard or read a full account of this trial?" She was trembling now. Was it from fear of the truth, or under that terror of the unknown embodied in this question? "I do not know," said she. "What I heard was from my nurse and Mr. Moffat. I read very little. And that was only about the first days of the trial and the swearing in of the jurors. This is the first time I have heard any mention made of marks, and I do not understand yet what you allude to." District Attorney Fox cast at Mr. Moffat an eloquent glance, which that gentleman bore unmoved; then turning back to the witness, he addressed her in milder and more considerate tones than were usually heard from him in cross examination, and asked: "Did you hold your sister's hands all the time she lay dying, as you thought, on the lounge?" "Yes, yes." "And did not see her raise them once?" "No, no." "How was it when you let go of them? Where did they fall then?" "On her breast. I laid them down softly and crossed them. I did not leave her till I had done this and closed her eyes." "And what did you do then?" "I went for the note to burn it." "Miss Cumberland, in your direct examination, you said that you stopped still as you crossed the floor at the time, thinking that your sister called, and that you looked back at her to see." "Yes, sir." "Were her hands crossed then?" "Yes, sir, just the same." "And afterward, when you came from the fire, after waiting some little time for courage?" "Yes, yes. There were no signs of movement. Oh, she was dead, quite dead." "No statements, Miss Cumberland. She looked the same, and you saw no change in the position of her hands?" "None. They were just as I left them." "Miss Cumberland, you have told us how, immediately after taking the poison, she staggered about the room, and sank first on a chair and then on the lounge. Were you watching her then?" "Oh yes, every moment." "Her hands as well as her face?" "I don't know about her hands. I should have observed it if she had done anything strange with them." "Can you say she did not clutch or grip her throat during any of this time?" "Yes, yes. I couldn't have forgotten it if she had done that. I remember every move she made so well. She didn't do that." Mr. Fox's eye stole towards the jury. To a man they were alert, anxious for the next question, and serious as the arbitrators of a man's life ought to be. Satisfied, he put the question: "When, after telephoning, you returned to the room where your sister lay, did you glance at the lounge?" "Yes, I could not help it." "Was it in the same condition as when you left? The pillows, I mean." "I think so. I cannot say. I only half looked. I was terrified by it." "Can you say that they had not been disturbed?" "No, I can say nothing. But what does—" "Only the answer, Miss Cumberland. Can you tell us how these pillows were arranged?" "I am afraid not. I threw them down quickly, madly, just as I collected them. I only know that I put the window cushion down first. The rest fell anyhow, but they quite covered her, quite." "Hands and face?" "Her whole body." "And did they cover her quite when you came back?" "They must have— Wait, wait! I know I have no right to say that, but I cannot swear that I saw any change." "Can you swear that there was no change, that the pillows and the window cushion lay just as they did when you left the room?" She did not answer. Horror seemed to have seized hold of her. Her eyes, fixed on the attorney's face, wavered and, had they followed their natural impulse, would have turned towards her brother, but her fear, possibly her love, was her counsellor, and she brought them back to Mr. Fox. Resolutely, but with a shuddering insight of the importance of her reply, she answered with that one weighty monosyllable which can crush so many hopes and even wreck a life: "No." At the next moment she was in Dr. Carpenter's arms. Her strength had given way for the time, and the court was hastily adjourned, to give her opportunity for rest and recuperation. End of chapter 30, part 2.
Chapter 31 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 31. Were her hands crossed then? 70 I can remember well, within the volume of which time I have seen hours dreadful and things strange, but this sore night hath trifled former knowledge. Macbeth. I shall say nothing about myself at this juncture. That will come later. I have something of quite different purport to relate. When I left the court-room with the other witnesses, I noticed a man standing near the district attorney. He was a very plain man, with no especial claims to attention, that I could see. Yet I looked at him longer than I did at anyone else, and turned and looked at him again as I passed through the doorway. Afterward I heard that he was Sweetwater, the detective from New York who had had so much to do in unearthing the testimony against Arthur, testimony which in the light of this morning's revelations had taken on quite a new aspect, as he was doubtless the first to acknowledge. It was the curious blending of professional disappointment and a personal and characteristic appreciation of the surprising situation which made me observe him, I suppose. Certainly my heart and mind were full enough not to waste looks on a commonplace stranger, unless there had been some such overpowering reason. I left him still talking to Mr. Fox, and later received this account of the interview which followed between them and Dr. Perry. "Is this girl telling the truth?" asked District Attorney Fox, as soon as the three were closeted and each could speak his own mind. "Doctor, what do you think?" "I do not question her veracity in the least. A woman who for purely moral reasons could defy pain and risk the loss of a beauty universally acknowledged as transcendent would never stoop to falsehood even in her desire to save a brother's life. I have every confidence in her, Fox, and I think you may safely have the same." "You believe that she burnt herself intentionally?" "I wouldn't disbelieve it. You may think me sentimental. I knew and loved her father, from any fortune you might name." "Say that you never knew her father. Say that you had no more interest in the girl or the case than the jurors have. What then?" "I should believe her for humanity's sake, for the sake of the happiness it gives one to find something true and strong in this sordid workaday world, a jewel in a dust heap. Oh, I'm a sentimentalist, I acknowledge." Mr. Fox turned to Sweetwater. "And you?" "Mr. Fox, have you those tongs?" "Yes, I forgot. They were brought to my office with the other exhibits. I attached no importance to them, and you will probably find them just where I thrust them into the box marked 'Comb.'" They were in the district attorney's office, and Sweetwater at once rose and brought forward the tongs. "There is my answer," he said, pointing significantly at one of the legs. The district attorney turned pale, and motioned Sweetwater to carry them back. He sat silent for a moment, and then showed that he was a man. "Miss Cumberland has my respect," said he. Sweetwater came back to his place. Dr. Perry waited. Finally Mr. Fox turned to him and put the anticipated question. "You are satisfied with the autopsy? Miss Cumberland's death was due to strangulation, and not to the poison she took?" "That was what I swore to, and what I should have to swear again if you placed me back on the stand. The poison, taken with her great excitement, robbed her of consciousness, but there was too little of it, or it was too old and weakened to cause death. She would probably have revived in time, possibly did revive. But the clutch of those fingers was fatal. She could not survive it. It cost me more than you can ever understand to say this, but questions like yours must be answered. I should not be an honest man otherwise." Sweetwater made a movement. Mr. Fox turned and looked at him critically. "Speak out," said he. But Sweetwater had nothing to say. Neither had Dr. Perry. The oppression of an unresolved problem, involving lives of whose value each formed a different estimate, was upon them all, possibly heaviest upon the district attorney, the most serious portion of whose work lay still before him. To the relief of all, Carmel was physically stronger than we expected when she came to retake her stand in the afternoon, but she had lost a little of her courage. Her expectation of clearing her brother at a word had left her, and with it the excitation of hope. Yet she made a noble picture as she sat there, meeting, without a blush, but with an air of sweet humility impossible to describe, the curious, all-devouring glances of the multitude, some of them anxious to repeat the experience of the morning, some of them new to the court, to her, and the cause for which she stood. Mr. Fox kept nobody waiting. With a gentleness such as he seldom showed to any witness for the defence, he resumed his cross-examination by propounding the following question: "Miss Cumberland, in your account of the final interview you had with your sister, you alluded to a story you had once read together. Will you tell us the name of this story?" "It was called 'A Legend of Francis I.' It was not a novel but a little tale she found in some old magazine. It had a great effect upon us. I have never forgotten it." "Can you relate this tale to us in a few words?" "I will try. It was very simple. It merely told how a young girl marred her beauty to escape the attentions of the great king, and what respect he always showed her after that, even calling her sister." Was the thrill in her voice, or in my own heart, or in the story, emphasized as it was by her undeniable attempt upon her own beauty? As that last word fell so softly, yet with such tender suggestion, a sensation of sympathy passed between us for the first time, and I knew, from the purity of her look, and the fearlessness of this covert appeal to one she could not address openly, that the doubts I had cherished of her up to this very moment were an outrage, and that, were it possible or seemly, I should be bowed down in the dust at her feet, in reality as I was in spirit. Others may have shared my feeling, for the glances which flew from her face to mine were laden with an appreciation of the situation, which for the moment drew the prisoner from the minds of all, and centred attention on this tragedy of souls, bared in so cruel a way to the curiosity of the crowd. I could not bear it. The triumph of my heart battled with the shame of my fault, and I might have been tempted into some act of manifest imprudence if Mr. Fox had not cut my misery short by recalling attention to the witness with a question of the most vital importance. "While you were holding your sister's hands in what you supposed to be her final moments, did you observe whether or not she still wore on her finger the curious ring given her by Mr. Ranelagh, and known as her engagement ring?" "Yes, I not only saw it, but felt it. It was the only one she wore on her left hand." The district attorney paused. This was an admission unexpected, perhaps, by himself, which it was desirable to have sink into the minds of the jury. The ring had not been removed by Adelaide herself; it was still on her finger as the last hour drew nigh. An awful fact, if established, telling seriously against Arthur. Involuntarily I glanced his way. He was looking at me. The mutual glance struck fire. What I thought, he thought, but probably with a difference. The moment was surcharged with emotion for all but the witness herself. She was calm; perhaps she did not understand the significance of the occasion. Mr. Fox pressed his advantage. "And when you rose from the lounge and crossed your sister's hands?" "It was still there. I put that hand uppermost." "And left the ring on?" "Oh yes, oh yes." Her whole attitude and face were full of protest. "So that, to the best of your belief, it was still on your sister's finger when you left the room?" "Certainly, sir, certainly." There was alarm in her tone now. She was beginning to see that her testimony was not as entirely helpful to Arthur as she had been led to expect. In her helplessness, she cast a glance of entreaty at her brother's counsel. But he was busily occupied with pencil and paper, and she received no encouragement unless it was from his studiously composed manner and general air of unconcern. She did not know, nor did I know then, what uneasiness such an air may cover. Mr. Fox had followed her glances, and perhaps understood his adversary better than she did, for he drew himself up with an appearance of satisfaction as he asked very quietly: "What material did you use in lighting the fire on the clubhouse hearth?" "Wood from the box and a little kindling I found there." "How large was this kindling?" "Not very large. Some few stray pieces of finer wood I picked out from the rest." "And how did you light these?" "With some scraps of paper I brought in my bag." "Oh, you brought scraps?" "Yes, I had seen the box, seen the wood, but knew the wood would not kindle without paper. So I brought some." "Did the fire light quickly?" "Not very quickly." "You had trouble with it?" "Yes, sir, but I made it burn at last." "Are you in the habit of kindling fires in your own home?" "Yes, on the hearth." "You understand them?" "I have always found it a very simple matter, if you have paper and enough kindling." "And the draught is good?" "Yes, sir." "Wasn't the draught good at the club house?" "Not at first." "Oh, not at first. When did you see it change?" "When the note I was trying to burn flew up the chimney." "I see. Was that after or before the door opened?" "After." "Did the opening of this door alter the temperature of the room?" "I cannot say. I felt neither heat nor cold at any time." "Didn't you feel the icy cold when you opened the dressing closet window to throw out the phial?" "I don't remember." "Wouldn't you remember if you had?" "I cannot say." "Can you say whether you noticed any especial chill in the hall when you went out to telephone?" "My teeth were chattering, but—" "Had they chattered before?" "They may have. I only noticed it then, but—" "The facts, Miss Cumberland. Your teeth chattered while you were passing through the hall. Did this keep up after you entered the room where you found the telephone?" "I don't remember. I was almost insensible." "You don't remember that they did?" "No, sir." "But you do remember having shut the door behind you?" "Yes." An open window in the hall. That was what he was trying to prove. Open at this time. From the expression of such faces of the jury as I could see, I think he had proved it. The next point he made was in the same line. Had she, in all the time she was in the building, heard any noises she could not account for? "Yes, many times." "Can you describe these noises?" "No. They were all kinds. The pines sighed continually. I knew it was the pines, but I had to listen. Once I heard a rushing sound. It was when the pines stopped swaying for an instant, but I don't know what it was. It was all very dreadful." "Was this rushing sound such as a window might make on being opened?" "Possibly. I didn't think of it at the time, but it might have been." "From what direction did it come?" "Back of me, for I turned my head about." "Where were you at the time?" "At the hearth. It was before Adelaide came in." "A near sound or far?" "Far, but I cannot locate it. Indeed I cannot. I forgot it in a moment." "But you remember it now?" "Yes." "And cannot you remember, now, any other noises than those you speak of? That time you stepped into the hall, when your teeth chattered, you know, did you hear nothing then but the sighing of the pines?" She looked startled. Her hands went up and one of them clutched at her throat, then they fell, and slowly, carefully, like one feeling this way, she answered: "I had forgotten. I did hear something. A sound in one of the doorways. It was very faint. A sigh, I don't know what. It conveyed nothing to me then, and not much now. But you asked, and I have answered." "You have done right, Miss Cumberland. The jury ought to know these facts. Was it a human sigh?" "It wasn't the sigh of the pines." "And you heard it in one of the doorways? Which doorway?" "The one opposite the room in which I left my sister." "The doorway to the large hall?" "Yes, sir." Oh, the sinister memories, the moments which I myself had spent there, after this time of her passing through the hall, thank God, but not long after. And some one had been there before me. Was it Arthur? I hardly had the courage to interrogate his face, but when I did, I, like every one else who looked that way, met nothing but the quietude of a fully composed man. There was nothing to be learned from him now. The hour for self-betrayal was past. I began to have a hideous doubt. Carmel being innocent, who would be guilty but he? I knew of no one. The misery under which I had suffered was only lightened, not removed. We were still to see evil days. The prosecution would prove its case, and but there was Mr. Moffat. I must not reckon without Moffat. He had sprung one surprise. Was he not capable of springing another? Relieved, I fixed my mind again upon the proceedings. What was Mr. Fox asking her now? "Miss Cumberland, are you ready to swear that you did not hear a step at that time?" "Yes, sir." "Or see a face?" "Yes, sir." "That you only heard a sigh?" "A sigh, or something like one." "Which made you stop?" "No, I did not stop." "You went right on?" "Immediately." "Entering the telephone room?" "Yes." "The door of which you shut?" "Yes." "Intentionally?" "No, not intentionally." "Did you shut that door yourself?" "I do not know. I must have, but I—" "Never mind explanations. You do not know whether you shut it, or whether some one else shut it?" "I do not." The words fell weightily. They seemed to strike every heart. "Miss Cumberland, you have said that you telephoned for the police." "I telephoned for Central." "For help?" "Yes, for help." "You were some minutes doing this, you say?" "I have reason to think so, but I don't know definitely. The candle seemed shorter when I went out than when I came in." "Are you sure you telephoned for help?" "Help was what I wanted, help for my sister. I do not remember my words." "And then you left the building?" "After going up for my little bag." "Did you see any one then?" "No, sir." "Hear any one?" "No, sir." "Did you see your sister again?" "I have said that I just glanced at the couch." "Were the pillows there?" "Yes, sir." "Just as you had left them?" "I have said that I could not tell." "Wouldn't you know if they had been disturbed?" "No, sir. Not from the look I gave them." "Then they might have been disturbed, might even have rearranged, without your knowing it?" "They might." "Miss Cumberland, when you left the building, did you leave it alone?" "I did." "Was the moon shining?" "No, it was snowing." "Did the moon shine when you went to throw the phial out of the window?" "Yes, very brightly." "Bright enough for you to see the links?" "I didn't look at the links." "Where were you looking?" "Behind me." "When you threw the phial out?" "Yes." "What was there behind you?" "A dead sister." Oh, the indescribable tone. "Nothing else?" "No." "Forgive me, Miss Cumberland, I do not want to trouble you, but was there not something or some one in the adjoining room besides your dead sister to make you look back?" "I saw no one. But I looked back. I don't know why." "And didn't you turn at all?" "I do not think so." "You threw the phial out without looking?" "Yes." "How do you know you threw it out?" "I felt it slip from my hand." "Where?" "Over the window ledge. I had pulled the window open before I turned my head. I had only to feel for the sill. When I touched its edge, I opened my fingers." Triumph for the defence. Cross examination on this point had only served to elucidate the mysterious fact. The position of the phial, caught in the vines, was accounted for in a very natural manner. Mr. Fox shifted his inquiries. "You have said that you wore a hat and a coat of your brother's in coming to the club house? Did you keep these articles on?" "No, I left them in the lower hall." "Where in the lower hall?" "On the rack there." "Was your candle lit?" "Not then, sir." "Yet you found the rack?" "I felt for it. I knew where it was." "When did you light the candle?" "After I hung up the coat." "And then you came down. Did you have the candle then?" "Yes, for a while. But I didn't have any light when I went for the coat and hat. I remember feeling all along the wall. I don't know what I did with the candlestick or the candle. I had them on the stairs. I didn't have them when I put on the coat and hat." "I knew what she did with them. She flung them out of her hand upon the marble floor. Should I ever forget the darkness swallowing up that face of mental horror and physical suffering?" "Miss Cumberland, you are sure about having telephoned for help, and that you mentioned The Whispering Pines in doing so?" "Quite sure." Oh, what weariness was creeping into her voice. "Then of course you left the door unlocked when you went out of the building?" "No. No, I didn't. I had the key and I locked it. But I didn't realize this till I went to untie my horse. Then I found the keys in my hand. But I didn't go back." "Do you mean that you didn't know you locked the door?" "I don't remember whether I knew or not at the time. I do remember being surprised and a little frightened when I saw the keys. But I didn't go back." "Yet you had telephoned for the police?" "Yes." "And you locked them out?" "I didn't care. I didn't care." An indefinite number of questions followed. The poor child was near fainting, but bore up wonderfully notwithstanding, contradicting herself but seldom, and then only from a lack of understanding the question, or from sheer fatigue. Mr. Fox was considerate, and Mr. Moffat interrupted but seldom. All could see that this noble hearted girl, this heroine of all hearts, was trying to tell the truth, and sympathy was with her, even that of the prosecution. But certain facts had to be brought out, among them the blowing off of her hat on that hurried drive home through the ever thickening snowstorm, a fact easily accounted for when one considered the thick coils of hair over which it had been drawn. The circumstances connected with her arrival at the house were all carefully sifted, but nothing new came up, nor was her credibility as a witness shaken. The prosecution had lost much by this witness, but it had also gained. No doubt now remained that the ring was still on the victim's hand when she succumbed to the effects of the poison, and the possibility of another presence in the house during the fateful interview just recorded had been strengthened, rather than lessened, by Carmel's hesitating admissions. And so the question hung poised, and I was expecting to see her dismissed from the stand, when the district attorney settled himself again into his accustomed attitude of inquiry, and launched this new question: "When you went into the stable to unharness your horse, what did you do with the little bag you carried?" "I took it out of the cutter." "What then?" "Set it down somewhere." "Was there anything in the bag?" "Not now. I had left the tongs at the club house, and the paper I had burned. I took nothing else." "How about the candlestick?" "That I carried in one of the pockets of my coat. That I left, too." Was that all you carried in your pockets?" "Yes, the candlestick and the candlestick on one side and the candle on the other." "And these you did not have on your return?" "No, I left both." "So that your pockets were empty, entirely empty, when you drove into your own gate?" "Yes, sir, so far as I know. I never looked into them." "And felt nothing there?" "No, sir." "Took nothing out?" "No, sir." "Then or when you unharnessed your horse, or afterward, as you passed back to the house?" "No, sir." "What path did you take in returning to the house?" "There is only one." "Did you walk straight through it?" "As straight as I could. It was snowing heavily and I was dizzy and felt strange. I may have zigzagged a little." "Did you zigzag enough to go back to the stable?" "Oh, no." "You are sure that you did not wander in back of the stable?" "As sure as I can be of anything." "Miss Cumberland, I have but a few more questions to ask. Will you look at this portion of a broken bottle?" "I see it, sir." "Will you take it in your hand and examine it carefully?" She reached out her hand. It was trembling visibly and her face expressed a deep distress, but she took the piece of broken bottle and looked at it before passing it back. "Miss Cumberland, did you ever see that bit of broken glass before?" She shook her head. Then she cast a quick look at her brother and seemed to gain an instantaneous courage. "No," said she. "I may have seen a whole bottle like that at some time in the club house, but I have no memory of this broken end. None at all." "I am obliged to you, Miss Cumberland. I will trouble you no more to day." Then he threw up his head and smiled a slow, sarcastic smile at Mr. Moffat. Chapter 32 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 32 And I had said nothing. On my soul's joy, if after every tempest come such calms, may the winds blow till they have wakened death. Othello. I had always loved her, that I knew even in the hour of my darkest suspicion, but now I felt free to worship her. As the thought penetrated my whole being, it made the night gladsome. Whatever awaited her, whatever awaited Arthur, whatever awaited me, she had regenerated me. A change took place that night in my whole nature, in my whole aspect of life and my view of women. One fact rode triumphant above all other considerations and possible distresses. Fate, I was more inclined now to call it Providence, had shown me the heart of a great and true woman, and I was free to expend all my best impulses in honouring her and loving her, whether she ever looked my way again, received or even acknowledged an homage growing out of such wrong as I had done her and her unfortunate sister. It set a star in my firmament. It turned down all the ill-written and besmirched leaves in my book of life, and opened up a new page on which her name, written in letters of gold, demanded clean work in the future, and a record which should not shame the aura surrounding that pure name. Sorrow for the past, dread of the future, both were lost in the glad rebound of my distracted soul. The night was dedicated to joy, and to joy alone. The next day being a Sunday, I had ample time for the reaction bound to follow hours of such exaltation. I had no wish for company. I even denied myself to Clifton. The sight of a human face was more than I could bear, unless it were the one face, and that I could not hope for. But the desire to see her, to hear from her,
if only to learn how she had endured the bitter ordeal of the day before, soon became unbearable. I must know this much at any cost to her feelings or to mine. After many a struggle with myself, I called up Dr. Carpenter on the telephone. From him I learned that she was physically prostrated, but still clear in mind and satisfied of her brother's innocence. This latter statement might mean anything, but imparted by him to me, it seemed to be capable of but one interpretation. I must be prepared for whatever distrust of myself this confidence carried with it. This was intolerable. I had to speak. I had to inquire if she had yet heard of the real reason why I was the first to be arrested. A decided no cut short that agony. I could breathe again and proffer a humble request. Doctor, I cannot approach her. I cannot even write. It would seem too presumptuous. But tell her as you find the opportunity how I honor her. Do not let her remain under the impression that I am not capable of truly feeling what she has borne and must still bear. I will do what I can, was his reply, and he mercifully cut short the conversation. This was the event of the morning. In the afternoon I sat in my window thinking. My powers of reasoning had returned, and the insoluble problem of Adelaide's murder occupied my whole mind. With Carmel innocent, who was there left to suspect? Not Arthur. His fingers were as guiltless as my own of those marks on her throat. Of this I was convinced, difficult as it made my future. My mind refused to see guilt in a man who could meet my eye with just the look he gave me on leaving the court room at the conclusion of his sister's triumphant examination. It was a momentary glance, but I read it, I am sure, quite truthfully. "You are the man," it said, but not in the old bitter and revengeful way voiced by his tongue before we came together, in the one effort to save Carmel from what, in our short-sightedness and misunderstanding of her character, we had looked upon as the worst of humiliations and the most desperate of perils. There was sadness in his conviction and an honest man's regret, which, if noted by those about us, was far more dangerous to my good name than the loudest of denunciations or the most acrimonious of assaults. It put me in the worst of positions, but one chance remained for me now. The secret man of guilt might yet come to light, but how or through whose agency I found myself unable to conceive. I had neither the wit nor the experience to untangle this confused web. Should I find the law in shape to deal with it? A few days would show. With the termination of Arthur's trial, the story of my future would begin. Meanwhile, I must have patience and such strength as could be got from the present. And so the afternoon passed. With the coming on of night, my mood changed. I wanted air, movement. The closeness of my rooms had become unbearable. As soon as the lamps were lit in the street, I started out and I went toward the cemetery. I had no motive in choosing this direction for my walk. The road was an open one, and I should neither avoid people nor escape the chilly blast blowing directly in my face from the northeast. Whim, or shall I not say true feeling, carried me there, though I was quite conscious all the time of a strong desire to see Ella Fulton and learn from her the condition of affairs, whether she was at peace or in utter disgrace with her parents. It was a cold night, as I have said, and there would be few people in the streets. On the boulevard I met nobody. As I neared the cemetery, I passed one man; otherwise I was, to all appearance, alone in this remote avenue. The effect was sinister, or my mood made it so. Yet I did not hasten my steps. The hours till midnight had to be lived through in some way, and why not in this? No companion would have been welcome, and had the solitude been less perfect, I should have murmured at the prospect of intrusion. The cemetery gates were shut. This I had expected, but I did not need to enter the grounds to have a view of Adelaide's grave. The Cumberland lot occupied a knoll in close proximity to the fence, and my only intention had been to pass this spot and cast one look within, in memory of Adelaide. To reach the place, however, I had to turn a corner, and on doing so I saw good reason, as I thought, for not carrying out my intention at this especial time. Some man, I could not recognize him from where I stood, had forestalled me. Though the night was a dark one, sufficient light shone from the scattered lamps on the opposite side of the way for me to discern his intent figure, crouching against the iron bars, and gazing, with an intentness which made him entirely oblivious of my presence, at the very plot and on the very grave which had been the end of my own pilgrimage. So motionless he stood, and so motionless I myself became at this unexpected and significant sight, that I presently imagined I could hear his sighs in the dead quiet into which the whole scene had sunk. Grief, deeper than mine, spoke in those labouring breaths. Adelaide was mourned by some one as I, for all my remorse, could never mourn her. And I did not know the man! Was not this strange enough to rouse my wonder? I thought so, and was on the point of satisfying this wonder by a quick advance upon this stranger, when there happened an uncanny thing which held me in check from sheer astonishment. I was so placed, in reference to one of the street lamps I have already mentioned, that my shadow fell before me plainly along the snow. This had not attracted my attention until, at the point of moving, I cast my eyes down and saw two shadows where only one should be. As I had heard no one behind me, and had supposed myself entirely alone with the man absorbed in contemplation of Adelaide's grave, I experienced a curious sensation which, without being fear, held me still for a moment with my eyes on this second shadow. It did not move, any more than mine did. This was significant, and I turned. A man stood at my back, not looking at me but at the fellow in front of us. A quiet "Hush!" sounded in my ear, and again I stood still, but only for an instant. The man at the fence, aroused by my movement, perhaps, had turned, and seeing our two figures, started to fly in the opposite direction. Instinctively I darted forward in pursuit, but was soon passed by the man behind me. This caused me to slacken, for I had recognized this latter, as he flew by, as Sweetwater, the detective, and knew that he would do this work better than myself. But I reckoned without my host. He went only as far as the spot where the man had been standing. When, in my astonishment, I advanced upon him there, he wheeled about quite naturally in my direction, and accosting me by name, remarked, in his genial off-hand manner: "There is no need for us to tire our legs in a chase after that man. I know him well enough." "And who—" I began. A quizzical smile answered me. The light was now in our faces, and I had a perfect view of his. Its expression quite disarmed me, but I knew, as well as if he had spoken, that I should receive no other reply to my half-formed question. "Are you going back into town?" he asked, as I paused and looked down at the umbrella swinging in his hand. I was sure that he had not held this umbrella when he started by me on the run. "If so, will you allow me to walk beside you for a little way?" I could not refuse him. Besides, I was not sure that I wanted to. Homely as any man I had ever seen, there was a magnetic quality in his voice and manner that affected even one so fastidious as myself. I felt that I had rather talk to him at that moment than to any other person I knew. Of course, curiosity had something to do with it, and that community of interest which is the strongest bond that can link two people together. "You are quite welcome," said I, and again cast my eyes at the umbrella. "You are wondering where I got this," he remarked, looking down at it in his turn. "I found it leaning against the fence. It gives me all the clue I need to our fleet-footed friend. Mr. Ranelagh, will you credit me with good intentions if I ask a question or two which you may or may not be willing to answer?" "You may ask what you will," said I. "I have nothing to conceal since hearing Miss Cumberland's explanation of her presence at the Whispering Pines." "Ah!" The ejaculation was eloquent. So was the silence which followed it. Without good reason, perhaps, I felt the strain upon my heart loosen a little. Was it possible that I should find a friend in this man? "The question I am going to ask," he continued presently, "is one which you may consider unpardonable. Let me first express an opinion. You have not told all you know of that evening's doing." This called for no reply, and I made none. "I can understand your reticence if your knowledge included the fact of Miss Cumberland's heroic act and her sister's manner of death at the club house." "But it did not," I asserted, with deliberate emphasis. "I knew nothing of either. My arrival happened later. Miss Cumberland's testimony gave me my first enlightenment on these points. But I did know that the two sisters were there together, for I had a glimpse of the younger as she was leaving the house." "You had? And are willing to state it now?" "Assuredly. But any testimony of that kind is for the defence, and your interests are all with the prosecution. Mr. Moffat is the man who should talk to me." "Does he know it?" "Yes." "Who told him?" "I did." "You?" "Yes. It was my duty." "You are interested, then, in seeing young Cumberland freed?" "I must be. He is innocent." The man at my side turned, shot at me one glance which I met quite calmly, then, regulating his step by mine, moved on silently for a moment, thinking, as it appeared to me, some very serious thoughts. It was not until we had traversed a whole block in this way that he finally put his question. Whether it was the one he had first had in mind, I cannot say. "Mr. Ranelagh, will you tell me why, when you found yourself in such dire extremity as to be arrested for this crime, on evidence as startling as to call for all and every possible testimony to your innocence, you preserved silence in regard to a fact which you must have then felt would have secured you a most invaluable witness? I can understand why Mr. Cumberland has been loth to speak of his younger sister's presence in the club house on that night, but his reason was not your reason. Yet you have been as hard to move on this point as he." Then it was I regretted my thoughtless promise to be candid with this man. To answer were impossible, yet silence had its confidences, too. In my dilemma, I turned towards him, and just then we stepped within the glare of an electric light pouring from some open doorway. I caught his eye, and was astonished at the change which took place in him. "Don't answer," he muttered volubly. "It isn't necessary. I understand the situation now, and you shall never regret that you met Caleb Sweetwater on your way this evening. Will you trust me, sir? A detective who loves his profession is no gabbler. Your secret is as safe with me as if you had buried it in the grave." And I had said nothing! He started to go, then he stopped suddenly and observed, with one of his wise smiles, I once spent several minutes in Miss Carmel Cumberland's room, and I saw a cabinet there which I found it very hard to understand. But its meaning came to me later. I could not rest till it did. At the next moment he was half way around the corner, and in another, out of sight. This was the evening's event. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 33. The Arrow of Death. Oh, if you rear this house against this house, it will the woefullest division prove that ever fell upon this cursed earth. Prometheus Unbound. In my first glance around the court-room the next morning, I sought first for Carmel and then for the detective Sweetwater. Neither was visible. But this was not true of Ella. She had come in on her father's arm, closely followed by the erect figure of her domineering mother. As I scrutinized the latter's bearing, I seemed to penetrate the mystery of her nature. Whatever humiliation she may have felt at the public revelation of her daughter's weakness, it had been absorbed by her love for that daughter, or had been forced, through the agency of her indomitable will, to become a ministrant to her pride, which was unassailable. She had accepted the position exacted from her by the situation, and she looked for no loss of prestige, either on her daughter's or her own account. Such was the language of her eyes, and it was a language which should have assured Ella that she had a better friend in her mother than she had ever dreamed of. The entrance of the defendant cut short my contemplation of any mere spectator. The change in him was so marked that I was conscious of it before I really saw him. Every eye had reflected it, and it was no surprise to me when I noted the relieved, almost cheerful aspect of his countenance as he took his place and met his counsel's greeting with a smile, the first, I believe, which had been seen on his face since his sister's death. That counsel I had already noted. He was cheerful also, but with a restrained cheerfulness. His task was not yet over, and the grimness of Mr. Fox and the non-committal aspect of the juryman proved that it was not to be made too easy for him. The crier announced the opening of the court, and the defence proceeded by the calling of Ella Fulton to the witness stand. I need not linger over her testimony. It was very short and contained but one surprise. She had stated under direct examination that she had waited and watched for Arthur's return that whole night, and was positive that he had not passed through their grounds again after that first time in the early evening. This was just what I had expected from her. But the prosecution remembered the snowfall, and in her cross-examination on this point she acknowledged that it was very thick, much too thick for her to see her own gate distinctly, but added that this only made her surer of the fact she had stated, for finding that she could not see, she had dressed herself for the storm and gone out into the driveway to watch there, and had so watched until the town clock struck 3. This did not help the prosecution. Sympathy could not fail to be with this young and tremulous girl, heroic in her love, if weak in other respects, and when on her departure from the stand she cast one depreciatory glance at the man for whom she had thus sacrificed her pride, and meeting his eye fixed upon her with anything but ingratitude, flushed and faltered till she with difficulty found her way, the sentiments of the onlookers became so apparent that the judge's gavel was called into requisition before order could be restored and the next witness summoned to testify. This witness was no less a person than Arthur himself. Recalled by his counsel, he was reminded of his former statement that he had left the club-house in a hurry because he heard his sister Adelaide's voice, and was now asked if hers was the only voice he had heard. His answer revealed much of his mind. "No, I heard Carmel answering her." This satisfying Mr. Moffat, he passed over to Mr. Fox, and a short cross examination ensued on this point. "You heard both your sisters speaking?" "Yes, sir." "Any of their words, or only their voices?" "I heard one word." "What word?" "The word Elwood." "In which voice?" "In that of my sister Adelaide." "And you fled?" "Immediately." "Leaving your two sisters alone in this cold and out of the way house?" "I did not think they were alone." "Who did you think was with them?" "I have already mentioned the name." "Yet you left them?" "Yes, I've already explained that. I was engaged in a mean act. I was ashamed to be caught at it by Adelaide. I preferred flight. I had no premonition of tragedy, any such tragedy as afterwards occurred. I understood neither of my sisters, and my thoughts were only for myself." "Didn't you so much as try to account for their both being there?" "Not then." "Had you expected Adelaide to accompany your younger sister when you harnessed the horse for her?" "No, sir." "Had not this younger sister even enjoined secrecy upon you in asking you to harness the horse?" "Yes, sir." "Yet you heard the two together in this remote building without surprise?" "No. I must have felt surprise, but I didn't stop to analyse my feelings. Afterward, I turned it over in my mind and tried to make something out of the whole thing. But that was when I was far out on the links." A losing game thus far. This the district attorney seemed to feel, but he was not an ungenerous man, though cursed perhaps I should say blessed, considering the position he held by a tenacity which never let him loose his hold until the jury gave their verdict. "You have a right to explain yourself fully," said he, after a momentary struggle in which his generosity triumphed over his pride. "When you did think of your sisters, what explanation did you give yourself on the facts we have just been considering?" "I could not imagine the truth, so I just satisfied myself that Adelaide had discovered Carmel's intention to ride into town, and had insisted upon accompanying her. They were having it out, I thought, in the presence of the man who made all this trouble between them." "And you left them to the task?" "Yes, sir, but not without a struggle. I was minded several times to return. This I have testified to before." "Did this struggle consume 40 minutes?" "It must have, and more, if I entered the hold in Cuthbert Road at the hour they state." Mr. Fox gave up the game, and I looked to be the next person called. But it was not a part of Mr. Moffat's plan to weaken the effect of Carmel's testimony by offering any weak corroboration of facts which nobody showed the least inclination to dispute. Satisfied with having given the jury an opportunity to contrast his client's present cheerfulness and manly aspect with the sullenness he had maintained while in doubt of Carmel's real connection with this crime, Mr. Moffat rested his case. There was no testimony offered in rebuttal, and the court took a recess. When it reassembled, I cast another anxious glance around. Still no Carmel, nor any signs of Sweetwater. I could understand her absence, but not his, and it was in a confusion of feeling, which was fast getting the upper hand of me, that I turned my attention to Mr. Moffat and the plea he was about to make for his youthful client. I do not wish to obtrude myself too much into this trial of another man for the murder of my betrothed. But when, after a wait during which the prisoner had a chance to show his mettle under the concentrated gaze of an expectant crowd, the senior counsel for the defence slowly rose, and, lifting his ungainly length till his shoulders lost their stoop and his whole presence acquired dignity which had been entirely absent from it up to this decisive moment, I felt a sudden slow and creeping chill seize and shake me, as I have heard people say they experienced when uttering the common expression, "Someone is walking over my grave." It was not that he glanced my way, for this he did not do. Yet I received a subtle message from him, by some telepathic means I could neither understand nor respond to, a message of warning, or possibly of simple preparation for what his coming speech might convey. I laid my spirits low for a moment, then they rose as those of a better man might rise at the scent of danger. If he could warn, he could also withhold. I would trust him, or I would at least trust my fate. And so, good bye to self. Arthur's life and Carmel's future peace were trembling in the balance. Surely these were worth the full attention of the man who loved the woman who pitied the man. At the next moment I heard these words, delivered in the slow and but slightly raised tones with which Mr. Moffat invariably began his address. "May it please the court and gentlemen of the jury, my learned friend of the prosecution has shown great discretion in that, so far as appears from the trend of his examinations, he is planning no attempt to explain the many silences and the often forbidding attitude of my young client by any theory save the obvious one, the natural desire of a brother to hide his only remaining sister's connection with a tragedy of whose details he was ignorant, and concerning which he had formed a theory derogatory to her position as a young and well-bred woman. I am, therefore, spared the task of pressing upon your consideration these very natural, and I may add, laudable grounds for my client's many hesitations and suppressions, which, under other circumstances, would militate so deeply against him in the eyes of an upright and impartial jury. Any man with a heart in his breast and a sense of honor in his soul can understand why this man, whatever his record, and however impervious he may have seemed in the days of his prosperity and the wilfulness of his youth, should recoil from revelations which would attack the honor, if not the life, of a young and beautiful sister, sole remnant of a family eminent in station, and in all those moral and civic attributes which make for the honor of a town and lend distinction to its history. Fear for a loved one, even in one whom you will probably hear described as a dissipated man, of selfish tendencies and hitherto unbrotherly qualities, is a great miracle worker. No sacrifice seems impossible which serves as a ground for one so situated and so threatened. Let us review his history. Let us disentangle, if we can, our knowledge of what has occurred in the club house from his knowledge of it at the time he showed these unexpected traits of self-control and brotherly anxiety which you will yet hear so severely scolded by my able opponent. His was a nature in which honorable instincts had forever battled with the secret predilections of youth for independence and free living. He rebelled at all motion, but this did not make him altogether insensible to the secret ties of kinship or the claims upon his protection of two highly gifted sisters. Consciously or unconsciously, he kept watch upon the two, and when he saw that an extraneous influence was undermining their mutual confidence, he rebelled in his heart, whatever restraint he may have put upon his tongue and actions. Then came an evening when, with heart already rasped by a personal humiliation, he saw a letter passed. You have heard the letter and listened to its answer, but he knew nothing beyond the fact, a fact which soon received a terrible significance from the events which so speedily followed. Here Mr. Moffat recapitulated those events, but always from the standpoint of the defendant, a standpoint which necessarily brought before the jury the many excellent reasons which his client had for supposing this crime to have resulted solely from the conflicting interests, represented by that furtively passed note, and the visit of 2 girls instead of 1 to the Whispering Pines. It was very convincing, especially his picture of Arthur's impulsive flight from the club house at the first sound of his sisters' voices. "The learned counsel for the people may call this unnatural," he cried. "He may say that no brother would leave the place under such circumstances, whether sober or not sober, alive to duty or dead to it, that curiosity would hold him there, if nothing else. But he forgets, if thus he thinks and thus would have you think, that the man who now confronts you from the bar is separated by an immense experience from the boy he was at that hour of surprise and selfish preoccupation. You who have heard the defendant tell how he could not remember if he carried up 1 or 2 bottles from the kitchen, can imagine the blank condition of this untutored mind at the moment when those voices fell upon his ear, calling him to responsibilities he had never before shouldered, and which he saw no way of shouldering now. In that first instance of considerate escape, he was alarmed for himself, afraid of the discovery of the sneaking act of which he had just been guilty, not fearful for his sisters. You would have done differently, but you are all men disciplined to forget yourselves and think first of others, taught, in the school of life, to face responsibility rather than to shirk it. But discipline had not yet reached this unhappy boy, the slave, so far, of his unfortunate habits. It began its work later, yet not much later. Before he had half crossed the golf links, the sense of what he had done stopped him in middle course, and reckless of the oncoming storm, he turned his back upon the place he was making for, only to switch around again, as craving got the better of his curiosity, or of that deeper feeling to which my experienced opponent will, no doubt, touchingly allude when he comes to survey this situation with you. The storm, continuing, obliterated his steps as far as the ever-whitening spaces beneath received them, but if it had stopped then and there, leaving those wandering imprints to tell their story, what a tale we might have read of the first secret conflict in this awakening soul! I leave you to imagine this history, and pass to the bitter hour when, racked by a night of dissipation, he was aroused, indeed, to the magnitude of his fault and the awful consequences of his self-indulgence, by the news of his elder sister's violent death and the hardly less pitiful condition of the younger. The younger! The pause he here made was more eloquent than any words. Is it for me to laud her virtues, or to seek to impress upon you in this connection the overwhelming nature of the events which in reality had laid her mind and body low? You have seen her, you have heard her, and the memory of the tale she has here told will never leave you, or lose its hold upon your sympathies or your admiration. If everything else connected with this case is forgotten, the recollection of that will remain. You and I, and all who wait upon your verdict, will in due time pass from among the living, and leave small print behind us on the sands of time. But her act will not die, and to it I offer the homage of silence, since that would best please her heroic soul, which broke the bonds of womanly reserve only to save from an unmerited charge a falsely arraigned brother. The restraint and yet the fire with which Mr. Moffat uttered these simple words lifted all hearts and surcharged the atmosphere with an emotion rarely awakened in a court of law. Not in my pulses alone was started the electric current of renewed life. The jury, to a man, glowed with enthusiasm, and from the audience rose one long and suppressed sigh of answering feeling, which was all the tribute he needed for his eloquence, or Carmel for her uncalculating self-sacrificing deed. I could have called upon the mountains to cover me, but, God be praised, no one thought of me in that hour. Every throb, every thought was for her. At the proper moment of subsiding feeling, Mr. Moffat again raised his voice. "Gentlemen of the jury, you have seen point after point of the prosecution's case demolished before your eyes by testimony which no one has had the temerity to attempt to controvert. What is left? Mr. Fox will tell you 3 strong and unassailable facts. The ring found in the murdered woman's casket, the remnants of the tell-tale bottle discovered in the Cumberland stable, and the opportunity for crime given by the acknowledged presence of the defendant on or near the scene of death. He will harp on these facts, he will make much of them, and he will be justified in doing so, for they are the only links remaining of the strong chain forged so carefully against my client. But are these points so vital as they seem? Let us consider them and see. My client has denied that he has dropped anything into his sister's casket, much less the ring missing from that sister's finger. Dare you, then, convict on this point when, according to count, 10 other persons were seen to drop flowers into this very place, any one of which might have carried this object with it? And the bit of broken bottle found in or near the defendant's own stable, is he to be convicted on the similarity it offers to the one known to have come from the club house wine vault, while a reasonable doubt remains of his having been the hand which carried it there? No, and I claim that my client has made it plain that there is such a reasonable doubt." All this and more did Mr. Moffat dilate upon, but I could no longer fix my mind on details, and much of this portion of his address escaped me. But I do remember the startling picture with which he closed. His argument so far had been based on the assumption of Arthur's ignorance of Carmel's purpose in visiting the club house, or of Adelaide's attempt at suicide. His client had left the building when he said he did, and knew no more of what happened there afterward than circumstances showed, or his own imagination conceived. But now the advocate took a sudden turn, and calmly asked the jury to consider with him the alternative outlined by the prosecution in the evidence set before them. "My distinguished opponent," said he, "would have you believe that the defendant did not fly at the moment declared, but that he waited to fulfil the foul deed which is the only serious matter in dispute in his so nearly destroyed case. I hear, as though he were now speaking, the attack which he will make upon my client when he comes to review this matter with you. Let me see if I cannot make you hear those words too." And with a daring smile at his discomforted adversary, Alonzo Moffat launched forth into the following sarcasm: "Arthur Cumberland, coming up the kitchen stairs, hears voices where he had expected total silence, sees light where he had left total darkness. He has 2 bottles in his hand, or in his large coat pockets. If they are in his hands, he sets them down and steals forward to listen. He has recognized the voices. They are those of his 2 sisters, one of whom had ordered him to hitch up the cutter for her to escape, as he had every reason to believe; the other. Curiosity, or is it some nobler feeling, causes him to draw nearer and nearer to the room in which they have taken up their stand. He can hear their words now, and what are the words he hears? Words that would thrill the most impervious heart, call for the interference of the most indifferent. But he is made of ice, welded together with steel. He sees, for no place save one from which he can watch and see, videlicet, the dark dancing hall, would satisfy any man of such gigantic curiosity, Adelaide fall at Carmel's feet, in recognition of the great sacrifice she has made for her. But he does not move. He falls at no one's feet, he recognizes no nobility, responds to no higher appeal. Stony and unmoved, he crouches there, and watches, still curious, or still feeding his hate on the sufferings of the elder, the forbearance of the younger. And on what does he look? You have already heard, but consider it. Adelaide, despairing of happiness, decides on death for herself or sister. Both loving one man, one of the two must give way to the other. Carmel has done her part, she must now do hers. She has brought poison, she has brought glasses. 3 glasses for 3 persons, but only 2 are on the scene, and so she fills but 2. One has only cordial in it, but the other is, as she believes, deadly. Carmel is to have her choice, but who believes that Adelaide would ever have let her drink the poisoned glass? And this man looks on as the 2 faces confront each other, one white with the overthrow of every earthly hope, the other under the stress of suffering and a fascination of horror sufficient to have laid her dead, without poison, at the other one's feet. This is what he sees, a brother, and he makes no move, then or afterwards, when, the dice cast, Adelaide succumbs to her fear and falls into a seemingly dying state on the couch. Does he go now? Is his hate or his cupidity satisfied? No, he remains and listens to the tender interchange of final words, and all the late precautions of the elder to guard the younger woman's good name. Still he is not softened, and when, the critical moment past, Carmel rises and totters about the room in her endeavour to fulfil the tasks enjoined upon her by her sister, he gloats over a death which will give him independence and gluts himself with every evil thought which could blind him to the pitiful aspects of a tragedy such as few men in this world could see unmoved. A brother! But this is not the worst. The awful cup of human greed and hatred is but filled to the brim; it has not yet overflowed. Carmel leaves the room. She has a telephonic message to deliver. She may be gone a minute, she may be gone many. Little does he care which, he must see the dead, look down on the woman who has been like a mother to him, and see if her influence is for ever removed, if his wealth is his, and his independence for ever assured. Safe in the darkness or the gloomy recesses of the dancing hall, he steals slowly forward; drawn as by a magnet, he enters the room of seeming death, draws up to the pillow-laden couch, pulls off the first one cushion and then another, till face and hands are bare, and there is a moment, death has not then done its work. She lives, the hated one, lives! And he is no longer rich, no longer independent. With a clutch he seizes her at the feeble seat of life, and as the breath ceases and her whole body becomes again inert, he stoops to pull off the ring, which can have no especial value or meaning for him, and then, repiling the cushions over her, creeps forth again, takes up the bottles, and disappears from the house. Gentlemen of the jury, this is what my opponent would have you believe. This will be his explanation of the extraordinary murder. But when his eloquence meets your ears, when you hear his arraignment, and the emphasis he will place upon the few points remaining to his broken case, then ask yourself if you see such a monster in the prisoner now confronting you from the bar. I do not believe it. I do not believe that such a monster lives. But you say someone entered that room, someone stilled the fluttering life still remaining in that feeble breast. Someone may have, but that someone was not my client, and it is his guilt or innocence we are considering now, and it is his life and freedom for which you are responsible. No brother did that deed, no witness of the scene which hallowed this tragedy ever lifted hand against the fainting Adelaide, or choked back a life which kindly fate had spared. Go further for the guilty perpetrator of this most inhumane act. He stands not in the dock. Guilt shows no such relief as you see in him to-day. Guilt would remember that his sister's testimony, under the cross-examination of the people's prosecutor, left the charge of murder still hanging over the defendant's head. But the brother has forgotten this. His restored confidence in one who now represents to him father, mother, and sister has thrown his own fate into the background. Will you dim that joy, sustain this charge of murder? If in your sense of justice you do so, you forever place this degenerate son of a noble father on the list of the most unimaginative and hate-driven criminals of all time. Is he such a demon? Is he such a madman? Look in his face to-day, and decide. I am willing to leave this cause in your hands. It could be placed in no better. May it please your Honour and gentlemen of the jury, I am done." If anyone at that moment felt the arrow of death descending into his heart, it was not Arthur Cumberland. Chapter 34. of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 34. Steady. I am a tainted wether of the flock, meetest for the death, the weakest kind of fruit drops earliest to the ground, and so let me. You cannot better be employed, Bassanio, than to live still and write my epitaph. Merchant of Venice. Why linger over the result? Arthur Cumberland's case was won before Mr. Fox arose to his feet. The usual routine was gone through. The district attorney made the most of the three facts which he declared inconsistent with the prisoner's innocence, just as Mr. Moffat said he would, but the life was gone from his work, and so the result was necessarily unsatisfactory. The judge's charge was short, but studiously impartial. When the jury filed out, I said to myself, "They will return in 15 minutes." They returned in 10, and with a verdict of acquittal. The demonstrations of joy which followed filled my ears, and doubtless left their impression upon my other senses, but my mind took in nothing but the apparition of my own form taking his place at the bar, under circumstances less favourable to acquittal than those which had exonerated him. It was a picture which set my brain whirling. A phantom judge, a phantom jury, a phantom circle of faces, lacking the consideration and confidence of those I saw before me, but not a phantom prisoner, or any mere dream of outrageous shame and suffering. That shame and that suffering had already seized hold of me. With the relief of young Arthur's acquittal, my faculties had cleared to the desperate position in which this very acquittal had placed me. I saw, as never before, how the testimony which had reinstated Carmel in my heart, and won for her and through her the sympathies of the whole people, had overthrown every specious reason which I and those interested in me had been able to advance in contradiction of the natural conclusion to be drawn from the damning fact of my having been seen with my fingers on Adelaide's throat. Mr. Moffat's words rang in my ears. Some one entered that room, some one stilled the fluttering life still remaining in that feeble breast, but that some one was not her brother. You must look further for the guilty perpetrator of this most inhumane act, some one who had not been a witness to the scene preceding this tragedy, some one— He had not said this, but every mind had supplied the omission— some one who had come in later, who came in after Carmel had gone, some one who knew nothing of the telephone message which was even then hastening the police to the spot, some one who had every reason for lifting those cushions and, on meeting life— The horror stifled me. I was reeling in my place on the edge of the crowd when I heard a quiet voice in my ear. "Steady. Their eyes will soon be off of Arthur, and then they will look at you." It was Clifton, and his words came none too soon. I stiffened under its quiet force, and taking his arm, let him lead me out of a side door, where the crowd was smaller and its attention even more absorbed. I soon saw its course. Carmel was entering the doorway from the street. She had come to greet her brother, and her face, quite unveiled, was beaming with beauty and joy. In an instant I forgot myself, forgot everything but her and the effect she produced upon those about her. No noisy demonstration here; admiration and love were shown in looks, and the low-breathed prayer for her welfare which escaped from more than one pair of lips. She smiled, and their hearts were hers. She essayed to move forward, and the people crowded back as if at a queen's passage, but there was no noise. When she reappeared, it was on Arthur's arm. I had not been able to move from the place in which we were hemmed, nor had I wished to. I was hungry for a glance of her eye. Would it turn my way, and if it did, would it leave a curse or a blessing behind it? In anxiety for the blessing, I was willing to risk the curse, and I followed her every step with hungry glances, until she reached the doorway, and turned to give another shake of the hand of Mr. Moffat, who had followed them. But she did not see me. "I cannot miss it. I must catch her eye," I whispered to Clifton. "Get me out of this. It will be several minutes before they can reach the sleigh. Let me see her for one instant face to face." Clifton disapproved, and made me aware of it, but he did my bidding nevertheless. In a few moments we were on the sidewalk, and quite by ourselves, so that if she turned again she could not fail to observe me. I had small hope, however, that she would so turn. She and Arthur were within a few feet of the curb and their own sleigh. I had just time to see this sleigh, and note the rejoicing face of Zadok leaning sideways from the box, when I beheld her pause, and slowly turn her head around and peer eagerly, and with that divine anxiety in her eyes, back over the heads of those thronging about her, until her gaze rested fully and sweetly on mine. My heart leaped, then sank down into unutterable depths, for in that instant her face changed. Horror seized upon her beauty, and shook her frantic hold on Arthur's arm. I heard words uttered very near me, but I did not catch them. I did feel, however, the hand which was laid strongly and with authority upon my shoulder, and tearing my eyes from her face only long enough to perceive that it was Sweetwater who had thus arrested me, I looked back at her, in time to see the questions leap from her lips to Arthur, whose answers I could well understand from the pitying movement in the crowd and the low hum of restrained voices, which ran between her sinking figure and the spot where I stood apart, with the detective's hand on my shoulder. She had never been told of the incriminating position in which I had been seen in the club house. It had been carefully kept from her, and she had supposed that my acquittal in the public mind was as certain as Arthur's. Now she saw herself undeceived, and the reaction to doubt and misery was too much for her, and I saw her sinking under my eyes. "Let me go to her!" I shrieked, utterly unconcerned with anything in the world but this tottering, fainting girl. But Sweetwater's hand only tightened on my shoulder, while Arthur, with an awful look at me, caught his sister in his arms just as she fell to the ground before the swaying multitude. But he was not the only one to kneel there. With a sound of love and misery impossible to describe, Zadok had leaped from the box, and had grovelled at those dear feet, kissing the insensible hands and praying for those shut eyes to open. Even after Arthur had lifted her into the sleigh, the man remained crouching where she had fallen, with his eyes roaming back and forth in a sightless stare from her to myself, muttering and groaning, and totally unheedful of Arthur's commands to mount the box and drive home. Finally some one else stepped from the crowd and mercifully took the reins. I caught one more glimpse of her face, with Arthur's bent tenderly over it, Then the sleigh slipped away. An officer shook Zadok by the arm, and he got up and began to move aside. Then I had mind to face my own fate, and looking up, I met Sweetwater's eye. It was quietly apologetic. "I only wished to congratulate you," said he, "on the conclusion of a case in which I know you are highly interested." Lifting his hat, he nodded affably and was gone before I could recover from my stupor. It was for Clifton to show his indignation. I was past all feeling. Farce was an afterpiece never appealed to me. Would I have considered it farce if I could have heard the words which this detective was at that moment whispering into the district attorney's ears? "Do you want to know who throttled Adelaide Cumberland? It was not her brother, it was not her lover. It was her old and trusted coachman." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 35. As if it were a Mecca. I have within my mind 1,000 raw tricks of these bragging jacks which I will practice. Merchant of Venice. Give me your reasons. They must be excellent ones, Sweetwater, or you would not risk making a second mistake in a case of this magnitude and publicity. Mr. Fox, they are excellent, but you shall judge of them. From the moment Miss Carmel Cumberland overthrew the very foundations of our case by her remarkable testimony, I have felt that my work was only half done. It was a strain on credulity to believe Arthur guilty of a crime so prefaced, and the alternative which Mr. Moffat believed in, which you were beginning to believe in, and perhaps are allowing yourself to believe in even now, never appealed to me. I allude to the very natural suspicion that the act beheld by your man Clark was a criminal act, and that Ranelagh is the man really responsible for Miss Cumberland's death. Some instincts held me back from this conclusion, as well as the incontrovertible fact that he could have had no hand in carrying that piece of broken bottle into the Cumberland stable, or of dropping his engagement ring in the suggestive place where it was found. Where, then, should I look for the unknown, the unsuspected third party? Among the 10 other persons who dropped something into that casket. Most of these were children, but I made the acquaintance of every one. I spent most of my Sunday that way. Then, finding no clouded eye among them, I began a study of the Cumberland servants, naturally starting with Zadok. For 2 hours I sat at his stable fire, talking and turning him inside out, as only we detectives know how. I found him actually overwhelmed with grief, not the grief of a sane man, but of one in whom the very springs of life are poisoned by some dreadful remorse. He did not know he revealed this. He expressed himself as full of hope that his young master would be acquitted the next day, but I could see that his prospect could never still the worm working at his heart, and resolved to understand why. I left him ostensibly alone, but in reality shadowed him. The consequence was that, in the evening dusk, he led me to the cemetery, where he took up his watch at Miss Cumberland's grave, as if it were a Mecca and he a passionate devotee. I could hear his groans as he hung to the fence, and spoke softly to the dead, and though I was too far away to catch a single word, I felt confident that I had at last struck the right track, and should soon see my way more clearly than at any time since this baffling case opened. But before I allowed my fancy to run away with me, I put in an evening of inquiry. If this man had an absolute alibi, what was the use of wasting effort upon him? But I could not find that he had, Mr. Fox. He went with the rest of the servants to the ball, which, you know, was held in Tibbetts Hall on Ford Street, and he was seen there later, dancing and making merry in a way not usual to him. But there was a space of time dangerously tallying with that of the tragic séance at the club house, when he was not seen by any one there, so far as I can make out, and this fact gave me courage to consider a certain point which had struck me, and of which I thought something might be made. Mr. Fox, after the fiasco I have made of this affair, it costs me something to go into the petty details, which must suggest my former failures and may not strike you with the force they did me. That broken bottle, or rather, that piece of broken bottle. Where was the rest of it? Sought for almost immediately after the tragedy, it had not been found at the Cumberland place or on the golf links. It had been looked for carefully when the first thaw came, but though glass was picked up, it was not the same glass. The task had become hopeless and ere long was abandoned. But with this idea of Zadok being the means of its transfer from the Whispering Pines to the house on the hill, I felt the desire to look once more, and while court was in session this morning, I started a fresh search, this time not on the golf links. Tibbetts Hall communicates more quickly with the Whispering Pines by the Club House Road than by the market one. So I directed my attention to the ground in front and on the further side of the driveways. And I found the neck of that bottle. Yes, sir, I will show it to you later. I picked it up at some distance from the northern driveway, under a small tree, against the trunk of which it had evidently been struck off. This meant that the lower part had been carried away broken. Now who would do this but Zadok, who saw in it, he has said, a receptacle for some varnish which he had, and if Zadok, how had he carried it if not in some pocket of his greatcoat? But glass edges make quick work with pockets, and if this piece of bottle had gone from the Whispering Pines to Tibbetts Hall, and from there to the hill, there should be some token of its work in Zadok's overcoat pocket. This led me to look for those tokens, and as I had by this time insinuated my way into his confidence by a free and cheerful manner which gave him a rest from his gloomy thoughts, I soon had a chance to see for myself the condition of those pockets. The result was quite satisfactory. In one of them I found a frayed lining, easily explainable on the theory I had advanced. That pocket can be seen by you. But, Mr. Fox, I wanted some real proof. I wasn't willing to embarrass another man, or to risk my own reputation on a hazard so blind as this without something really definite. A confession was what I wanted, or such a breakdown of the man as would warrant police action. How could I get this? I am a pupil of Mr. Gryce, and I remembered some of his methods. This man, guilty though he might be, loved this family and was broken-hearted over the trouble in which he saw it plunged. Excused to-day from attendance at court, he was in constant telephonic communication with some friend of his, who kept him posted as to the conduct of the trial and the probabilities of a favourable verdict. If the case had gone against Arthur, we should have heard from his coachman, that I verily believe, but when we all saw that he was likely to be acquitted, I realized that some other course must be taken to shake Zadok from his own complacency, and I chose the most obvious one. Just when everything looked most favourable to their restored peace and happiness, I shocked Miss Carmel, and through her, this Zadok, into the belief that the whole agony was to be gone over again in the re-arrest and consequent trial of the man she still loves, in spite of all that has happened to separate them. He was not proof against this new responsibility. As she fainted, he leaped from the box, and could I have heard the words he muttered in her ear, I am sure that I should have that to give you which would settle this matter for all time. As it is, I can only say that my own convictions are absolute, the rest remains with you. We will go see the man, said District Attorney Fox. Chapter 35
Chapter 36 of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolin. Chapter 36 The Surcharged Moment. For justice, when triumphant, will weep down pity, not punishment, on her own wrongs, too much avenged by those who err. I wait, enduring thus, the retributive hour, which since we spake is even nearer now. Prometheus Unbound. The moment I felt Sweetwater's hand lifted from my shoulder, I sprang into the first hack I could find, and bade the driver follow the Cumberland sleigh post haste. I was determined to see Carmel, and have Carmel see me. Whatever cold judgment might say against the meeting, I could not live in my present anxiety. If the thunderbolt which had struck her had spared her life and reason, she must know from my own lips that I was not only a free man, but as innocent of the awful charge conveyed in Sweetwater's action as was the brother, who had just been acquitted of it by the verdict of his peers. I must declare this, and she must believe me. Nothing else mattered, nothing else in all the world. That Arthur might stop me, that anything could stop me, did not disturb my mind for a minute. All that I dreaded was that I might find myself too late, that this second blow might have proved to be too much for her, and that I should find my darling dead or passed from me into that living death which were the harder punishment of the two. But I was spared this killing grief. When our two conveyances stopped, it was in the driveway of her old home, and as I bounded upon the walk, it was to see her again in Arthur's arms, but this time with open eyes and horror-drawn features. "Carmel!" rushed in a cry from my lips. "Don't believe what they say. I cannot bear it. I cannot bear it." She roused, she looked my way, and struggling to her feet, held back Arthur with one hand while she searched my face, and possibly searched her own soul, for answer to my plea. Never was a moment more surcharged. Further word I could not speak. I could only meet her eyes with a steady, demanding look of a despairing heart, while Arthur moved in every fibre of his awakened manhood, waited, thinking, perhaps, how few minutes had passed since he hung upon the words of a fellow being for his condemnation to death or release to the freedom which he now enjoyed. A moment! But what an eternity before I saw the rigid lines of her white, set face relax, before I marked the play of human, if not womanly, emotion break up the misery of her look and soften her youthful lips into some semblance of their old expression. Love might be dead, friendship even be a thing of the far past, but consideration was still alive, and in another instant it spoke in these trembling sentences, uttered across a threshold made sacred by a tragedy involving our three lives. "Come in and explain yourself. No man should go unheard. I know you will not come where Adelaide's spirit yet lingers, if you cannot bring hands clean from all actual violence." I motioned my driver away, and as Carmel drew back out of sight, I caught at Arthur's arm and faced him with a query. "Are you willing that I should enter? I only wish to declare to her, and to you, an innocence I have no means of proving, but which you cannot disbelieve if I swear it, here and now, by your sister Carmel's sacred disfigurement. Such depravity could not exist, as such a vow from the lips guilty of the crime you charge me with. Look at me, Arthur. I considered you, now consider me." Quickly he stepped back. "Enter," said he. It was some minutes later, I cannot say how many, that one of the servants disturbed us by asking if we knew anything about Zadok. "He has not come home," said he, "and here is a man who wants him." "What man?" asked Arthur. "Oh, that detective chap. He will never leave us alone." I arose. In an instant enlightenment had come to me. "It's nothing," said I, with my eyes on Carmel, but the gesture I furtively made Arthur said otherwise. A few minutes later we were both in the driveway. "We are on the brink of a surprise," I whispered. "I think I understand this Sweetwater now." Arthur looked bewildered, but he took the lead in the interview which followed with the man who had made him so much trouble and was now doing his best to make us all amends. Zadok could not be found. He was wanted by the district attorney, who wished to put some questions to him. Were there any objections to his searching the stable loft for indications of his whereabouts? Arthur made none, and the detective, after sending the Cumberland's second man before him to light up the stable, disappeared beneath the great door, whither we more slowly followed him. "Not here!" came in a shout from above, as we stepped in from the night air, and in a few minutes the detective came running down the stairs, baffled and very ill at ease. Suddenly he encountered my eye. "Oh, I know!" he cried, and started for the gate. "I'm going to follow him," I confided to Arthur. "Look for me again to night, or at least expect a message. If fortune favours us, as I now expect, we two shall sleep to night as we have not slept for months." And waiting for no answer, not even to see if he comprehended my meaning, I made a run for the gate, and soon came up with Sweetwater. "To the cemetery?" I asked. "Yes, to the cemetery." And there we found him, in the same place where we had seen him before, but not in the same position. He was sunken now to the ground, but his face was pressed against the rails, and in his stiff, cold hands was clutched a letter which afterwards we read. Let it be read by you here. It will explain the mystery which came near destroying the lives of more than Adelaide. No more unhappy wretch than I goes to this account. I killed her who had shown me only goodness, and will be the death of others if I do not confess my dreadful, my unsuspected secret. This is how it happened. I cannot give reasons, I cannot even ask for pardon. That night, just as I was preparing to leave the stable to join the other servants on their ride to Tibbetts Hall, the telephone rang, and I heard Miss Cumberland's voice. "Zadok," she said, and at first I could hardly understand her. "I am in trouble. I want help, and you are the only one who can aid me. Answer. Do you hear me, and are you quite alone in the stable?" I told her yes, and that I was listening to all she said. I suspected her trouble, and was ready to stand by her if a man like me could do anything. I had been with her many years, and I loved her as well as I could love anybody, though you won't think it when I tell you my whole story. What she wanted was this. I was to go to the ball just as if nothing had happened, but I was not to stay there. As soon as I could, I was to slip out, get a carriage from some nearby stable, and hurry back up the road to meet her and take her where she would tell me, or if I did not meet her, to wait 2 houses below hers till she came along. She would not want me long, and very soon I could go back and have as good a time as I pleased. But she would like me to be secret, for her errand was not one for gossip, even among her own servants. It was the first time she had ever asked me to do anything for her which any one else might not have done, and I was proud of her confidence, and happy to do just what she asked. I even tried to do better, and be even more secret about it than she expected. Instead of going to a stable, I took one of the rigs which I found fastened up in the big shed alongside the hall, and being so fortunate as not to attract anybody's attention by this business, I was out on the road and halfway to the Whispering Pines before Helen and Maggie could wonder why I had not asked them to dance. A few minutes later I was on the hill, for the horse I had chosen was a fast one, and I was just turning into our street when I was passed by Mr. Arthur's grey mare and cutter.
This made me pull up for a minute, for I hadn't expected this, but on looking ahead and seeing Miss Cumberland peering from our own gateway, I drove quickly on and took her up. I was not so much astonished as you would think to be ordered to follow fast after the mare and cutter, and to stop where it stopped. That was all she wanted, to follow that cutter, and to stop where it stopped. Well, it stopped at the club house, and when she saw it turn in there, I heard her give a little gasp. "Wait," she whispered. "Wait till she has had time to get out and go in, then drive in too, and help me to find my way into the building after her." And then I knew it was Miss Carmel we had been following. Before, I thought it was Mr. Arthur. Presently she pulled me by the sleeve. "I heard the door shut," said she, and I was a little frightened at her voice, but I was full of my importance, and went on doing just as she bade me. Driving in after the cutter, I drew up into the shadows where the grey mare was hid, and then, reaching out my hand to Miss Cumberland, I helped her out, and went with her as far as the door. "You may go back now," said she. "If I survive the night, I shall never forget this service, my good Zadok." And I saw her lift her hand to the door, then fall back white and trembling in the moonlight. "I can't," she whispered over and over. "I can't." "Shall I knock?" I asked. "No, no," she whispered back. "I want to go in quietly. Let's see if there is no other way. Run about the house, Zadok. I will submit to any humiliation, only find me some entrance other than this." She was shaking so, and her face looked so ghastly in the moonlight, that I was afraid to leave her, but she made a gesture of such command that I ran quickly down the steps, and so round the house till I came to a shed over the top of which I saw a window partly open. Could I get her up to the shed? I thought I could, and went hurrying back to the big entrance where I had left her. She was still there, shivering with the cold, but just as determined as ever. "Come," I whispered, "I have found a way." She gave me her hand and I led her around to the shed. She was like a snow woman and her touch was ice itself. "Wait till I get a box or board or something," I said. Hunting about, I found a box leaning against the kitchen side, and bringing it, I helped her up and soon had her on a level with the window. As she made her way in, she turned and whispered to me, "Go back now. Carmel has a horse, and will see me home. You have served me well, Zadok." I nodded, and she vanished into the darkness. Then I should have gone, but my curiosity was too great. I wanted to know just a little more. Two women in this desolate and bitterly cold club house. What did it mean? I could not restrain myself from following her in and listening, for a few minutes, to what they had to say. But I did not catch much of it, and when I heard other sounds from some place below, and recognized these sounds as a man's heavy footsteps coming up the rear stairs, I got a fright at being where I should not be, and slipped into the first door I found, expecting this man to come out and join the ladies. But he did not. He just lingered for a moment in the hall I had left, then I heard him clamber out of the window and go. I now know that this was Mr. Arthur, but I did not know it then, and I was frightened for the horse I had run off with, and so got out of the building as quickly as I could. And all might have yet been well if I had not found, lying on the snow at the foot of the shed, a bottle of whisky such as I had never drunk and did not know how to resist. Catching it up, I ran about the house to where I had left my rig. It was safe, and in my relief at finding it, I knocked off the head of the bottle and took a long drink. Then I drank again, then I sat down in the snow and drank again. In short, I nearly finished it. Then I became confused. I looked at the piece of broken bottle in my hand, took a fancy to its shape, and breaking off a bit more, thrust it into one of my big pockets. Then I staggered up to the horse, but I did not untie him.
Curiosity seized me again, and I thought I would take another look at the ladies. Perhaps they might want me, perhaps. I was pretty well confused, but I went back and crawled once more into the window. This time the place was silent. Not a sound, not a breath, but I could see a faint glimmer of light. I followed this glimmer. Still there was no sound. I came to an open door. A couch was before me, heaped with cushions. A long ray of moonlight had shot in through a communicating door, and I could see everything by it. This was where the ladies had been when I listened before, but they were not here now. Weren't they? Why did I tremble so, then, and stare at those cushions? Why did I feel I must pull them away, as I presently did? I was mad with liquor, and might easily have imagined what I there saw, but I did not think of this then. I believed what I saw instantly. Miss Cumberland was dead, and I had discovered the crime. She had killed herself. No, she had been killed. Should I yell out murder? No, no, I could be sorry without that. I would not yell. Mistresses were plenty. I had liked her, but I need not yell. There was something else I could do. She had a ring on her finger, a ring that for months I had gloated over and watched, as I had never watched and gloated over any other beautiful thing in my life. I wanted it. I had always wanted it. It was before me, for the taking now. I should be a fool to leave it there for some other wretch to pilfer. I had loved her. I would love the ring. Reaching down, I took it. I drew it from her finger. I put it in my pocket. God in heaven, the eyes I had seen glassed in death were looking at me. She was not dead. She had been witness of the theft. Without a thought of what I was doing, my hands closed around her throat. It was drink, fright, terror, at the look she gave me, which made me kill her, not my real self. My real self could have shrieked when, in another instant, I saw my work. But shrieking would not bring her back, and it would quite ruin me. Miss Carmel was somewhere near. I heard her now at the telephone. In another minute she would come out and meet me. I dared not linger. Tossing back the pillows, I stumbled from the place. Why I was not heard by my young mistress I do not know. Her ears were deaf, just as my eyes were half blind. In another hour I was dancing with the maids, telling them of the pretty stranger with whom I had been sitting out an hour of fun in a quiet corner. They believed me, and not a particle of suspicion has any man ever had of me since. But others have had to suffer, and that has made hell of my nights. I restored the ring to my poor mistress, but even that had brought harm to one I had no quarrel with. But he has escaped conviction, and if I thought Mr. Ranelagh would also escape, I might have courage to live out my miserable life and seek to make amends in the way she would have me. But I fear for him, I fear for Miss Carmel. Never could I testify in another trial which threatened her peace of mind. I see that, instead of being the selfish stealer of her sister's happiness, as I had thought, she is an angel from whom all future suffering should be kept. This is my way of sparing her. Perhaps it will help her sister to forgive me when we meet in the world to which I am now going. End of chapter 36. End of The House of the Whispering Pines by Anna Katharine Green. Recorded by Carolin in fall 2011 in Bremen and Hanover, Germany.